Well, hello, people of the Fivers. Talk about timing. That was brilliant. I've just remembered I got my iPhone cable, so I can use that on my on my camera. What is good, guys? Good morning. Do you know what feels really weird? Is I can't sort of hear a feedback on myself. Usually, I can hear a
Well,
little
that's
bit of
good.
feedback.
That's
Yeah, no,
good.
I mean fair, true.
Really
Yeah,
good.
that is.
Not having to hear yourself through your own earphones is pretty good.
Yeah, yeah, very true.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another week, another new month. It's June this time around, guys. Welcome to the Fivers Monday stream. My name's Richard. This guy over here's name is Will. I'm in South Africa. He's in London. What about that?
Tam indeed. Yes, I am indeed. I am not
I
in Wales. I'm not a Welshman today.
no. Today you are a full-blooded Londoner.
I'm a Londoner.
I'm a Londoner. All right, cool. I'm going to get straight into it and say hello to everybody in chat while you sort out all of your equipment, and then you can tell us why you ain't home. First in today is Mahiber saying, "Good luck, everyone. Hope you all have a nice week." Well, isn't that just nice? Yes, thank you very
Well,
much to you, sir. We appreciate that. That's a nice thing to say. I hope everybody has a very nice week as well. We have Dinesh in saying, hi, good morning to you. We have Volker Game saying, hey guys, good morning. Good morning to you, sir. We've got Henry in good evening. Evening to you. Why are you guys late today? We had a little bit of some,
technical
let's just call it late
complication.
arrivals this morning, and we had some stuff that we need to do. But promise it's not going to become a recurring theme. We've got Azrael Trades in. Good morning, guys. Good morning to you. Sorry, Garden Design Pictures. Morning, chaps. Garden Design Pictures. You are a swell dude. Dude, your meme that you created for us last week, as well as the
That's so
updated
fun,
one,
man.
is pretty groovy. I'm going to start posting those. I've already sent the one
Yeah,
to Will. I'm going to start
yeah.
posting the rest of them. They're pretty cool. He changed it so that my
I
face
know.
on the
I
Lego
hear.
is now just a little golden version of my own face, which is kind of, it's concerning at the same time as it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I know.
We've got James.
We were on the afternoon session. You told me that he updated it, and I was like, that's too late. I've already posted it." Yeah, I was like, "You're already a Lego man, man."
Richard the Lego Man. We've got James Pinhorn. Good morning to you, sir. With Kavish saying, hi, London boys. Morning, morning. London boy, this one. But London session. The London session, guys. Let's put it like that. Yes, if you guys haven't already, go and register for the Training World Championship. New month, new traders. It starts officially next week, Monday the 8th. So start getting yourself into that registration so that you guys can get in and have a chance to win some awesome prizes, some cash, and just the... How can I put this? Just the bragging rights of saying that you're a Fivers champion.
And
Yes.
do you know
Link
what
is in the
the
description box below, so get yourself into that one.
It means that you would have had to have beaten me or LJ.
Well, that is happening on the 22nd until the 25th. So, but for this segment, the championship, you can already go and register for that one.
Yes.
Usam saying, morning, gents. Good morning to you. Has LJ seen it? Yes, LJ has seen it. LJ was concerned that he looked so thin. He was like, why am I to be
Yeah.
a thick boy? Yeah, so he has seen it. Skytrade saying, if any want to learn trading and want to loss recover, then reply me. Okay. Or alternatively, you can just stay with us here on
And
the
then do
Fivers
it all
live
for free.
stream and do it all for free.
True that.
Unbiased trader, morning all. Good morning to you. Pole position, hi from Slovakia. Well, hello from South Africa to you, sir, or madam. We're not
Yeah,
gender biased
yeah.
here.
Don't do what I do. Don't assume
Yeah.
that every single person, even if they have a female name and a female profile picture, I'll still call them bro, or I'll still call them dude. It's it's just a bad habit.
Unbiased trader, red London forever. All right. Cool it.
Yeah,
You
all right,
Manchester
Arsenal.
United fans, relax
No, he's
yourself.
Arsenal. He's Arsenal.
Oh, he's Arsenal. My
He's
apologies.
Arsenal. Yeah.
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 You do know that Arsenal has now
I know.
officially become
The
the
champions. Yeah, no, I
yeah.
know.
So they've become insufferable as
Yeah.
ever.
Yeah, literally. No one.
Last
No.
check the news.
Go on.
Huh?
Go
No,
on.
I just wanted to say that last check the news. We will have a look at the news and everything that's going on in the market very, very, very soon. I just want to say hello to everybody so we can start the
Yeah.
day and the week right by saying hello to everybody.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yvonne Nita saying hi from Edmonton, North London. Nice.
Nice. Edmonton's a nice part of London as well. Very nice.
Drac saying, how are you, brother? I am good.
I'm
Perry saying,
good today.
yay.
Yay to you too, bro.
Yay. Anyway. I'll get to this one. We'll get to this in a moment, Kavish. I'm gonna start it for you. Dinesh as well. I will explain how the competition works in just a minute. Elite quotes saying gold analysis, please. Mr. William Davis over here will get into that one for you immediately. It is Sir. Well, in that case, good morning, Sir. Good morning, pole position, Sir, from Slovakia. Don Smart, okay.
All right.
We've got Mendel, hi guys. We've got Andrew in, good morning guys from Kenya. We have got, okay, I'm going to absolutely destroy this. I'm just going to say Abaki. Abakiyama?
That was probably a better attempt than I could have done, to be fair. I'll give you that one.
Hello to you. I hope it's not okay. Well, let's not jump into that one. Top of the morning to you, Rich and Will. Top of the morning to you as well.
Hello.
We've got Barman from India. Hello to you. And then Azrael, guys, my brother and sisters are graphic designers. If you guys want posters for the competition, I can help you. Well, we are very fortunate in that regard that we have a whole studio team working for the 5ers, and They provide us with everything that we need, but thank you very much for the shout out there, Azrael. We do appreciate it. All right, let's get straight into the market. I've changed my layout.
Right.
Let's see if Will. Let's see if Will likes it.
Hang on,
I am going to bring it up immediately.
Okay, let's have a look.
This is my new screen.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Dude, that's actually pretty sick. You know what? I don't hate that.
Yeah. The only thing is the background. So if I open up this, where was it? The boxes. I have to increase the box's thickness in order for it to be seen properly on screen.
That's probably the only thing I would have said is the session seems a bit difficult.
Yeah, it's just the session. Everything else I like. It's a little bit easier on my eyes. I've come to notice that with the white background, even though aesthetically it was very pleasing, for my eyesight it was not the most pleasing thing. Let's just put it like that. So yes, I have decided that this is now the way that I am going to have my screen. And I'll show you, it looks quite similar to this one, which is the
futures. I thought
I
thought that's what you were trying to sort of replicate.
So if you can see there, I'm trying to get it as similar between the two. So it looks really nice. I do like it. So yes, that's us. That's what it's going to look like from now on going forward. I hope everybody can see it. Yeah, so we'll do some analysis for you.
Dude, my camera is balancing. It's giving me anxiety. It's just gonna fall off any minute. But
what is it balancing on?
My travel cigar case.
Do you not have a tripod, mate?
Yeah, Ewan does actually. No, I don't. So
Ewan does. I
yeah,
don't.
I don't know. I'm that's too professional for me. I'm a cowboy.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
No, because
Alrighty,
I always
users.
have all my good stuff on my on my home setup.
Mm.
So no, I should.
What are the good stuff?
Well, I got like a fixed tripod, should we call it, or like a fixed arm, like a boom,
Okay.
and I have completely frozen. Why have I completely frozen?
I don't know. Anyway, while Will is trying to figure out why he has frozen, I will go through. Uh, ah! Said Usam. I will start with gold for y'all. All right, let's have a little gander at gold. Let's just make sure I don't have any drawings. I had 6 drawings. Let's remove all of them. I played around with everything on the screen, but I didn't actually go and remove all of the drawings. So I wasn't doing my job this week. All right, let's start on the daily. All right, on the daily chart. I hope everybody can see this. If it's too dark, I must say it's a beautiful color scheme, Andrew. Oh, thank you, mate. Like, I appreciate that. I do like the color scheme. It's a little bit, it's lighter for me than it's presenting for you guys, it would seem. It's slightly lighter, so I can see it properly. I hope everybody else can see it properly. Anyway, as of right now, on the daily, we can see that gold has been quite, let's say, bearish. It's not crazy bearish, but it is bearish. We've had this massive sell-off that happened roughly on the 11th of March. So from there on, this was that, well, not the first one. The first sell-off was this major sell-off that we had on the 30th of January, which was expected. We'd been so bullish for so long. This was roughly that era when we started coming into the Iran and US conflict, leading to more sell-off. We had a recovery, but nothing remotely indicating us wanting to come all the way up here again. So we recovered nicely. I think this was roughly around the 50% fib fill. Between the 618, I should actually go and change this one's color as well. Let's make all of this white. Yeah. Okay. We had a retracement between the 618 and the 718, which is a golden zone retracement. So just from that last daily leg, this one just continuous sell-off into this area, I'm sure if we were to take from that high up there, yeah, slightly below, if it's all the way to here, it should be the 0.5, yeah. So this is a relatively decent pullback that we had on the daily into this area. And since then, we've had naught but negative or bearish price action. So price is continuing to push lower. On the daily, we do have a little bit of a channel that has been created, and we've been playing within this daily channel ever since we had the retracement, which is pretty good. So it's very much a bearish price action on the daily chart. So if we just have a look at the absolute lows that we came to test, we had an absolute low all the way down here, which we could potentially have come to test. I'm just going to put it as a base for now. I still need to adjust these colors as well so that they're a little bit lighter as well. So the idea is, where are we aiming to try and continue pushing lower? Obviously, we have the lows there. We have a cluster of price action here. This is on the daily still, where we have a cluster of price action where we could potentially, which is where we are right now. So we had a strong reaction after testing it there, pushing up, coming back into it. This is still very much bearish. Let's look at the 4-hourly. Okay, so this is where this is going to get a little confusing. So I'm just going to remove that. Why is the... Oh, okay. Never mind. I think it's on This one? Where's the one where you have the weekly... You still with us, Will?
I don't know, mate. I don't know. I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't. My whole laptop screen's gone black.
I can hear you, but you're frozen.
Okay? So you okay? Right. Give me. I'm gonna have to try and reset my laptop. I don't know what's going on.
All right, dude, no problem. There we go, session breaks. All right, I wanted to switch off the session breaks because the blue was a bit, or the blue lining was a little confusing. Anyway, on the 4 hourly, we can see that we have a very nice area down here, potentially to come and test. We've already had a singular reaction off, so we'll just take this as the very last attempt for price to try and break lower. So that is roughly where we reacted. When was this? Last week Thursday. So last week Thursday, we reacted off of this zone very nicely. Bottom portion of the channel as well. Every time that we've come close to it, we've had a bit of a reaction. So this to me just signifies that this is still very much a bearish channel on gold specifically. So right now we've come to the 0.75 portion. So this is the halfway mark. This is minus 0.25. This is positive plus 25 or 0.25. So it's the 0.75 and this is the 25 point. So you can think of this as 0. This is 1, 0.75, 0.5 and 0.25. All right. So we've come to the 0.75 quadrant and we are pushing bearish from there. So I am seeing quite a bit of bearish price action on the 4 hourly. On the hourly as well, same idea. We had this little cluster of consolidation. We came to test that cluster and we started pushing bearishly from there. So you can definitely consider us potentially coming down to this area here. Let me just do this. Let's create a box here. There is a potential for us to come down there. There's also a potential for us to come down to this area of consolidation that we had a strong breakthrough. Do we have anything else in this area to potentially test off of? Well, you can almost say this area like this was more of a reaction. That makes sense. I would say if we're going to continue bearish, then 4473 to 4454 is a strong area to be tested. But I would ideally like to see us come down to this level down here, which is 4439 to 4420. I would like to see us come back down to this area. Should that area fail, then obviously we have another area of interest all the way down at let's say 400 flat to about 4366. So I'm very bearish at the moment on price action on gold. I do think that if we are to push bullishly again, it's going to have to happen off of one of these 3 points. Potentially this let's say 4440 to 4420 area, to me, is the area that I would probably want to see maybe some sort of bullish price action and then trying to push back lower again. Obviously, this is with the assumption that this area is a little bit stronger than normal. It doesn't look super strong as of right now, but it does seem like the most clear area of interest to be tested, bar this 4473. 4473 is about 20 points away, 20 points on gold. So from where we are right now, 21-ish. So I would say if we're going to continue bearish, this is our first port of call. If we continue past that, this is our next port of call. That's also a base area as well. And then we have the last area. This is consolidation down here. So that's consolidation. I would say this is a break point. And this is an established zone. So we have a break point. If it breaks lower than this, we are already at an area. Actually, we are currently at a reasonably nice area of support and resistance. So this is yet again another breakpoint. So let's see how we react from here. If we continue lower than that, we'll probably come to this area over here. Methinks. Okay, and then for bullish price action, what do we need to see on bullish price action? If we go down to the 15-minute, we need to start seeing a change of character. We need to start seeing a slowdown of momentum. So every time we attempt to break a higher swing point, sorry, not this one. Every time we come and break a higher swing point, we should not be creating a new low. So if price were to react here and start pushing up, we need to break above this area over here. And then when price does return back down again, we are not allowed to push lower than this low zone down here and then try and push up again. And then in this case, we can start looking at buys once we produce a higher low in reference to this area. This is now to assume that this ends up being the low swing. So if this ends up being a low swing and this is the most recent high swing, we need to break the high and prevent pushing lower than the low for gold to start pushing up. Very much bearish. I would not be looking for buys just yet. I would like to see a reaction here. Maybe I can switch on the zones again. Yeah, so this is the rollover and Tokyo session of last week, Friday. Makes a lot of sense. We had strong bullish action out of this movement. We reached the climax and then we started to present lower and lower price action on gold. So on gold, bearish quite a bit. Want to see a continuation down into these established zones down here, which happen to be also base areas as well. There's a bit of a base area here that we can potentially come and test. So in general, very bearish. NASDAQ, we had a new all-time high created. We broke last week's Friday's highs with this morning's price action. We did gap open, but we immediately filled the gap this morning, and then we started pushing up. No real conviction pushing price higher. It's a slow ascent. Let's put it like that. We had a slightly consolidative, let's not say consolidative, a bullish push, but not volumetric. It's not a volumetric push. And since we came into the London session, we've started to plateau, or just before, and then we started getting some volume pushing price lower. So I do like this for a potential continuation lower. I did not get in. I should have gotten in here for a sell.
I thought you did. I saw NQ and I was like,
I should have gotten in there. I didn't. We would have been close to TP1 if I had entered there, which would have been $80. I am $200 up on this account. I've been playing around with the account the whole of last week, trying to learn how to use the platform properly. Yeah. What I can tell you is that I am definitely going to go forward with the futures platform.
Really?
I think yeah, I love this platform.
Futures.
Not move over, but add it as another thing to trade, because the analysis is exactly the same. Yeah, if you do CFD, NASDAQ versus MNQ futures, the analysis remains the same. They move exactly the same, bar the pricing. There's a gap.
There's going to be, isn't it? Yeah, there's going to be.
That's it. Everything else is exactly the same. So
I rate that. So it's just a matter of learning how to use the system, not necessarily learning how to trade all over again.
Yeah. So
I rate that.
I'm definitely going to carry on with this platform. Definitely going to start trading it more often, more regularly. All right. NASDAQ, I am looking for a bit more of a pullback. I would love to see price come back into this cluster down here. And then maybe pick up from there, trying to push up, or start indicating a propensity to want to push lower. There's a bunch of price action down here that can be tested. And then you have this cluster over here as well, which was another area of interest. So not a base. It's not a bullish order block either. I'm just going to say an established zone. So we do have a nice established zone all the way down here. We do have another area as well, just above it, that we can potentially come and test. And then we obviously have, if I just remove this, and I just zoom out ever so slightly, we do have a very slight area over here. You can see it now. Somewhere here, like that. Which I do like for a potential area of interest.
Yeah, nice. I think we can come down to that top zone area that you've marked out. You're on the 15 minute. Yeah, I think we can at least minimum pull back down to that area that you've marked up above. If not, even further.
We'll see. We'll see how strong this potential downward reaction here is now, or this could just be a very just a bit of a correction. Just very slow towards the top. Especially if you go down to the 5 minute, you'll see it.
Yeah, I was going to say is that
very,
that
very
5
slow.
minute you can really see that sort of it's sort of like it's like that consolidation curve. Like I don't want to call it consolidation zone because it's not, but yeah, exactly that. It's that sweeping curve that you can see that the volume is just dropping significantly. And then so as we open through London, it just picks up and drops and breaks and closes below that sort of consolidation zone to the left-hand side there.
Yeah, so I really want to see whether or not we're going to do anything in this area.
Yeah.
I mean, this area down here is the area most associated with most price action. We had Thursday and Friday a large portion of those, the New York session, the Tokyo session, as well as the London session, and then the New York session of Friday, playing around in this area, rejecting off of the area, pushing higher, coming back to. So I would love to see it come back down to this area. We do have a slight little area over here as well, which is where we're very close to as well. So bound to see a reaction from here potentially. But as it stands right now, very bearish as well on the lower time frame on NASDAQ.
I reckon we could have a pullback, but whether we have a complete, do we call it? It's probably no. It would be a continuation. You know, maybe a reversal on the 5 minute, but it would be a continuation on the higher time frame of bullish movement. I don't think we'll see a higher time frame continuation. I think it's going to be a pullback back into either that base zone that you've marked out there, or into that Tokyo sort of consolidation towards the end of Tokyo.
This section here, I think, potentially.
Yeah. If you could, I tell you what,
even higher.
Go back to where you just were. So go back to that zone that you just Now mark out the equilibrium of that. So if you like double click it and go onto the center line.
I've got a middle line.
Oh, okay.
You can barely see it though.
Oh, okay.
I'll make it. I'll make the border. Yeah, let's do this. We'll make the border white.
So maybe the middle line of that or the equilibrium line of that would be quite nice.
Yeah.
But if you pull it all the way up to the Tokyo high, yeah, exactly. That's a really nice zone there. But if you pull up to the Tokyo high and then look at the equilibrium there, it's bang on in the middle of that consolidation.
Yeah, I mean it is the 50% mark, so it's going to be bang on in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. So that would be a really nice area for me to be like, right, okay, it's that smack sort of balance point of a pullback into the consolidation, and it's coming back into the Tokyo range. The only thing that would worry me a little bit is Tokyo and London highs have pretty much equaled. Is price going to want to try and push above the pre-session and current session highs, and then potentially start moving back down lower?
In New York session, maybe.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, maybe.
Unless this is just let's sweep these lows here, this cluster that we had over here, just sweep that and then start pushing higher. Potentially by the time that we reach the New York session, these highs over here would get taken. But as of right now, I am bearish on NASDAQ. NASDAQ slowed a lot during this section, and then the New York session has presented with some lovely downward price action. What's the full length so far of the Tokyo session? 148 points. So quite a push down. I want to see retest of either the base or that area that you've marked up as well or that you've mentioned as well, this area down over here. I think this is roughly the midpoint of that whole area. Maybe come and test here. So if we can have a pullback where we are right now, we'd need a strong one. Press into this base. First sell is going to be if it respects the base and then starts, if it pushes into the base and then starts pushing back like this, that could be one. This doesn't really matter how deep that goes. We can have something like this. That doesn't really matter. I just want to see it at least respect this base area. If it doesn't and it starts pushing above, rejects off of it, starts pushing up, then I would want to potentially look for buys again.
Would you?
Because then this is just a short-term
High time frame pullback.
Yeah. So if we go over to the hourly, then you can see it's one of these legs just having a bit of a pullback. So if we're going from the whole of Monday so far to there, then that would just be a fib retracement, retracing a little bit back, pulling ever so slightly, and then continuing higher. But time will tell. 4 hourly is a singular 4 hourly bearish candle as of right now. We'll see. We'll definitely see whether or not we're going to continue bearish or if this is just a bit of a pullback for continuing bullish. I mean, if you go onto the weekly, you'll notice that, we closed last week very strong.
Yeah.
And then Mondays in general is a little bit of a slower moving day in anyway. So
yeah, I never used to trade Mondays. Mondays were one of those, especially after high impact news. So obviously we got NFP this Friday. So next Monday will be one of those news events I consider not trading. But I don't know, more recently now, like sort of mid to late last year, Mondays started like shifting a little bit and started playing out quite nice. So I don't know, it seems okay to be trading at the moment. But
so here you have Monday. There you have another Monday. There you have another Monday. Another Monday. Another Monday. So when compared to, for argument's sake in this case, that Friday, this Wednesday, and this Tuesday, that Thursday, that Tuesday, Mondays have the least direction. Even if they do have a day of direction like they had on Monday, it's generally a to the high, pull back, and then continue up higher. Whereas Monday over here in April, Monday over here, these three are showing more wicks above and below in general. So Monday being a little bit of a, let's say, up and down, and then it chooses a direction for the rest of the week, kind of like thing. Just something to take into consideration. Like even this one here, bearish day, yes, but high up, high down wicks. So very wicky as well. Anyway, let's see what today provides us. So far, looking decent for a potential continuation. What is the MACD showing? The MACD also, you could see we had quite a bit of slowing momentum in this area down here, which correlates to this area here, where you have one or two bullish candles and then a few bearish candles, but no real volumetric push. And that's why you see this movements down here. Very flat, no real momentum pushing price up higher. And then the moment you start pushing bearishly, you start getting some bearish price action. You are breaking these lows that you had quite decently and then that's when you start seeing the MACD drop as well. So now the question is, how deep of a retracement are we going to have before a potential push lower, or are we not even going to have a retracement? Is this just going to continue lower for the rest of the day? That begs to be seen. All right, shall we see if we can bring your chart up, mate? See if
Dude,
yours.
we can try. I really don't know if we're going to be able to. I don't know what's going on with my laptop at the moment. My whole.
Let's see. Whew, that is rough.
Yeah, mate, it's.
Oh, okay, it looks a little bit better now.
Okay, yeah, that's. If I start freezing, let me know.
Yeah, dude, I'll keep an eye for you.
Yeah, it's really weird, man. I don't know what's going on. I may have to get a little bit closer to the router if it's a Wi-Fi issue. But it shouldn't be because the router's just on there. But anyway, okay, we'll have a bit of a look anyway, and hopefully the Wi-Fi will stay on our side. I don't know if you checked out gold, so I don't know if anyone wants me to check out gold, but I'm just going to do a bit of an analysis.
Check out gold, but if you want to go through it and tell us your thoughts on it, that would be great.
Okay, yeah, yeah, okay, let's do that then. I'll check out gold, see what I'm thinking, and then we'll go from there. So when it comes to gold, there we go. Let's move this across. Let's move up into the 4-hour actually. Let's start marking out areas that I am interested in. There you go, cool. So first things first, I want to be able to identify areas of interest. This is no longer an area of interest because we've taken it, so we've got a nice high up here. You have to bear with me, I've only got a laptop, I've not even brought my mouse and keyboard with me today. We've got lows just down here. We've got areas of imbalance, which is nice to see. There we go, just down here. And then that's pretty much all for now on the 4-hour. If I want to go down a bit further onto the 1-hour, then we can start looking at areas of interest. We've got consolidation, or I say it's not really consolidation, but we've got an area of interest, let's call it. We've got another area of interest down here at this low. Again, not a consolidation, but an area nonetheless of interest. Now that we've got this, we have got this price action here. So now if we start looking at the order flow, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to refine the imbalance zone on the 1-hour because we've also got price chop around a little bit here and an imbalance here. So it'd be interesting to see what happens here. Let's just delete some more lines, get rid of some of that. There we go. Cool. Okay, so now we got that. Let's jump down onto the 15-minute. So the 15-minute, we're going to start looking at order flow. We're going to start looking at higher highs, higher lows, lower highs, etc. Start to see what the markets are telling us. Now that we can see that we've got this area here, we've broken and closed above, really nice, slight consolidation, bigger push up. Now that we've got this sort of, it's choppy, but we can see that nonetheless we have got, higher sort of price. We are creating higher highs and higher lows, just about. Now if I go and put my sessions on, which is, there we go, you'll be able to see Tokyo, London from last week. Market open, we gapped to the downside slightly, but then we filled it pretty quickly as well. So no gaps to worry about this week. Now that we've got that, we can start seeing that price from last week has started that shift to the downside. It's not like it's immediately on market open and we've just shifted and started moving down. It has been something trending from London last week, so last Friday, and early last Friday as well. It's not like it just started kicking in during New York around here. So now that we've got price that's starting to fumble back down, we can see the volume is slowly moving down. Right? If you look at the candlestick characteristics, so looking at patterns, the size, the way that they're moving, they're very, very slow, very stagnant, but they are still bearish. Now that we've come back down into this area here, you can see that we've started slowing down. what do I want to see on the 15 minutes? So first things first, I want to be looking at my areas of high and low. In fact, now that I've marked out the order flow, let's just delete it. There we go. So now I want to be marking out my ranges, let's call it. So my areas of high, my areas of low, what I want to be looking at to continue the order flow. I'm a poet and I didn't even know it. So so what we can see now is we've got a high point here, we've got a low point here. This is the current trading range. Why? Because if we draw our order flow, we've got high, low, pullback, high, continuation, break, low. So that is our order flow. That is the way that the markets are moving as far as higher highs and lower lows and lower lows and lower highs, etc. So now that we've seen that, we want to see one of two things. We want to see a pullback into a range or an area of interest. So for me on the 15 minute, I'm going to see if I can refine this more on the 5 minute. But for me on the 15 minute, it's going to be around here somewhere. There we go. And then let's just pull this back to clear price up. There we go. So it would be around here somewhere on the 15 minute. We want to see price pull back up to that zone there and then react from it and break and close lower, confirming that downtrend, confirming the sell opportunities. Or on the contrary, we want to see a break and close above the high, pull back into some form of break and retest zone, and then a continuation, break and close above, pull back, continuation, confirmation, entry either here or on a pullback here.
GU is starting to push up a little bit.
Is it? So look at GU. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, we got a nice break above Tokyo, but we wicked slightly as well,
Yeah.
which is interesting. Do we have any news out for this morning?
No. So
We didn't.
we've only got this afternoon, which is on the dollar, and it's ISM manufacturing PMI.
Okay, so it's not a
So
major one anyway.
no. It is a red folder, but like
Yeah.
it's like 2 GMT, so it's quite a fair few hours away.
Yeah. Oh, what's going on there? That's not straight. There we go. Again, range, current high, previous low, previous high. We want to see a break and close above. Now, it's nice because we did get that breakout of Tokyo session, which was really nice. You know, we got Tokyo high, pullback, break. What's going on? There we go. Break of the Tokyo high, which is nice. Pullback. We didn't break and close lower, but we did attempt to. But we didn't. We wicked it. And then we're now in that continuation pattern here. So if we can break and close higher now, just to have a nice confirmation, then I think we could be looking at buys on pound dollar. Where from though?
I do like the area that we reacted off of this morning, 9:45. So what would that be? 8:45 your time?
8:45 GMT plus 1. No. What am I doing?
So that last swing point just before London.
8:45 would be...
Yeah.
Here.
8:45 is that one. Yeah. So if you dragged a box from that area all the way towards the left, we had some reactions during Tokyo there. We had a wick just after market open. Well, market open was at that box area as well. If you continue even further back into the New York session of last week Friday, it's right into that areas there. So if you just expanded it ever so slightly, you'll see like the bottoms and tops align very, very nicely in that area. So that's what I would be looking for as a potential pullback zone.
Okay. For me, I think that would be a little bit deep. Because I think if we were to pull back into that zone there, it would be
11 pips.
Yeah, I mean,
It's not crazy. It's
No,
not a
it's not.
crazy
No,
pullback.
no. To be fair, it's not. It's not bad at all. It would certainly have to break and close above, and create a new higher high before pulling back that low.
Yeah. What if we came back to about 134,640 ish?
134,640.
Yeah.
Okay, no, yeah, no. Now I wouldn't hate that. That would be nice because we've got this nice little range here, or nice little sort of like this.
Mm.
I don't know if you'd call it a base. It's it's a
No,
base
not
with like a
quite.
crappy reaction.
Yeah, it was in a downtrend, so a very very
Oh, okay, fair.
short-lived 5 minute downtrend. So
Yeah.
that was the reversal point itself, because we made a new high and we made a new low, with that whole movement, coming into London. So,
Hmm.
but not great.
Yeah, it's a bit iffy. And then,
Yeah.
we've also got an imbalance here, which confluences up a bit. So now that you've got an imbalance a little bit higher, and
Mm.
you've got that nice little zone there, in the midsection here, you can see that there's a nice little overlap sweet spot. I don't know if we're going to get the fib that low down. Oh, no, we do. The fib comes perfectly into it. There's a 3 confluence right there.
So you would like to take it from there then? So let's
Um,
say 3464.
uh, yeah, 34,643. I wouldn't
Oh,
detest that
okay.
zone.
All right.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that zone, to be fair.
You wouldn't kick it out of bed for eating chips, now, right?
No, no, I wouldn't. I'd have a go at it, but I wouldn't kick it out of bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably just touch and roll my eyes. Although I would probably let it eat all the chips at once if it can break above the 34,760 level.
Eat all of the chips. Eat
Yeah,
all of the chips.
and have all the chips, I don't care. But it does need a break above the high, because
Mm.
that break above the high to me would be it would be that confirmation of price wanting to move higher. Because I think we attempted, like we really tried to break a low here and create a new lower low and shift that
But
direction.
wicked.
But yeah,
Mm.
but we wicked, and now we're starting to move up. It depends. Like if look, the wick to the downside is nice. We've got push up, fail, push up, fail, push up, fail, attempt to move lower. We've got one wick, two wick, a nice wick as well. This is a really nice bearish candle. And then a third wick here, creating another very nice bearish candle. We're going to close now in,
3 minutes or so.
yeah, about 3.5-ish. Yeah, no, yeah,
Mm.
3 minutes almost bang on now. 3 minutes time. If we can close in 3 minutes time, no deeper than current price on this would be a beautiful candle if you were to try and get in on a higher risk trade opportunity. So if you were going to be looking at sort of like, I don't need that super confidence, that super confluence, I don't need that sort of ability to wait for higher confirmation and something a little bit more A plus, should we call it? If you're looking for
Mm.
something that you're willing to risk it a bit, you're willing to have that sort of B setup, then I think, yeah, you're going to be looking at a nice opportunity there with that 3 candle wick.
Risk it for a biscuit.
Yeah, you're gonna risk it for those biscuits in bed.
Mhm. I'm a little undecided.
Why are you eating biscuits in bed, Will?
I'm
Why
not.
is your name Tim Payne?
The who's
Payne! Tim
yeah, what?
Payne! Yes! Yes, Tim Payne. Come on, boys. Tim Payne.
You got
Tim
Tim Payne.
Go.
Payne, he
Go,
says with a
son.
shaved
Go, son.
face.
You got Tim Payne in the house. Has he got a mustache as well? Oh, bro, you're going
He's got a
full on.
stash,
He's going
but he's
full on
not got much
Aussie.
of a beard. Beard is like clean.
No, yeah, I show it's not. I didn't like shave it right down to the thing, but just gave it like with the razor.
Yeah,
So like
you
electric
stubbled
razor,
it.
not like a
Mm.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
fair.
yeah,
I do the same, mate.
slight shadow. It's already growing in. So, but yeah, Tim Payne. Have you not caught up on this, Rich? The World Cup.
Um, I
So
have not.
people in
No.
chat will know. Surely, some of you guys will know in
Do you-
chat. So if you know,
Do divulge.
just comment Tim Payne. All right, that's all we need
Tim
right now. Just
Payne.
comment Tim Payne.
I'm
I
gonna
assume
go
you
and search now. Who
do
is
you
Tim
know, Will?
Payne?
Dude,
Do you know Will?
I'm with Rich on this. I'm spun out. I don't know what you're on about.
Timothy
So
John Payne is a New Zealand professional footballer who plays as a defender for Wellington Phoenix in the A-League and for the New Zealand national team. A noted utility player, Payne has played almost every outfield position during his career. He's 32 years old.
Thanks. So now we know who Tim Payne is. Is there any more information we get on that?
so there was this thing. I forget his name. He's like South American YouTuber. You guys correct me. Like I haven't drilled up on the entire story from that. But
Okay.
I think he's bought the rights to stream the World Cup free for most of the games and all the local games and that kind of stuff. And everyone's like, yeah,
Okay.
cool, something like that. And then he also
Wow.
made this thing of let's pick someone random and promote them for the World Cup. And so it happened
And
to
he
be
picked
Tim
Tim
Payne.
Payne.
So he's
And yeah, so everyone's now going Tim Payne, right? Ronaldo, and then Messi, or Tim Payne, Messi, Ronaldo, whatever. Like everyone's saying, like
Yeah.
it's become this massive meme. Tim Payne is number one, and he went from 4,000 followers on Instagram. He now has 4 million, and this was in like 48 hours.
Dude, could you imagine?
Dude,
It's-
can't we have that? Why
Why,
can't we have that?
yeah, why can't it
Like
be
some
Change
random
his life.
YouTuber with millions of subscribers is like, you know what? We're going to go ahead and make Richard Butler from the 5ers live stream. We're going to make him go viral. And then
Yeah.
have me go from 100 and something people that might consider following me to a few million following me. Dude.
Yeah, dude, it's been crazy. And then obviously New Zealand, that kind of stuff. I saw it. I was like, okay, cool. All right, I can support that. You know, Australia, New Zealand, we're doing the whole World Cup thing. And he's the same age as me. I was like, all right, Tim Payne.
All right.
He's got,
so Tim Payne's got a
Tim
new
Payne
follower.
bandwagon. Yeah.
Tim Payne, LJ Payne in this case.
Tim Payne's now got 4,000,001 followers after
Yeah.
LJ. It was like, you know what? I rate this. I'm gonna jump on this bandwagon.
Yeah, that's it.
Signor, or si signor in your case, because you have a snore, which is a mustache.
Yeah.
Yeah, si signor.
Senor.
Yes.
Senor Sneesnor.
Yeah.
Yeah, how we doing? Also, I saw that photo that you posted, Will. Was this from Garden Designs?
Yeah.
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 Dude, what happened to my face?
I know.
Like, I saw
told
this
you.
and I was like,
It was
who's that?
frighteningly similar, but then at the same
And
time,
then I
like,
saw, yeah, I was like, who's that? I saw the hair and I was like, oh, that's my hair. And then I looked at the rest of the face. I was like,
That guy's face is so thin.
if I really
What's going on here?
squint, like, it's kind of me, but it's like it merged, like your face and like merged my face more to your face.
yeah.
And because I have a much more like a shield kind of face, like a wider jaw. And I was kind of looking, and dude, my nose is all good. I was like, where did this come from? I was like, Will, did you do this? Why'd you do this intentionally?
Yeah.
Make me look like a.
For anybody who's asking for reference, I'm going to bring it up on screen right now.
Yeah. But then I saw at the start of the stream, you guys were talking about it. Yeah. See what like, and what is that, dude? What happened to me?
You look gassed,
What
man. You're
happened to
so
me?
excited. You're like, yes, Tim Payne.
He's got your hair right.
Yeah.
You got your hair right, but something about the face is a bit weird. And
It has,
since
it's
when
got-
do you have earrings, mate?
I don't know as well. Dude, that was the first thing my partner commented on. Like, why do
Oh,
I have
the
earrings now? Yeah, when I
They
showed
got
it.
the bangles on the arm, right? I mean, they
Dude,
got
I know that-
tattoos
Roughly right, yeah.
on Will's arm and whatnot. They got me. My proportions are perfect. Like,
Yeah,
I do
you,
have
dude,
the,
you look exactly
what
like
my
that.
hands look like
Yeah,
normally.
that's
My proportions are perfect.
pretty bang on.
Will is relatively close,
Dude,
but
you
like,
know what? I don't
looks
look.
scruffy. Look scruffy
I
as all
think Will
hell,
looks
mate.
fine. Like if I saw
I
that
don't
as a
look
photo of Will,
half
I'd be like,
bad,
yeah,
to be
that's
fair.
probably Will.
Yeah,
I think
I
you
get
guys
that.
have exactly the same beard also, yeah? Like the
I know, literally.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
because they're white. White people all have the same beard, mate. Come on.
Okay, I'm going to let it grow and then we'll see.
Yeah.
And by the way, good morning, boys.
Good morning.
good,
Mark.
Zach. How you doing, bro?
It's
Richard,
the
AI
whole,
Where is that coming from,
whole-
the picture, anyway?
It's from one of the guys in chat that created it. Garden Designs. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just reading that.
my whole actual face looks like cooked. And like my ear, yeah, it did get the wristbands
Yeah, the
kind
wrist,
of right.
dude. The wristbands were
Um,
bang on. I was like, dude, they got that.
My forearms have
proper.
shrunk right there.
Yeah, but you haven't.
Dude,
You haven't
the
been eating
weirdest
all
thing
that
is,
much protein, mate.
yeah, normally AI gets like hair really janky, but it's
Yeah,
got
dude,
the
the
hair
And
right.
it screws
got
up
the hair
And it got
hands.
on.
everything else wrong.
Yeah,
right?
it got the hair right, it got the bangles right, and then it's got your earphones in but you've got earrings, which is weird. Will is pretty
Yeah.
close. I don't know how close his forearm tattoos are.
They got the right arm wrong. So the right arm, I just got tribal.
Yeah.
But the
Yeah,
left
that
arm,
was the other thing. I saw your tattoos, Will. I was just like, hang on a minute, what?
yeah. I've just new tattoo on my right arm. But other than that, dude,
Yeah.
they got that pretty bang on. Like that's not that bad.
Actually, you know what? Gun Designs, do another one and add Dirk.
We need
as
Dirk
like
in
a
the
commentator.
background. Yeah,
Yeah,
Right?
Dirk here at the top
It's-
looking
it's
down
got,
at all of us.
The headphones and like the mic in front of you. It's a perfect like commentator type
With hair.
photo.
Do
Yeah.
it with hair.
No. Don't give him hair. That would creep me right
Give
out.
Dirk hair.
That would
Give
really
him
creep me out.
the greatest afro ever. Just for the sake of shits and giggles. Dirk, you can complain as much as you want. You are muted right now. Your complaints
you're
are
muted.
going unheard.
Damn it. I just said, I was
Yeah,
like,
your
how rude is
complaints
this
are
guy? I'm
falling on
monologuing
deaf
here and
ears.
he just keeps on talking. And
Yeah, or this guy's so rude. And then looked down and was like, oh, it's my fault.
I just said, please don't add hair. You know, I've been without hair for a longer period in my life and with hair. And I've come to the point where even if there would be a pill available that would regrow my hair, I just wouldn't take it because it's so
Well,
practical. You know, it's like,
Yeah, dude, I'll tell you what. So again, my lighting's crap, but I redid. I got a haircut the other day before my competition yesterday because I didn't want hair getting in my eyes, and I just thought to myself, trying to style it, trying to ask a barber and be like, oh, can you do this, and then expecting to like getting to actually do what you want. I thought I may just shave it. Like my hair's thinning anyway. I thought I may just go like a full-on Dirk.
go for it.
Wait a minute.
Just kill it
Will,
early.
your boxing match was yesterday.
Yeah.
You had a
How did that
boxing
go?
match.
I didn't know. I didn't have it wasn't a boxing match. I had a karate fight.
Oh,
Oh.
like
oh,
the
I thought it was
Japanese committee or actual full contact?
Japanese kumite.
Okay, so the one where you just pretend you're hitting each other.
Pretty much, mate. Yeah.
boxing. Oh, okay. I was about to say, you looked really good for somebody that just came out of a boxing fight, you know?
Yeah, no. Although,
But
I'm-
shows
I'm
how good he is as a boxer, maybe then.
yeah, true.
Yeah, good
I'm actually
or
leaving
just
boxing as
Mayweather.
well. Yeah, I'm
You're
actually,
leaving boxing.
Runs away, runs around.
I am.
A
I
ring.
am leaving boxing.
He fully
and-
shells up, brings the shoulder up every now and then when somebody tries to punch him, deflects it.
Yeah.
Fully shelling up.
Yeah. So as of yesterday, I made the decision. I'm leaving boxing. I'm moving into kickboxing. So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So that's gonna be because I've noticed like my legs are good, my legs are powerful. You know, I've got really good high kicks. So I'm moving into kickboxing because karate for me it's great. It's fantastic for mobility, for flexibility, for longevity in the body. So I'll never quit. I will continue to go to karate, but I lost by 1 point yesterday, and a lot of my points didn't score because I was boxing punching, not karate punching. And then I kicked the guy in the face, and apparently, for some reason, the score didn't actually. The kick didn't score a point. And I said to my coach, I was like, why didn't that score a point? He was like, I don't know, the judges just didn't want to give that as a point.
Did he have a higher belt than you have, your opponent?
No, I think we were the same level. However, he goes to competitions every single time, like every single comp, he'll go to that comp. Whereas I'm a new kid on the block. So I think it was a bit clicky. I think it was a bit like, oh, you know, we see this guy every day, you know, we're gonna, yeah.
That's the thing. If your dojo is like very traditional, that is like a factor to counter in as well. Like,
Yeah, exactly. So I think that wound me up a little bit, but you know, Ewan won his competition. He fought really well, so that was awesome to see. But dude, I was really frustrated, and it made me think that, you know what, I'm just gonna move to something a little bit more contacty and something that I can use my legs in. So
I want to beat someone up.
pretty much, mate. You know, I want to kick someone in the face and it actually scores a point.
come to Berlin, you know, I can take you to areas here where you're guaranteed to get into a fight.
Yeah, no, dude, I know.
He's
literally.
currently in London. He's already in the right place. He just needs to
He's
go
going
and talk.
fine, yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
just needs to go and talk shit about the wrong football team, and he's golden.
Yeah, no, dude, I'm not that stupid. Go on,
Alright,
slag off Arsenal,
gentlemen.
man.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to hop off. I will see everybody again in 2 hours' time. I'm going to be standing in for somebody this afternoon. I don't know if it is Victor or Samir yet. But you guys will see me with Will in 2 hours, and then I will end out the stream as well. Hello, Bart.
Bart,
Wow, what's good, man?
But how we
Bart
doing?
is back.
Hey, hello. Yes, thanks for having me. I'm doing great. How is it with you guys this morning?
Swell,
Doing well,
man.
doing well.
Swell.
Not too
Het
That's
gaan
the way
goed.
to go. That's the way to do it.
Anyway,
Perfect.
gentlemen,
Okay.
I am going to hop out, love and leave you, and see you guys a little bit later. Have some fun, and good luck with the markets today. It's a little bit,
a little bit flat.
it's good, but it's slow. So
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
almost every Monday morning at the moment.
Literally that, yeah. literally
typical
that.
Monday morning.
Lately,
Shenanigans.
yeah.
Lately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys. See you guys later. Cheers.
Just
Awesome stuff. See you later, Rich. Same as that, guys. I'm going to love you and leave you. I'm going to pop out. I'll see you guys in about 2-ish hours' time. But for now, I'll love you, leave you also. Peace.
Peace out, Will.
bye.
Thank you, Rich, as well. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, here we are
Okay,
again.
everybody good?
New week,
Yeah.
new fun. What's up, guys?
Yes.
It's the first time today I actually look at the market, honestly speaking. Because this morning I finally started one of my new automated strategies on a 5ers evaluation account where I'm trading the NASDAQ with a system live. I wanted to do that with the Black Arrow platform, but it's not possible because there's no integration, API integration for that one, sadly.
Yeah. It's
So
its
I-
own
Yeah,
language as well.
Yeah, the language is, I don't think that much of all. It's like leaned on C++, if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken. But that wouldn't be a problem because I'm running that anyway on a Python server, or not a Python server, like a Python program in the background, and then it computes its own signal, just gets the data feed, in this case from MT5 for the NASDAQ. I wanted like something for Black Arrow as well, but it's not possible to do that without like crazy workarounds. Are not worth it because you have a lot of delay in your order execution. But anyway, then because I actually have 2 dormant accounts. This one is like a 10K high stakes account, pretty old one still, that I can finally utilize. And then I'm going to do the same probably tomorrow or Wednesday in a multi-Forex portfolio. Same strategy, but based on Forex with another 20K high stakes account that I have been lying around. Not 20K actually anymore, only 19,400 left. So I need to be a little bit more conservative on that one to not get stopped out. And yeah, let's see. Very promising, the whole thing. And survived every back test, every forward test, every out of sample test, every Monte Carlo simulation. As always, I took like a very conservative spreads, slippage. I even built in a news filter so it doesn't trade during news events, or at least opens new positions anymore. And then I did a 30% haircut on the already conservative walk forward estimations. So let's see how that goes. If it goes well, I want to integrate this here into our Monday and Wednesday sessions to kind of show how is this developing, especially because I know a lot of people are interested in like automated trading. But let me tell you, to get to this point where I trust this enough to automate it, and that's only on an evaluation account, which is of course also like a test thing. You know, I don't need to risk my own money or just fractions of my own money. The amount of money I spent on buying the evaluations accounts, which by the way were not like given for free to me by the 5ers. I buy those myself, and so I'm in the same boots as you guys are out there. And everybody on screen here is on the stream is. So let's see how that goes. If it goes well, also if it doesn't go well, I'll report. And if it doesn't go well, it's a good lesson again. And you know what can go wrong if you want to transition from a back test or walk forward test to real life trading. What are usually the pitfalls there? If it goes well, then we have something we can track over the next months on a path, hopefully, to getting funded eventually.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Love to hear it.
Yeah.
Love to hear it. I will say I have taken a couple trades this morning. I should actually share my screen as well.
Share your screen, please.
But yeah, similar to you, Dirk, I didn't look at the market until a little bit late this afternoon.
So you got enough sleep again?
Kind of. I tried to get enough sleep, but that was mainly because I've been a bit unwell. So my partner was sick last week and had to take, like, sick enough to actually take time off work. You know, normally you get sick, it's like, whatever, right? And I seem to have caught that now. Throat and nasal sort of congestion. It's just settling in, sort of today, yesterday.
In between the seasons, no? It's always when...
Yeah, it's winter here now. It's that whole jazz, that kind of thing. So she tried to like keep away from me, and I just, you know, peck her on the cheek and that kind of stuff, vice versa, trying not, but it's ended up catching it. So I'm starting to cough as well. So if I have to mute myself a number of times a day for me.
No worries, man. See, that's contagious, yeah. No.
Yeah. But I did catch, so where I got it in today, so after we had this sort of gap lower, I came into the market this afternoon. It was about 4 p.m. my time, jumped in through here. I was looking for a further run on the euro up into the candle close on the 15-minute up through here and potentially up towards the R1 and around by the tops. Ended up jumping out of that guy through here. That ended up being about, I think it was a 0.8% trade. That wasn't too bad. On a different account, I did also have something on the pound dollar. Trading these guys a little bit different. Similar deal up to that candle close. I got in that a little bit earlier. Running up, getting similar deal. So this guy I was actually targeting for a bit of a break of the prior levels, but that's sort of wafted about for now. So I've gone back and forth. So that's the one I'm still holding. The other guys I took TP on, and then I did also have a gold trade, which was short. We go down to the 5-minute, it'll be easier to scan out, which was through here. Once we came up through here, started to roll back over. I was looking at shorts at this area. I was still debating it, and then decided all right, going to jump in. And then I got out down on this candle on that next level. So there was a further area on the 200 that I was waiting for. We were close enough to that. So it's the 200 moving average on the 15-minute. We're close enough to that, and we started to just pike back up. So jumped out there. So those are my trades this morning. Pretty happy. So
very good, man. Very good.
Yeah.
And a lot of trades. For this morning, you have only like take a few trades. That's much.
Well, he is.
Yeah, I mean, this is also across, I don't know, what do I have, 8 accounts now running. eight individual, right? And then there's a couple
Yeah.
that are tacked on with copy traders as well.
Plus, like the time session you are starting in, which obviously is earlier than for Bart and me. I mean, I assume you don't get up at like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. in the morning to trade Bart. And the nice moves actually are really in like kind of this late-ish Asian session, very early pre-UK session. I noticed this like the more meaningful moves. However, due to me also having family, I don't actually manage to get up always that early. If I do, I might be on my laptop at least already at 5 p.m., 5 a.m. of course, my time as well, but it's very rare. How about you,
Yeah,
Bart?
it's that. It's just before you go, but yeah, just adding on to what
that's
Dirk
no
said.
problem.
Same deal with early Asia, Dirk, which it depends. Sometimes I'm up that early, sometimes not. Right? You get the gaps through here. You get that expansion. I was thinking about that last night, but I went on a date night with my partner last night, and then I was starting to get a bit sick, so I had to sleep in, so I missed it. Because as we've talked about a number of times, we've been playing that gap extension
Yeah.
standard closure, right? So I did miss this, but yeah, I agree. It's either early Asia or the close of Asia, which is where you get that crossover between Australia and the Japan side, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Or end of day. So, yeah. Sorry, go on. But
Yeah. I can share my screen,
Please do
and I
so.
can
yeah, go for it.
also, I think from last month, first how it went for me. You can see here all my trades from last month, and you can see it went really well. And it was
Nice.
well,
Very
from
nice.
the 10 trades, 9 was good. But the thing is, it's just luck because my win rate on a year basis is just 55, 60%. And sometimes you have good months, sometimes you have bad months.
Yeah.
And now I'm just lucky. I always do the same, and now I just got lucky. So that's very nice. Just all small trades and a few bigger trades. When you see here also on the S&P 500, there was the biggest of 1700, and that is because the market just keep getting higher and higher. And I really don't know when it's gonna stop. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Is that on a bootcamp account or
this is a high stakes account. So
account?
Nice.
yeah, because
But-
I really need that 10% drawdown sometimes or the 5% daily.
Yeah, I
So
kind of
that's-
optimize my automated strategy, to not breach either, but the optimal setting is sometimes coming close, especially to the daily limit of 5%. That can be hard sometimes if you don't want to go into something like, well, I need like 2 years to pass evaluation, or something like that.
Yes, dude. Same thing, Dirk. Like I've developed so many strats recently that will have a happy 13 to 17%, but then they'll clean up, right? And it'll work beautifully on like a personal account, like a broker or something. But the thing is, then for prop, you got to curve that so hard to stay within those parameters. That it's just not going to work because you're going to take so many months just to pass the account.
Yeah.
So I haven't found a strat that really works around it yet.
I
personally,
I tend to nowadays, like at least for the prop trading. I mean, on my personal account, not if it's like a very large personal account, obviously, but if I have something like a 10K account, I want to trade one strategy on. I don't mind if it's something like, sometimes I go into 20% drawdown. If like the upside, of course, is multiple of it. Yes, still I need like a good expectancy, a good Sharpe ratio, a good Sortino rating on that. But for the two strategies one strategy that is live now, the other one falling tomorrow or Wednesday, I did like thousands of back tests and walk forward tests. So I come to like an estimation like what is the likelihood of me going through to evaluation phase into the funded phase. And for those two, if it matches up to reality, of course, that is always the big question mark. It should be somewhere around 92 to 98%, which is okay for me. You still have those outliers, where everything goes down the drain. And those outliers can, by the way, come from multiple angles. It can also be due to slippage sometimes, like we saw a couple of weeks ago when Will had his gold trade, had like a hard stop at like $200 or something, but the real stop execution was at $400, so double that. Those outliers you cannot really factor in much. I think you can only do that by being with your original estimation a little bit on the conservative side. That's why I always assume not the worst, but on the not so good side when it comes to execution, plus the haircut of 30%. And I mean, this bar must be an account you've scaled up also already quite a while, no? If it's a high stakes account.
Yeah, yes, I did that, and I also have like LJ a lot of accounts. I think now also 7 and more than $500,000 of funding. So that really helps with variation. So some accounts I start later, some accounts I trade other strategies. So then it's the best to have every month or every few months some trading money where you doing everything in one account and it blows, then you're done. So I think it's
Plus
really good.
Please go on.
Yeah. And if you only have one account, just keep one account. But if you're going well as a trader, I think it's very good to have multiple accounts and just a bit of a spread with everything.
You also have a portfolio effect then, no? It's like sometimes you have one strategy that might be underperforming, maybe because it performs better in a trending regime, and right now we are in a sideways, in a ranging regime. Then might be something like the other strategies on a ranging regime, smart regime, you can find the balance, which overall might make less money, like on average, more stable income. I hear a little bit of comments that our audio is not so good. Let us check on that, guys.
Yeah, is this from everyone or just one of us?
I assume from everyone because the stream is struggling right now, as it seems.
Yes, I'm just sharing my screen. So let's see.
Yeah. So it seems in our streaming software there might be a little bit of a wobble right now. Let's hope it goes back to normal. I see LJ probably also got dropped out right now due to internet connectivity problems. So let's see. I'll get back. We will just continue, guys. It will eventually, from experience, go back to normal. If not, we might want to restart the stream, but let us give it a little bit of time first. Yeah, might be in the background, so don't scared if I to go right now, guys. Okay. Just saying it's the whole channel right now in the background. We need to restart, or shall we just?
Can you load the studio and rejoin? Yeah, can you load the studio and rejoin? Yeah, they're coming back.
That's okay.
But let's maybe just exit and then join back again. So
Yeah,
that will.
I'm going to do that.
noise or making me sound like Mickey Mouse?
No, it's
Still.
no, we're still robotic.
Well, I could finally fulfill my childhood dream and play Mickey Mouse here. So, but I don't think anybody wants to see that.
I'm trying to figure out whether or not this is a problem with the stream or if this is a.
Okay, everybody. Yeah, we are not aliens, by the way, although you think that sometimes, maybe. We're trying to figure out in the background if this is maybe a general YouTube problem at the moment with live streams, or if it is specific with the software we are using in the background to stream here and to do everything. Stay with us for my voice is like Mickey Mouse, you to stay calm.
Yeah, that's funny. I hope it will get better in a few minutes. So I'm excited to go further, but
Yeah, likewise,
better to
likewise.
wait.
Okay, now people cannot hear anything anymore, it seems. Let me also switch to YouTube quickly to see. It's same for me.
Yeah, I think it's the software.
Yeah, it's definitely for. I am just watching YouTube as well, breaking up for all three of us.
Yeah, the YouTube. Yeah, sorry guys.
Yeah.
Give us a moment so we can figure
Now
it out.
would be the time, to get our instruments and fulfill our dream of the 5ers band.
Yeah. Only for us though. On the YouTube, I think it's still.
Yeah.
Wait, is it working now?
Yeah, the YouTube is a
Oh,
lot
it
better
is.
now, guys. Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah?
it's
it's a lot
better
better.
now. It's stabilizing.
It's only Bart that is frozen.
Oh.
Bart, how dare you?
Okay.
I don't
And
know.
we can bring our screens back also.
All right, let's try this again.
Am I not frozen anymore? Can you see me again?
Better. Yeah, good.
Wait, let's see. Not quite. We can't see Bart on YouTube, and we can't see this. Okay, we can see the screen now.
Yeah.
So we are back to full power. Except poor Bart.
All right, give us a second, guys. We'll see if we can. We're not quite sure what's going on, so see if we can figure it out. Yeah, it's good on YouTube now, I think.
Okay.
Let's see
Maybe
if this,
we just continue then, and
we'll just continue. Yeah.
we'll hope that Bart can be back with us in a minute as well. Where were we actually? Yeah, I think you were talking about that trade, no? That is going
Yeah,
into
where were we?
against you
Yeah.
right now.
It is. So the other portion that I was considering was selling NASDAQ.
I did.
But I didn't
That
like
is my
selling
trade
NASDAQ.
from
Yeah,
my
I
system
thought
this
it might be.
partner.
And I was going to ask Rich, because I was looking at shorting up here. But I didn't like it after I was breaking these highs, and then obviously I was long FX pairs, right? So
Yeah.
very counter. So I went, I think I like the long FX a bit better. I'm not so sure on NASDAQ right now. Not during late Asia London. I thought it might be more deeper into London. Now it has come earlier, so
Sorry,
it definitely
LJ, just quickly, Bart, are you on loudspeakers?
Yes.
Because I can hear LJ like 2 or 3 times right now because of that.
yeah, the feedback. Yeah.
And I will take for my ears.
Yeah, maybe put that.
Yeah, so it's need to be good now.
Test, test, test. Yeah, that's much better.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Perfect.
Nice. All good. All right, I think we're good.
Finally.
Guys, all
Finally,
right,
we can
hopefully
talk about
this,
trading.
Hope this holds. Yeah, no, so I didn't, because the other thing, dude. Okay, so how have you, sidebar first, and then we'll get to your NASDAQ trade. And then whilst we're talking about this, guys, anything you guys want us to look at today, you've got the 3 of us, smash it into the chat and we'll cover all this stuff. Obviously, Monday today, starting the new week, the new month. We did have end of month last week. We're going to have non-farm payroll, that kind of stuff this week. And we did also have the potential resolution to the Strait of Hormuz situation, which kind of got wound back a little bit, but it still seems in play. It's in limbo, right? It's happening, but we're not quite there yet. So we did see some of these gaps lower on certain FX pairs, but as you can see, the market has definitely corrected and just gone back the other way, in particular with things like the NASDAQ, S&P and that kind of stuff. So it very much does seem still in play. But yeah, hammer out whatever you guys are looking at for this week. Any questions you have going into any of the data, that kind of stuff this week. And we'll have a general chat whilst we're getting sort of back into it. And yeah. Now, with that said, Dirk, so yeah, NASDAQ. So you shorted NASDAQ. I also am wondering, have you been trading the futures account as well, the 5ers futures account?
I wanted it
still
to,
trying to
but
figure it out.
no, it's very straightforward when it comes to. It's also nothing like that different to what I used
It's more
for
institutional, isn't it?
institutional. Exactly.
Yeah,
I like the
yeah,
fact
yeah.
that there are things like
Yeah.
OCO orders and so on and so forth. Really, I haven't traded it mainly due to the fact that for automated stuff, as I would miss a lot of signals, for short-term trading strategy, because obviously I'm not sitting in front of my charts here all day and have other stuff to do for other projects as well, plus some coding every day. And the thing is, I need to have a work, either there needs to be an API for me specifically. It doesn't mean there needs one to be one for you guys out there. Or I need to do like a solution where I have, so to say, a click bot, that does the clicking for me. But that's something, if by accident a window moves a little bit, you're going to end up doing stuff on there that you don't want. So for now, I have it running on the NASDAQ on the 5ers account, although there are, of course, I'm a bit restricted when it comes to leverage there, which is okay for me because I don't use a lot of leverage as well. So if it's like 1 to 3 or 1 to 10, I think it's 1 to 3 or something there, or 1 to 10. I'm not so sure right now. Don't nail me down on it on the high stakes account when it comes to indices, but still okay. It's tuned towards that anyway. I would love to use that one, but yeah, I'm not so much a manual trader anymore.
Yeah, I was going to say, because, would you manual trade at all? Because that's what I basically went into doing last week. And I was curious hearing what you thought. Like, we've all got them. Like, everyone's trying to figure it out. And I was like, oh, this is much more institutional. I was like, okay, yeah. And so there's a couple of bits and pieces you have to figure out just per the individual platform and, like, how it works, that kind of stuff. But, yeah, have smashed that through. I ended up passing in like 2 days or whatever. So I'm just waiting for this now.
You have passed it already, what, the evaluation?
Yeah. On 50K one.
Pulling
Yeah,
an LJ already again.
Yeah,
That's
so
fast.
I was wondering where you were. Yeah. Because when I first got into it, I was like, because some of the I think there's some like translation things with certain headers, and I was trying to make sure it's like, am I clicking the right thing here? You know,
Yeah.
like that's
Because the original
yeah.
is in Portuguese or Spanish, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure that's what that should be.
Yeah.
But obviously, when you're doing this, and hence it's like a trailing drawdown, that kind of stuff, I'm trying not to mess it up at the same time. So I was tentative and careful, and then basically what I did is I also picked up a 50K, and then the 25 that we had, used that to test, and then the 50K, once I figured stuff out, I'd run on there.
Yeah.
And so past the 50 there. And yeah, so I was wondering, I was just wondering where you might be, because specifically because it is more institutional, I was wondering if you might have like gone like, oh, this is cool, and
I would love to use it, but
yeah,
I need the API because I mean, my setup is not that different from you and Bart's one. You know, when I heard you have like 8 or 10 accounts, I have that also. 8 accounts are personal, and I have a couple of play around evaluation account plus 2 new one now on, and it all combines like on a central dashboard for me, where I can also take manual actions, by the way, because some of the strategies obviously are not executable in a way that it's automated by a bot. There are some where like alarm rings, you know, when I click on something, when a chart opens, mostly on trading view, when I decide from there where to go. The problem is, however, I can tell basically from that central point, like, yes, take the trade or don't take the trade for those that I do manually. If I need to log into 8 different platforms, then it's a bit overboard. Not overboard, it's like going overboard. Is that the right term?
yeah, overbearing.
Yeah, overbearing, you know.
Yeah,
Because it also adds, if you use like 10 different platforms, it adds a lot of points of potential mistakes for if you do manual things then. Because obviously you need to react sometimes fast as well, you know, if you want to jump onto something. So I don't know, I would love to use that, because for me, as somebody with an institutional background, this type of platform is exactly what I'm looking for. Makes me feel home, although I still need some training and, you know, for it, like, because every platform has its own things, how they like to do that. But in order to really utilize, I need 2 things. I would need the API, plus I would need to be able to download data from there, because I want to backtest and walk forward on the exact data on the instrument that I'm trading. I've been through that very often. You know, there are great open source APIs out there, like for Dukascopy or Binance or something, where you can access a Python library, download data. But if you, and it's a great data source, if you download Dukascopy tick data, or not tick 1 minute data, they have, for example, Able, it still doesn't translate necessarily to the 5ers, or, for example, also to Black Arrow, because there are slight nuances. And with the way I work, using a lot of machine learning, even a slight offset in data can have, it's like a butterfly effect. It can destroy
in aggregation.
In the aggregation, it can destroy your whole strategy. And I've been through that numerous times. You guys that have been longer with us already remember how enthusiastic I was in the beginning of the year about my Max Payne strategy, where I thought I found this, which also ultimately could not be translated to real-life market data on the 5ers and on other platforms, by the way, as well. So this is not the 5ers' fault or something. And I'm not, and that of course doesn't mean, you know, that I think that, oh, Black Arrow or something is a bad platform, you know, you shouldn't use that. On the contrary, you know, if you are like LJ, for example, your best example, as usual, again here, you execute a lot of things manual. Please, you know, go ahead and knock yourself out with that. And I'll eventually find my way also how to utilize this. I want to use that, you know, because it's great, you know, it's another prop trading platform where I know the company in the background is reliable. I'm going to get my payouts. They are not going to scam me. So of course I'm very eager to utilize that as well. And
the thing, I would love to automate some of what I do. I haven't found a way to get it right. Do you know what I mean? In that same manner, where it's close, but then some of the trades it pulls up, I'm just like, no, like I just would not have, so there's some kind of variable element that I haven't figured out how to contextualize perfectly and translate that into a decision
Yeah.
matrix per se. So that's definitely my current point. So hence I end up going back to manual trading. I've also had various problems at certain points with copy trading suppliers or stuff breaking down or internet or power and that kind of stuff. And even if I run it local or VPN, like I've just so I've just gone to go back to the bare bones, just do manual for now, whilst I work on trying to figure out the proper way to do this and have it, structured. I even considered getting like an office in the city and run this off a local server there, which has like backup generators, all that kind of stuff that should just be
That's
running.
what I'm doing. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So rather than
Plus,
like
I also have backups. If these servers go down, they go on backup energy, and automatically there is in other IP. I'm not going to tell you now which countries because I need to be a little bit protective, obviously, as well. That automatically switch on and take over until the other grid is stable again.
I mean, this is something I considered with like a generator that has like a. Obviously, it's hard when you're in an apartment. Like if you're living in a house, you can connect it to your box, and if the box cuts, the generator kicks in, therefore starts up, and then have something like Starlink.
You still need like a battery, that goes in, but you don't have it cut off, until the generator comes on.
Yeah. So hence you'd have like a segmented portion with that battery, which should be then being charged by the main power supply. So hence it'll be charged up until it cuts off, but it will then kick on the generator. You put like a Raspberry Pi or something in the middle that actually kicks it off, and then have like Starlink or something. So even if like the main net router goes down, like that should still. Like I've been trying to think about all these things and like how I could do it here, but obviously it's a bit hard in the apartment. Like you can't connect to the main, Yeah.
So, and you'll get a heating problem eventually as well if you run like 10 servers from your apartment. At one point it's hard to disperse of the energy. I can do that here obviously in Berlin, in Germany, because most of the time of the year is pretty cold, but we're now heading for summer. We're going to get plus 30 degrees as well, and some mornings when I come in my office I'm like, okay. Outside it's already 25. I think inside it's 35 as well.
Hence I also looked through like getting like a bar fridge that runs off this stuff. Like I literally and I was like, also then the cost to run that, even just as a backup, is very expensive, just in case, right? Because you want to have it sort of perpetual. It's tough anyway. But I've So hence I end up going back to just manual for now.
Yeah. But it shows, there's like it's not the thing, getting to the funded stage eventually. I think almost everybody eventually with that asserts a certain amount of risk discipline, that is, of course, can get there. But from there, you also have like other things you need to take care of. Okay, how do I, scale this up in a sense that I maybe run different prop trading accounts on a copy trader? How do I make sure if a copy trader fails, what are, so to say, my safeguards out there, and so on and so forth. And from there, how do I scale up, like, to really serious money? Let me put it like this. This is, it's difficult. And at one point, I wanted to run everything on Amazon Web Services, for example, but the bill is insane. I ended up for a single server at like $700 per month with everything. So I eventually said, well, for that kind of money, I can rent in other parts of the world, Iceland, for example, a dedicated server already. That's just mine, and pay like half the price for that.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, within that said, I'm curious to hear what Bart has to say. Also, in terms of your current accounts, your prop stuff, and then how you're rolling that into personals and the whole scaling manner. Because obviously, you're very young, and so what's your kind of thinking or forward process, or have you thought about that, or how much or not how you might tackle some of that? I'm curious.
Yeah. First about the VPS or the automated. I also use that, and I pay like 14 euros a month. So that's, I don't know how much you guys pay, Dirk, but I
But
think
that's because you're running off expert advisors within MetaTrader, right?
no, I have a server what is on for 24 hours a day.
Oh,
So
okay.
that they're
Virtual private.
always on. Yeah,
Okay.
because if my screen is always on, it's got a lot of heat, electricity, and now I can tell what I use. I don't know if it's also in other countries, but I use Strato, and it's a company from Germany. So the server is in Germany, and with the 5ers you can have an VPS in Germany. So that is good. So I can just log in with my PC, and I have an Apple, and then I go into a Windows screen, and then I have just another laptop, another screen from for just 14 euros a month, and I think you can run up to like 10 to 20 accounts with it. So that's enough for me. So that's really nice. Because Dirk, what did you say? If you got a VPS or you do it at home or?
Yeah, I have servers at home plus a couple of ones spread throughout the world. But my problem is, or not my problem, like how my work usually is I don't run EAs in MetaTrader 5 because I have a very complex execution, not execution like signal logic, that I cannot translate into MQL5 code. I've tried it and it fails basically every time because I'm very limited there. So you have to imagine like I have a server running, there's like 2 to 3 instances of Python scripts that are processing data. And once they agree, that fires a signal, which over a bridge, which I also designed myself and coded myself, goes into the MetaTrader. So I cannot just, right click on the MetaTrader or do something like, I want to rent a VPS where I run different instances of a MetaTrader. So for one of these instances, I need a separate server. I also cannot run them all on one server because eventually there's a high likelihood that the bridge will mix up different MetaTrader instances with different accounts and different strategies. So for one strategy, one dedicated server. And you have to imagine like this. And I mean, if I run them in the office, I have like 4 servers standing around here, plus my main PC, which I'm streaming at the moment from. It's not so much of a problem. But since I'm doing this for 20 different things, I cannot all run them from the office. So I rented cloud computing or dedicated computing power from everywhere in the world. Plus, then I have emergency setups, because who says that like the power, the internet line and everything in my office could fail anytime, and then I'm stuck in positions. These positions are not monitored anymore right now. So if that happens, there's a rollover to other parts of the world that then take over. And these are tripled. So I hope at least this makes sure that this never happens. Like in the rare case that at 2 places in the world the power or internet would fail, then there's a third one. If that one fails, well, of course, then I'm in trouble. But at a certain point, of course, you have to also think about what is reasonable. If I would run like a $10 billion operation here, of course, I would add to the security measures. But at my scale, it still matters if I pay like 3,000 euro for something or 30,000 euro per month.
Yeah,
that is.
I also had that problem with MetaTrader. You can't do everything in EA, so it needs to be simple, and that's really annoying. But sometimes there are really good strategies, but you need to take a lot of steps and not always go in a trade. And I also try it. So in TradingView, the bot, so like the EA is good, but if I want to take it into the EA on MT5, then it's just not working, and that's annoying. So I also try it, but it's still not working.
Very often due to the fact that MT5, the backtester there, if you backtest an NA, it uses tick data. Or you should use tick data because it's the most precise one. But on MT5, you usually don't have, on TradingView, you usually don't have tick data. You are working with something like minute candles or 5 minute, 50 minutes, hourly candles or something like this. And then if you try to translate that, you don't know what happened first. Was your stop loss first or your take profit first executed, for example? And MetaTrader will tell you exactly what happens. That's why I made the same experience as well. Trading strategies that I kind of developed on Python or especially in PineScript on TradingView. The final test is always, does that translate also into an EA, for example, on MetaTrader? And 95% of the time it doesn't. And it's frustrating. It's super frustrating, because at that point you spend like a lot of time already, but it's good that you do that because it always shows you the underlying data stream is as important as the strategy.
Yeah.
Okay, guys,
Yeah,
we have a
really
lot
annoying.
of questions about gold. I don't want to go also into too much details, of what pains you when you've already live off trading, basically. Let's go into the gold market. I'm very noisy. What do you guys have to say to the moment? Because it looks a little bleak, no?
Agree. I think it does.
Let's go
Go
over.
on.
No, you start first, please.
No. You go. Like I mapped out some stuff. I'll reiterate off the back of what you said. 'Cause I was
All right.
stuff.
I see. Good.
I'll let
I'll
you
go
go.
back
I'll
to
let
my
you go.
screen maybe then first.
I'm just trying to save this extra dollar chart as well. How do I save a new chart again? I forget. I do this every time, dude.
If you
As
want
much
to
as
save,
I've
you
gotten
can
used
go up
to-
there and then you click on create a new layout here.
No, I just want to add it to watch list. I've like gotten used to TradingView now, but sometimes there's like random stuff that I just plus through here. No, that's compare.
That's how you add pairs.
This is so
Anyway,
someone chat.
while you figure that out,
I'll
I'm
figure it
going
out.
to
I'll
talk-
figure it out in like 2 seconds. Be like, oh yeah, obviously it was that. What am I
talk
doing?
about it. But welcome to my world. It's like the boomer
Yeah.
trying to figure out how to do new stuff. Well, I'm not really boomer, but almost. And yeah, I mean, for me, it's basically the same picture we've had for weeks now. We have this
I got
kind
it.
of what gold likes to do. It likes to compress over time. Said that multiple times here. You don't see it so much when I zoom out here, but every couple of months, you get these kind of, I want to call them triangles. Sometimes they resolve quite quickly. Sometimes it takes some while for them to resolve. And it's basically compression, a compression regime where the market doesn't know right now. What is that? V.
This is our energy drink of the day. I'm like, what is today's energy drink? Normally it's Monster.
Okay, yeah.
Today
It's a
we got
very...
V. Don't worry, keep talking. It's just the thing I've started doing. Like, here's what we're drinking today, guys. This is the
V.
flavor for today. I like this one.
Here's
So,
what I'm drinking today.
you go.
Coffee. Black
yeah, it's my
coffee.
energy drink
Black as my
flavor
soul.
review each day.
All right.
There you go.
Anyway, so what we see at the moment is not so uncommon. We had like in from May until September 2025 also this kind of same compression range in gold. And I honestly speaking, I don't really want to do anything until we either see that gold finally breaks out to the upside again or it breaks out to the downside. What is a little bit telling, like from a macro perspective at the moment, or risk on, risk off perspective, in my opinion, is that normally not normally, like lately in the past 2 to 3 years, when the stock markets were booming, we saw gold also going up with this. So there might be on a fundamental level something that is shifting right now. I cannot quite grasp it. Maybe you guys know more than me, like on a fundamental level, what might be going on. But for a swing trade in gold, I really don't want to act on this right now. It's different. Maybe if you're scalping the markets, if you're looking for short swings, then I also would be a little bit careful at the moment because this kind of compressed volatility it's probably something most of you are not used to. If you've been like entering the markets for the past few years, you are used to extreme wicks sometimes in gold, especially of course things going to the upside a lot. So I'm really kind of nosy if we are going to see like another breakout to the north, which has been the case in the past years. You know, if I go back here, you find all these compression zones also. Every now and then it just looks manicular, of course, because back then we were trading at $2,000. You know, now we are at $4,500 or $4,600. So the scale, of course, has changed a little bit. But yeah, that's my view. I have gold in my new currency portfolio. I'm going to trade this there as well. But that one is automatically vol adjusted when it comes to position size also. So it would be more on the conservative size until we see a real momentum move that kind of goes outside of my crude drawn boundaries here. What is nice is that gold seems to respect, for example, the 200 days moving average. I'm on the daily chart here, obviously. Like we saw on Thursday, we went down, touched the 200 days moving average. After this, we immediately went up again. So in this range of compression, in my opinion, it seems to be a little bit of a technical market, which is typical for something, for an asset, you know, waiting for news to finally make a move again. Yeah, that's my view.
I think it's exactly that. I think it's had its time in the sun. I was waiting sort of through this period, especially that even now we're slightly largely kind of outside the whole Middle East situation, that there would be some kind of further exuberance around gold. We haven't seen that. I've seen that institutions, that kind of stuff, they don't really care. Like they're focused elsewhere. So I think it's that typical same thing we saw, you know, after the GFC, we have that massive run, then it comes off and everyone's talking about like, yeah, we're going to come up and then just comes off. We had the same deal during like COVID, that kind of thing as well, where we had the run high. We basically just matched the GFC high and then a bit above, like $100 above, and then it was just off. And people are like, oh, it's going to run to the moon because COVID, you know, the whole world is shut down, that kind of thing. I think in this position as well, similar deal with Trump being back in, we had the whole tariff thing. Everyone was having a total spaz attack that tariffs are going to destroy everything. The world's going to crash. Inflation is going to go to 1 million. And just like we were here, Dirk, and I was like, I can't see any reason that inflation is actually going to run. And everyone is talking about this non-stop. And then the same that markets are going to tank. Like there's no actual, like if you take out that Trump effect and, you know, just go down to raw data and like it's not happening. It's not happening. And then the same thing with stocks. And that's also how I came to that conclusion of coming into this year, exactly where we are now, saying that we'd see peak markets through here. We'd got all that liquidity coming through, everything else. That is what's that showing. You do have to take in that consensus sort of social element, like the kind of vibe of the market. Like that's definitely a big driver, as we always talk about as well. I often pander about, but you also have to take in when it's wrong. And the core underlying, especially in these kind of economies, ignore Japan, we'll just leave that one out. They do tend to gravitate back to what's actually going on, right? And we've seen that play out. So I think it's the same deal here. I think it will hold up nicely. I wouldn't be surprised if we wander back down to 3,800, 3,700, 3,600, something like that.
I hope we do. It would be very healthy for the market, really.
Yeah, the only way I can see that we potentially kick on, which would first of all be followed by another drop down, would be if this entire NASDAQ, S&P stock market kind of rally comes to an end. Trump does something else weird. I can't really see that much that Trump, how many more birds' nests can he prod? Like, I think we've kind of gotten through, right? Unless one of the AI companies like it implodes, or like there's some. I think it literally is a black swan event now. I think all the gray swans have kind of been diluted and come back to clear. So unless there's something very insidious, and even with the private equity stuff, that seems to have calmed down. Everyone's been so aware of it, so on top of it. Just like when we had, what was it, Credit Suisse fail, like the banking thing. I, back in the day when I used to write pieces, I had like a blog thing on the internet, whatever. I write financial pieces, and I wrote back about that back in 2018, 2019, just before COVID, that would be potentially would lead to the next banking crisis. And it came way later because everything got saved by COVID and there was a huge amount of money pumped in, but it did eventually fail. So just as a personal thing, that was kind of cool to see that was, on track. This is when I used to do that just as like a flexing the muscle, because I used to just sit here by myself trying to do that. So I think it's very much of that same caliber, where it'll be something completely that no one is looking at right now. And I also can't really measure or even hypothetically throw some real threads to some kind of black swan thing. I think we might actually be in a bit of a Goldilocks period for some while now.
The black swan event, the next one is going to be aliens. I've told you for 2 years now.
Aliens or AI transforms and goes, way ahead that no one's seen, and then Terminator is on our door.
But the point, the situation actually.
Where's John Connor?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why Claude always asks me that, where John Connor is. but going back to be a little bit serious here, this whole inflation discussion right now reminds me a lot of what we had in 2024, September. 2022, I think it was, where we had this high inflation of 9% in the USA, 9.1%, I think was the highest. And people went bonkers, saying that, everything is going to ruin, everything is going to crash right now. And I kind of see the same sentiment right now, especially when I'm on social media. Everybody's sharing charts like, look at this. This looks exactly like the .com bubble back when, if I lay over the chart, it's like, you don't understand how markets work, actually. The thing is, markets are always trading, what's ahead, like 6 to 12 months in the moment, and nobody seems to care about inflation. That being said, of course, it always can be, especially in the NASDAQ, when I look at this, that we see something like going down by 10 or 20%, maybe even. But these chances, which could come every day right now. I'm not saying, they will come, but they could, because of course we are overheated. We're close in a geopolitical situation like this at record highs on a Friday. So eventually, there will be the same like we had on gold here. Like it's going to consolidate eventually. And it's just healthy. It's just natural for a market. But what people won't understand then, once again, that these are extremely good chances to rebuy into the markets. And I can promise you again, when the crash profits out there are going to have high season again, especially the people like Harry Dent, for example, who every 2 years tells us the S&P 500 is going to crash by 96% because everything is horrible. But of course, it makes very clickable headlines, especially in a sentiment where things are a little bit bleak maybe already, because, mainstream media is not going to tell you if you would have invested 10 years ago $10,000 in Nvidia or Apple or something, this would be the richest, the insane amount of money you're sitting on right now. They are going to have headlines like, yesterday the market destroyed $2.0 trillion of value. And then you'll have a picture of a stockbroker somewhere doing because this is what sells, but this is not the reality of things, because in reality we have growth, and even if the Strait of Hormuz stays shut for the next year, that is going to make expansion a little bit more expensive, but it's not going to stop growth, because eventually there are other pockets of energy reserves, energy production that will naturally be dug into. I just read this morning, for example, that Spain right now is able to produce 100% of its energy consumption in the summer from renewable energies. So technology,
Spain and France
efficiency,
are
yeah,
definitely the
has
two
a
in
way
Europe.
to catch up. I mean, France has a lot of nuclear energy. They're facing the opposite problem right now because it's so hot
Yeah.
there. They have like cooling problems for their nuclear power plants. But markets, economy finds a way to become efficient. So if you don't think that the world is ending, you know, I cannot do anything for you then, of course, and give you any recommendation. But other than that, whenever I see like severely red markets that at a baseline are growing, and AI is definitely doing that, I always think like, well, you know, this healthy stock or whatever, you know, gold or whatever has gone down by 10 or 20%, it's high time to buy them. It feels very scary if you do that, because you always have a feeling
Yeah.
you're trying to catch the knife. And you know, if you trade like penny stocks or companies, you know, that run off a promise still, that might be the case, of course. But for established companies, I mean, if that goes wrong, you know, we are talking about other problems in the world.
Yeah, then you
Going back to
just
the stone.
scrap the whole thing. Like, yeah, because there's so much else. I've got a couple things. I do want to hear what Bart thinks
Yeah, for sure.
as well, because
We've been monologuing Bart to death
obviously,
again.
yeah. Sorry, man. And also, you coming into markets like a bit earlier, whereas like Dirk was before I was, and then I came into that kind of middle portion just after GFC, that kind of thing. And then so we've got these different segments, like of tiers. But I will say, just as final comments, that so I think gold and that kind of thing might go into a bit more of a consolidatory period per se. Especially after the kind of Middle East stuff, we got the Ukraine thing. It seems as though there's this idea to lessen the whole sanctions on people, try and get the world a bit more involved, even with China, even after we've had the Trump tariffs, that kind of stuff. And if you just work on that, you tend to have this push and pull. Like you go to the extremes, get out of here, we're gonna attack you, and then you go back to being friends, and it goes back and forth. That's kind of how the world works in a very basic sense. It seems to be kind of what we're moving towards. And same thing with gold. The hard question is the recent lows that we've had. If we hold them, we crack through that. If we crack through that, we're in that lower consolidation band. Or if we manage to hold them, I think we're just in this kind of mid kind of triangle that we have right now, consolidation band for some time. Beyond that, as well, with the economy and inflation things, I think inflation metrics need to change a bit. Like they're still calculating like a huge amount of what's come through, say, for instance, US inflation has just been from like commission fees from portfolio managers and from portfolio management fees, right? Which is why are we measuring this in the inflation, right? This is not really real inflation to like the core economy. Like we need maybe like a split measure of, right? Because especially when we're dealing with this K-shaped economy type thing, and that's currently the problem. So hence that top end of town are spending massively, and they spend their discretionary capital on very different things. Obviously, it's a lot more things like stocks, bonds, investment type entities, and the other half, sort of doesn't, because they don't have that expansion. So trying to measure that into inflation and then saying we need to have rates higher to curb that stuff, but then you're hurting that lower end of town. There needs to be like a renewed way of looking at this. I think this is the next Nobel Prize type thing of reforming into like a split 3 or 4 tier thing rather than this kind of 1/1.5, almost 2 tier way of looking at inflation and interest rates and employment. So I think when you're looking on that metric, no surprise that stocks have gone to the moon, whilst other things are definitely struggling. I think gold though, hence we've had that. I think gold will start to chill. And if I can make one final call, and then I'll stop talking because I know you need to go sometime soon. But I think silver from here ends the year somewhere in the 50s. So I'll just say that.
I definitely agree with that one. Yeah, absolutely.
So what are we
Yeah,
at? Like
it's
75-ish now? I think we end in the 50s. Then it's just depending on what happens exactly in between. I wouldn't even be surprised if we get into the 40s for silver at all. So potential, but I'll call it the 50s right for now, and maybe we can update in 2 months on the kind of narrowed the band, just like we did last year with gold at various points, and we got the 5,500, 5,600 band pretty good. So we'll try and do that again. But yeah, go on, Bart.
Yeah, it's funny to see because we all trade different, but we think the same about the markets. So also for me, if I look to gold and to silver, I think it's cooling down. Especially for silver, if you look the past years, it was like spiking high and just slowly going down. And every time it did the same. So I think also for now, even if we make flags or triangles, I think it's still going down eventually. So it was funny because when silver was like really high, they said like this time is different and this time we go up and up. But every time, it's still going down. So I think also for gold, we can go more sideways, maybe a little bit more up, but I don't know what the market's gonna do, but I think eventually we're also going down because like the strong movement, it's just gone now. First it was like a few days sideways and we go up and then again and again and again. And now for the first time it's been a few months and we didn't break the last high. So I think, also with the war and with America, I think it's not gonna happen to make a lot of new highs. So, and also about economics, I think it's not going well, especially America. They're doing bad stuff with wars, but also with the economic. And I live in Europe, in Netherlands, and if something goes wrong with America, we are also gonna feel that. There was also, I think, like 50 years ago or 60, America had like a crash, and we also in Europe got a crash because we're dependent from America, and everything goes up also with the bonds, and they're still getting higher and higher, and they're loaning more. So I don't know what the point is when eventually it will start going down, but I think from now on to the last 10 years, I think America is going down with also the dollar. And I'm also reading a lot of from Ray Dalio. It's like someone from the US, and he says also, I think he's really good at it, and he made I think 2 books or something about the past, why the Dutch was the great leader of the world, and the US, and you see all the signs that it's going down with the US, and I think it's not possible now to correct it. So I think it's not possible if you go in a downtrend to go up again something in the middle. So I think America needs to go down and lose the dominance of the world before they can go up again. So I think we just need to write this. Yeah, I see it, and I think you also know Ray Dalio, the writer and the economic special.
Yeah,
How
I mean
countries
he
go
was.
broke, big debt cycle, and then he's also written, was it Principles, which is how he ran Bridgewater. Those are kind of like the big major 3 books that he's recently done, since he's like, I don't know, trying to pass on everything that he has. But I like that you've read them as well,
But be
good.
careful. He's been talking about this actually for like 10 or 15 years now.
It's a similar. It's the same thing as Warren Buffett, where Warren Buffett missed out completely on tech, and other people missed out on certain things. Like you got to take them with a grain of salt and recognize how they might be a bit fixed in their lane, which is good. Like, you want to stay in your lane, but sometimes they get too fixed, and obviously they've already got the mass wall of capital behind them. That's hard to
That's the thing, exactly that.
disjoint, right?
It's easy to argue like this if you're sitting on $1 billion already. It's like
Yeah.
you're like, oh, the world is going to shit. I don't care. I have my bunker on Hawaii, which I built for me, where I can survive the next 100 years. And it's different for the average person. And I think, Bart, what you're saying holds a lot of truth. But only for the people that are already lagging behind in the USA and most other Western countries as well. Like it doesn't affect like the 1% or 2% that hold like most of the wealth. It affects like the normal working family. And this is exactly the trend. Like when people come to me and say like, hey, Dick, how can it be, back then my dad was working somewhere at GM at a factory belt, like putting in screws into cars, like in I don't know, 1960 or 1970s, and he was able to feed a family of 4 people. They were able to go on vacation 2 times a day. They were able to afford a car. They were able to afford a house. And nowadays, that is simply not possible anymore. That's exactly what especially Gen Z is struggling with at the moment, and Gen Y. And so I think the transformation we are seeing is more affecting everybody who is doing worse already again. This is why I always am a bit like, the rich guy is telling me what is going to happen. And he's doing that from his ivory tower, because it's not going to affect. Why don't, if you know what is going to happen, or if your competence level is allowing you to make a good assumption of what is going to happen. Nobody's perfect, doesn't need to be true that it's happened. Why don't you also suggest what I, as somebody from the middle class, should do then? Is one
I agree with what you're saying. I think so like you're saying, Bart, like his books and his knowledge and stuff, Ray Dalio, brilliant.
Absolutely.
The question is, how relevant is it now, or is it more of almost like a historical book, right? He's written it as like it's relevant now, but I think it might be, and see if you agree with me on this, Dirk, 10, 15, maybe even 20 years late, right?
Yeah.
If he wrote that in 2000, bang on, right?
Yeah.
Now, I think things have changed a bit, and so that's the piece to take away, that you take that in, that knowledge of understanding the past and where we came from and how that has extrapolated to now. But that's the point. You got to do the work of extrapolating that to now. I think it's just like things like the yield curve inversion and that kind of stuff, and how we understand the bond markets and how that works. That seems to have gone completely out of sync, right? Just like with COVID, yes, we did have a bunch of government stimulus and that kind of thing. But even recently, we've had yield curves going all over, and it sounds the alarms, but we've not seen anything happen. And that's because we do have that new financial engineering, different tax policy, different breakup of demographics, different dominant industries of, whether you want to just directly look at stocks or just employer-based, that kind of thing. And things like you said, like younger people with like home ownership, how they build equity, how they build wealth, their sentiment around. I think it's completely shifted now. We've got this new forming system. So it's relevant to understand those things, because that's how you have to extrapolate that into where that's skewed from now, because it's not quite transformed into its next portion, but it's in that like coagulation form, and then you're trying to figure out how, once it's like cured, how will it look on the back end, right? I guess if that's a way of thinking about it.
In case of Ray Dalio, which I'm just going to use as an example now, I might be right, I might be totally wrong on this. Always feels for me also like people like him. It's like, I leave the industry. I'm not in charge of Bridgewater investments in this case anymore. And now I'm finally free to tell you the truth of how I really see things, He
Is
would
that
have
good?
never said something like this, when he was still running Bridgewater.
Yeah. So does that make you believe it more or less so?
Less.
And also, obviously, has massive roots to China and things as well.
Well,
It's
it
very
makes it. And I'm not. I mean, he's more knowledgeable. He's more credible than I ever will be in my life. Let's face it. But it's like you said. The information comes too late, and it's easy to spread the information if you already made your bank. Especially if you're not saying like, what should you do as a white collar worker right now to ensure that your family 10 years 20 years down the road has not only just food on the table but that you accumulated a little bit of wealth as well.
I've got the straight answer for you, Dirk. Honestly, I think this is probably the easiest answer ever. One, white collar will do very well. Sorry, flip to blue collar is what I was trying to say. So like trades and stuff, and then just become an electrician.
Yeah, that's right. Become a plumber, electrician, a dry wall builder, or whatever. Do like some
guaranteed number
handiwork.
one.
I wish I could do that. I'll be honest with you. I have two left hands. Sadly, I installed a automatic water system in my garden because we plant a lot of veggies, fruits, and so on in the summer, and we also give them to the neighborhood, because we cannot consume them all, obviously. But the one thing that always bugged me is like when we're away on holiday, we need somebody to water the plants. So I figured like I need to install an automatic water, what is it called, integration system, which I ordered. I installed it this weekend, and it took me like 10 hours to install what was supposed to be very easy because I have two left hands. And I thought again, my God, how much money could you make of something simple like this if you would be something like a gardener or something running your company? It's insane. Instead, I'm here, staring at charts 24 hours a day.
But final thing, you probably have to go. If you have to go, just let us know.
Yeah.
Right. The fourth turning is something also interesting to read. Look into that. Have a read of that. Again, it's one of those things. Obviously, you don't take everything for gospel. You take it with a grain of salt. But it is quite interesting. This is more of just it goes back to general sociology, like each I don't know, what do you call it? Each generation sort of goes back and forth between the prior generation. They kind of slightly rebel to their parents and that kind of stuff. So it does create this kind of repetitive cycle. But it's quite interesting as a read in conjunction with things like stuff from Ray Dalio and all the rest. So anyway, that was just a recommendation.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe you've read it.
No, I did not. I will look it up, and I think I will get it then. But I don't read that much the last time because I'm a bit busy. I also have like the Bitcoin Standard. I did buy it, and I never read it. But I know it's a good book. I know, but I need to read a little bit more just to have the right knowledge, and it's also fun sometimes just to read. I think
it expands your ideas. Like, do you read audio books ever? Do you mind them or?
No, I do not do audio.
Because I hate reading actual books often because normally, like I'm doing so many things. But if I have an audio book, I can be doing that whilst it's in my ears, and still digest it, right? If you read a book, unless I'm like trying to take a full break on holiday or something, and that's nice, but it isolates you to just the pages, right? So you can't multitask. Anyway, that was just an idea. So
that book, The Fourth Wave, is it? I remember. I think did Jonathan recommend this?
Yeah, the fourth turning. So I recommended it to Jonathan, and then Jonathan started talking about it. He was like, "Damn, yeah, this is pretty fair." I forget their names. It's two economist guys, and they basically did like a economic sociology past history thing going way back like a century of how each generation goes between each other, combining the kind of economic and political sphere and how that tends to change. And then they wrote the book in 1990 something, which was projecting into 2000, 2010, 2020 of how things should lay up. And it's come back in vogue because, especially going into 2020 and Trump and stuff, basically what they lined out has stacked up pretty much perfectly, right? And then one of them died. One of them passed away, unfortunately, one of the authors. And then the other guy has written a follow-up, which is then going into the forward sector and the technological age and AI and that kind of stuff as well. Anyway, it's just an interesting thought sphere.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Okay, so I think for now I'm good. I see a lot of text from my colleagues, so just the work
That's
for
right,
the
yeah,
5ers
sorry.
I need to do.
Yeah.
No, I can leave when I want, but I think it's good for now, also for lunch. I'm a bit hungry. And I have a question for Dirk. I don't know if you're gonna be there, but in the Netherlands you have like the Dutch blockchain week. I don't know if you know it, but I thought in your name is Bitcoin, so maybe you are also there, or you just stay in your own country.
No, I'm definitely not staying in my own country. And, I tend to not attend all these blockchain and cryptocurrency conferences because from my experience, I've been to a number of them. I also had booths for like contractors that I worked with. It's not about trading, especially professional trading. It's all about this hype, hyping coins, hyping, what DeFi, whatever, hyping exchanges. And I don't want to do that, honestly speaking, anymore.
It's more of a marketing event.
Yeah, it's a
rather than
marketing event.
Practitioner event.
Yeah, I proposed to one venue, for example, that approached me if I want to be a speaker there. I said, yeah, for sure, why not? If you pay my hotel, you pay my flight, and give me a little bit of, of bill there, and yeah, sure, I'm going to come there. And I said I want to talk about this, and the topic I wanted to talk about is like why usually crypto exchanges don't want you to win money, to earn money, because they take the opposite.
Dirk,
And
Dirk.
after that, it was like dead silence. They didn't want
Dude,
me
what did you do?
Yeah, I
You
know.
lost your bag.
I know, but I don't really. It's like I'm sick of this game. It's not that I didn't play that in the past as well. Let's be upfront and honest here. But I don't want to do that anymore. I don't need to do that, honestly speaking. So why should I opt into that? I've crypto exchanges. Like 10 times a week writing me, especially since my YouTube channel is doing pretty well at the moment. And they are all like, oh, come to us. And I say, like, no, I don't want to. I want my audience to decide for themselves what is the best exchange for them. I don't need you for that, and yeah, like it or not, but
Yeah.
you're not
I
going
think
to
that's
see
good. I
me
think
probably at a blockchain or crypto conference.
Yeah, no, it's respectable. Like it's the same deal with myself. Like obviously, since doing this, I get a bunch of DMs all the time to promote whatever and this and that. And you guys can see my thing right here. Like I've not done anything with it, and I'm still getting this stuff to whatever. And so that's also the same thing as you, Dirk. Like why I've not engaged in it, because I just see it as like.
But you'll get that as well, especially with a
Not really.
phone today. I can guarantee you'll get messages like this. Be very careful with this.
Coming
like-
across something good, fair enough.
Of course,
but a lot of it is not so much. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I will look into it. For now, I've not been to so much events, so I think for now it's okay. And I can go there free. So that's for me now okay. Because sometimes that events are like a few $100. That's, I think, a lot of money for just promoting or something.
You get something like a behind the scenes, networking ticket that costs you like 2,000 or 3,000 rand, and with a access to networking area. That being said, of course, like especially being the age you are, when you're a little bit younger, it's definitely worth going to something like this to build up
Definitely.
network. You can still filter out, what is bullshit. Sorry for my English here, and what is worthwhile.
That's
I've
fine.
met also a handful of people that I still am in contact for this day just for the network because they think like me, they are interested in gaining new perspectives to what they are doing. And me also, and they are not like thinking in a way like, oh, how can we do business? They're thinking of business when it's usually how can I siphon off you money as much as possible for me, with you leaving you in the dust. That's extreme in the cryptosphere.
Yeah, so definitely go, enjoy it, encapsulate all of it, take it in. It's new, it's exciting, that kind of stuff. Definitely do it. Basically, what we're saying, just don't get jaded or roped into something that sounds really good, and then you regret it later because you want to expand something else, and then there was someone else that was dodgy, and it wasn't to do with you, but it puts like a marker on yourself, like that kind of stuff. So just be aware. I'm sure you will, like smart
Of
guys.
course,
Right?
you're very smart, obviously. Take your track record with you. You're going to be invited to a lot of dinners and drinks then for free.
Yeah.
For free dinners, I'm also already.
Exactly.
It's okay. I want to go. It's okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Why not? But yeah, I think it's like 24 of June. So if I had that, I can say how it was to you guys if I speak again on the Monday.
Yeah, well, and any of you guys in chat, if you happen to go there, you might see Bart around. You can say hi. So there you go.
Yeah,
there we are.
That's right.
Wonderful.
Okay, I will leave for now, and I will see you next Monday. And good luck with the stream then.
Awesome.
Take care, my man. Pleasure to have seen you again today. Bye.
See you, mate. Thank you, Bart, first and foremost. Sorry, Dirk, if you'll give me a minute, I do need to jump up. I've been waiting for the right time for the past couple minutes. I've just got a delivery that's coming, which is
once you're back, I need to jump out as well for.
Yeah, okay. So just give me a second.
It's okay, take your time. All right, so we can see a little bit, a couple of questions here. I see here at Ahat Reaper 1 asking, hey, help me out. I was buying a 5K high stakes 2-step account and I paid through crypto TRX, but my payment is not getting confirmed and I pay the fees and everything, but it's still stuck on the invoice. Please reach out to our support desk here at The5ers. So if you're on the homepage of The5ers, you can go to the top bottom right corner. There's a chatbot, which usually is an AI, but if it cannot help you, it'll connect you to a real person as well. Share that, share the invoice number, share the transaction ID as well for TRX, and then see if they can help you. Sounds to me a little bit like an issue that there is a mix up of maybe crypto chains there. But yeah, of course, we cannot help you with this on stream. So please do this that way. Be a little bit patient. Sometimes it can take a little while until you get an answer. It always depends, of course, on how busy the support team is at the moment. So let me see. I'm scrolling through here what else you guys said. I want to, when LJ comes back, we need to discuss obviously about dollar yen. That is, of course, because we are somewhere in the range, where I took my last 2 shorts, which worked out obviously quite well. Almost came to my limit price there. So I have a limit price right now at 159.75 to take another short position there. But of course, I would like to hear your thoughts and LJ thoughts on this. 47 degrees in Pakistan, my God, and I'm already starting to complain if it's 25 here in Berlin. Crazy. Kawasa thinking gold will move up now. Contrary to this, Alvin Juniachman is thinking gold is starting to get bearish. Yeah, I'm more on the bearish side at the moment as well, honestly speaking, but that's just based on the feeling. Yeah, okay. Let us know if support could resolve that, please, as well. And by the way, I had this with TRX, especially also in the past. Good. What else are you guys trading at the moment? Let me know. We've been talking a lot about fundamentals. We haven't looked that much at charts at the moment. I want to Bitcoin, yeah. Dollar cat noted. And quick note on Bitcoin. I'm a little bit torn there right at the moment. So my harmonic indicator actually detected something that's called a deep crab. But it looks like it was a little bit of a fake out. What I find interesting is sadly a trade I didn't take because it was so early this morning. At 1:15 my time already, it indicated like from my open interest rate indicator. So this shows you like when liquidation events in either on long trades or short trades. So whenever you see this yellow things here that indicates there are liquidation on short trades right now, price moves higher, then people are forced out of short trades eventually. Then after this, the market usually tends to flip into the opposite direction. This is the reason why sometimes, not only when trading crypto, but especially when trading in trading Bitcoin, for example, or actually anything, is that sometimes you get the feeling like, oh, I'm stopped out of my position, I'm forced to liquidate, and then after this, the market tends to go into my direction, my original direction again, which is actually true. And this morning, there was quite a nice signal firing to short Bitcoin at around 73,840. So that would have been a nice trade, already banking over $1,000 per Bitcoin. But yeah, it was a little bit too early to trade it. So I'm a little bit on the sidelines there. I think eventually we'll see something like a long liquidation coming again. So that is the purple area you see, for example, here. And if it holds on long enough, if after it ends, we see a bullish breakout, then I'll get a long signal on this trade. It has been treating me quite well. You can see here in the past that it usually points to a good direction, with, of course, some exceptions, as any trading system is, right? This long signal here was at the worst time possible. But that's what we have stop losses for, right? So that's what I'm looking at right now for. Other than that, yeah, dollar yen is of the most interest for me as well. At the moment, I'm still looking at Aussie dollar, which has been treating me very well, but it looks like it's stalling a little bit as well. So I'm not really that keen of getting into the trade at the moment. Euro dollar, also like in the middle of nowhere. And it almost looks like a bit what we see on gold right now. It's also the shape of, what really a compression zone looks like. Arguably, this one is probably going to resolve sooner than gold, but yeah, also here, let's like, what would you, if I show you a daily chart like this, what would you trade off this? I think you probably would agree with me that this is a chart, at least from a swing trading perspective, to stay neutral at the moment, because it basically we are clustering around where all the moving averages are, at least the ones that I have on my chart. So yeah, there's going to be an event like this or this. I do not know like what side it's going to be, obviously, but it's the same for me as gold at the moment. So if I switch back to gold, right now, it kind of looks the same, guys. So something is going to happen. Maybe the trigger is going to be one of the news events this week. So it could be today, ISM manufacturing. Tomorrow we have the Jaws shop openings with ISM services on Wednesday, all high impact news. And then, of course, we have a non-farm payroll since we are in the beginning of June right now on Friday again. So quite high impact news this week. Be sure to not trade around those if you are using 5ers accounts that prohibit you to open new positions 2 minutes prior or 2 minutes after these high news impact events. That's what I wanted to say. So yeah, so I'm a little bit lost, honestly speaking. We have one person here saying I'm short in Bitcoin, 64K. That's of course a swing trade. Yeah, not the worst, you know. I think Bitcoin still has some way down until we are going to bottom out, which I expect somewhere in October, November this year. What do you mean? What about risk 2% in my funded account? Thank you. I think if you're risking 2% per trade, you are risking too much, honestly speaking. Except if you have a win rate that is like very high. If you go into a drawdown of maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 trades in a row that do not work out like you want, then there's a high possibility that you're going to bust your account, especially since the tension kind of, goes higher. You want to revenge trade maybe if you're in drawdown. So for me, as somebody who has been doing this long already, my risk is somewhere around 0.25% per trade, because that allows me to survive also extended ranges of drawdown, which will come. I can guarantee you this. Even if you are sitting on a system, that is like 75% of the time right, you'll have those 5, 6, 7, 8 trades eventually in a row that you'll lose money on. Welcome back, LJ.
Hello.
And then he's gone again. I was just about to say I'm going to take off 5 right now, but let's wait until LJ has fixed his internet connection. Market Insights Pro 1 saying, after TP1 gets hit, I'll move my stop loss to break even and let the position run. Yeah, there are, of course, arguments for this and arguments against this. First and foremost, it depends on how many take profits you are using. But I tend to do that as well, depending on where the take profit sits. So if it's, let's go maybe back to dollar yen here. So this is my trading idea on dollar yen right now. And if I would have something like this, maybe I have a welcome back. Take profit 1, 2, 3 here. 2 here, 3 there. Then, and if this one is already something like 1.5 to 2 ATR, then yes, I tend to move my stop loss also to break even, because I don't want to lose anymore on a trade that's already sitting on nice winnings. But, if you're using something like very tight, or if TP1, well, it doesn't, of course, your message already says that you have more than 1 take profit. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to move your stop loss. But the best is actually to backtest a little bit, what makes sense. How often, what happens to my expected payoff per trade if I do something like this. And if it's beneficial for you or it stays the same even, then for sure go for it, because it puts more ease on your mind, because you end up with more trades, having a little bit of profit, then, going almost to your take profit and then reversing all the way to your stop loss. But it's, by the end of the day, it's a discussion about philosophy a little bit. And within our community here, within the traders who are doing the streaming here, there are a lot of different philosophies, and sometimes they change also over time because they adapt to market reality. That being said, let me quickly go also somewhere, and I'll be back in.
Yeah, no worry. Come back, Dirk. That's fine. All right, guys. How are we doing? So, first of all, we can jump to my chart. I'll show you the current trade I'm still in, which is for now just the Aussie dollar trade. It's not quite lining up there on TradingView. There we go. So this is the trade I'm still in. The other one's hit TP, so I'm just waiting to see if we do get the pickup for the Aussie dollar. So we had that trade on the euro earlier. If we go down to a 5-minute, we can see that a bit better. That was in on this guy here. Jumped out through there right at the top on the euro. The pound, I was just a bit under the wicks there. This was on that guy here. Obviously, when you go high time frame, it skews it a little bit. I can't remove Dirk from the thing. Sorry, guys. But so yeah, current trade still in is this Aussie dollar trade. We're going to see if this picks up. Obviously, it's been getting hit a little bit more. We had New Zealand dollar come off or yen come off a little bit. It was a bit odd because it was only after the NASDAQ came lower, not in sympathy. So it was prior to. Normally they follow. So anything you guys have, throw it into chat for me to have a look at. We'll cover the Dixie and that kind of stuff in a second, and just give a general market scan. Let me just catch up on chat with anything I missed. Sam, I think this was off the back of what Dirk was talking about before. I had 5K funded live in the 5ers and scaling to 7,500, and I lost. What's happened to me? Thank you. Well, if you said thank you, I assume Dirk answered your question, perhaps. I guess you were talking about 2% risk in a funded. 2% risk would probably only be if you're like swing trading, probably. Like 2% for active trading is going to be a bit too much, right? Because you can hit that streak of like negative trades, right? Which will be an aberration. It won't be your average, but you might hit like a string of them, right? It's very common. So just the same way that when people talk about like the S&P 500 or something that has like a 10%-ish, 8 to 10% a year average return, it rarely ever actually hits 10% return each year. It's normally like plus 20 or plus 15 or plus 25, and then it's like minus 8, minus 4, or just 1% or minus 3%. Right, so it averages out to 10%. So, yeah, 2% per trade if you're active trading is probably a little bit too much. Euro yen, we can definitely have a look at euro yen. No problemo. Welcome back, Dirk. Sorry it took a minute. I've been
thank you. Much more
picking
relief.
up some stuff off Facebook Marketplace.
No, don't worry.
My new office. And they meant to come 2 hours ago, but they didn't. Yeah, it's Facebook Marketplace.
We still need to check dollar yen, by the way, as well. I've been postponing this because I wanted you to come back first. I have a
okay. Okay, so I guess first of all, euro yen. Now, I would, in general, on that same vein, I would say everything except dollar yen, I would have a slightly more favorable upside bias. Now, when I say upside, this doesn't mean actually we're ripping to the upside. It just means we have less downside pressure, rather, because it's going to be encapsulated amongst the downside pressure that we're likely to see for the dollar yen. Particularly in the face of right now, we still have this chatter of the Bank of England and the ECB potentially raising rates. I don't know if they'll actually get there. I really can't see it right now.
I hope not.
Nor with the US. Like, I just can't see it. So that's the only thing where that might have to be rewound, right? And that's the risk portion of this in particular, because if that's the current expectation, that gets reversed into no, they're not raising rates, they're going to stay hold, right? That slight hawkish tilt goes back to neutral. So it's neutral hawkish back to neutral, right? And then if we do have things like the dollar yen coming off, and hence that yen strengthening. So we've got confirmed from last Friday's data, they've deployed $73.9 billion in intervention. That's it. So it was skeptical whether they were deploying more because we had a number of these further spikes through, but they haven't, right? So the risk with something like Euro Yen is that, yes, going forward, we do have that general downside pressure. And I would also say, given the current, if we just even looking at this 5 minute, we've kind of hit these new highs. And you can see here, we haven't quite broken the previous, I'm going to say all-time high, but local high, right? In this recent bout. So, and that has been a sustained push down. So that's on the 5 minute. If we go back out to the daily, and we're looking at this local structure, we're now starting to roll off. This is very similar to the dollar yen. So we had this massive push lower, we've had the general pick up, and we've basically come to the underside of the prior top range, high range trading cluster, and between this kind of wick-ish lows, right? And I would say your preferred direction overall is going to be selling some of these tops down to this bottom area. I question going long on something like any of the yen pairs. I think the cross pairs will hold up better outside of dollar yen. Dollar yen will definitely have the deepest retracement. But yeah, I'd prefer to sell tops. So if that's what you're looking for, sell tops. That's your general answer. We've definitely got a local top right now. So yeah.
Just give me one. Wow, it's drilling here in the neighbor office. Just a sec.
That's right. So from where we've been talking about, like, I would have preferred to get in on a sell. Say we're on the lower time frames, something like this, through here. I would have, if I jumped in on there, we see these wicks not quite forming, we're not quite pushing. I would say TP1 would have been down through here. So you've still got that higher low, and there's a potential that we create another high low, have a bounce, and then come back down. So this would be TP1. Then through here, you'd have the midpoint of this cluster, which is not too much further lower, and that coincides with that 200. That would be TP2. You'd have 3 then through the base of there, and TP4 pretty much down here. So it'd be 4, 3. And then potentially, if you scoot in on that, that lines up with the S1 for the pivot points as well, somewhere in there. You can hold that out, depending how you position and what your trading time frame is. But yeah, I less like Euro Yen. I would just say in general, as far as any of the yen pairs, especially right now, I think there's far more upside potential for Euro dollar at the same time as strength for the yen. So hence you've got them both pulling in the same way. Normally you want them to be opposite. You want Euro going down and yen going down at the same time to really get a clean picture. If not, then you're better off finding a different cross asset that has that aligning picture together. So, yeah. But yeah, I don't know what your further comments are, Dirk.
Well,
But yeah, this would be not my preferred go-to.
I have a short order for dollar yen in the market for a couple of days now already. I put
Dollar
this
yen,
in
yeah.
last week. And, just as like it worked 2 times, third time is a charm, and like at 159.75. But this order didn't quite get triggered. We were very close last week, Tuesday, hence on Thursday, and didn't happen. I'm tempted to take this trade, but there's still this primal fear in me that, the bond markets are going to rip me apart on this trade. I mean, I have a stop loss, obviously, in this. But it looks so tempting, but it's one of those pairs, again, like all over last year, where I tend to make mistakes in my trading decisions. So I'm a little bit like, it worked 2 times now, but I don't overstretch it. Or is this going to be a great trade again? Because the zone obviously is quite, I don't know if you can hear the drilling in the background.
It's all right. It's not too bad.
It has been going on for weeks. Sorry, guys.
Good.
And
that's fine. I
don't know what that person is doing in the office there. Maybe they are gold plating all of the walls or whatever. And
if someone always banging stuff, I'm like,
it
happens every couple weeks or months. I'm like,
yeah, it's like not consistent, like every day. It's like,
are you renovating? You finish and then you just stop for like 3 months and then you start again, and it goes every single week for 4 weeks. Like, what are you?
Maybe somebody likes to change the flooring or tiles, every 4 weeks.
It must it's literally above, so anyway.
Yeah, so this is like the trade I'm looking at right now, potentially. And
so Dirk, what time frame and what account and what kind of style are you looking to play it through? Are you looking to play it through an options trade, or
no. That is options trade in euro and dollar yen tend to be a little bit too expensive at the moment because nobody dares to forecast the implied volatility on a realistic level at the moment. So that would be a classic, swing trade.
I can't hear Dirk.
You can't hear me? Guys, can you hear me?
On the stream or in general?
No, like in Eevee.
Okay.
He's muted.
No, I'm not muted. Wait.
No, he's not muted. I can hear Dirk.
Can you hear me now?
It's
now I can
stream.
hear you.
Okay, I just muted and unmuted myself again. So.
I think it's the platform has been playing up all day. It kicked me out before again. And
it's acting up a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, we did have a DDoS attack this morning. So I think that may have had an impact on us as well.
Yeah, but like I said, that was just because you turned on all your trading servers at the same time again. So you caused a worldwide outage.
That is Tim Payne's fault. That's Tim Payne's fault.
What is that, by the way, Tim Payne?
Right, guys.
I only know Max Payne.
Tim Payne is it's a soccer thing. So for the World Cup, you know how we're doing the World Cup Championship?
Are you participating in the World Cup Championship?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, for the for the 5ers World Cup.
Oh,
World Cup Championship.
World Cup.
But hence, obviously, it's the World Cup aligned with the actual soccer. Everyone can bet on their favorite teams, that kind of stuff. Yeah. There's been this meme that has happened on social media where someone picks someone to make like the face of the World Cup, and this guy Tim Payne, he's a soccer player from New Zealand. And he had like 4,000 followers on Instagram or whatever. And then in 48 hours went to 4 million. Because some guy from like South America decided to put him as the poster. It blew up this massive meme. Nice, and everyone's saying he's better than Ronaldo and Messi now. So
that went totally by me, sorry. But
yeah. So it's become this big meme. And so I was just playing into, the whole World Cup
meme
thing.
Untypical for the average German viewer, probably. I'm somehow not that hyped about the World Cup this time, the Soccer World Cup. A little bit like, for me, the highlight was 2014. And then it's like, since then, my interest in it has waned I'm more into the Bundesliga now.
Fair.
That makes a little bit more sense.
Do you follow soccer though in general?
Of course I do.
At all?
I'm German.
yeah.
I cannot not follow soccer.
I know. I was just making sure. Because I will say you're probably the most soccer one out of myself, Rich, and
Maybe.
Will overall.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
because
dude,
you're
I'm
Australian and South African, I
We
cannot
all
take you serious, of
we all
course.
play rugby, right? We all played rugby and follow rugby. So
Generally more so.
Yeah.
If I had to choose an in real life sport to focus on, it would probably be of the two, it would be rugby. However, I do like the World Cup.
Yeah, same. I do, and same
I'm going
deal.
to watch it as well, obviously. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm just
I
not
just-
that excited. I used to be like, oh, I want to watch every single match, But now it's like, it's like some of the matches really, I think like, why do I need to watch this? Really, I don't need to watch, I don't know, and no offense towards the countries, obviously, like South Korea versus Ecuador at 1 a.m. at night or something.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, people watch their own teams.
yeah,
often.
like everybody's entitled to enjoy their own things. So,
yeah,
like our country, South Africa, and the same as Australia, cricket and rugby, and for us more so, I would think than Australia is like soccer or football.
we're
Whereas
not so
I
good
think no, but it's not the not so good at. It's the focal point. Like for us, those are the three big sports in our country. I don't generally watch cricket either. I'm not a very big cricket fan. I'm
I
way
cannot even
more.
tell you the rules of cricket. It looks so complicated.
Oh no, it's not. It's not really that. But the point
so
being, like, you'll meet a bunch of people that are like, "Oh, dude, I only like this one sport," and it's just like, well, enjoy your one sport. If you're very, very, enthused about it, and it like gives you the joy, and you can follow what's happening there, by all means. I mean, I really like American football, so I could care less for baseball.
Oh, baseball is so boring, no? I mean, really, it's like you can sit there for 3 hours and nothing is happening, really.
I mean, I could care less for it. I enjoy a sport where you have an oval ball. So Aussie rules rugby, I would enjoy. I like sevens rugby. I like regular union and like non-union rugby, and then I enjoy American football. Like I like a sport with an oval ball. But then again, I also like tennis. I think tennis is great. I'll watch tennis.
Tennis is good, yeah.
Squash. I used to play squash. I enjoy squash as well. So some sports, yes. Some sports, whatever. But if you like it, you go and support it.
True.
I liked soccer. Like I was saying, like I played, soccer for rep, and then further on playing futsal, which is indoor soccer. I played pretty much everything, but yeah, some reason like following certain sports, I prefer things like rugby or whatever else. Same deal with cricket. Like I played cricket at rep level, but watching cricket, like I don't mind it, but it's just not that.
If I had
engaging.
to choose to do something or watch cricket, I'll probably do something.
No, well, the thing is, like, I
Instead of
live
watching
next to
cricket.
the Gabba. The thing is, I will go do something. I'll be at the cricket, but I'll probably just be drinking beers the whole time. Right? That's what a lot of people when they
Yeah.
go to.
Oh,
the
I like
cricket,
darts,
Everyone's just
Yeah.
Because it
Oh,
doesn't
dude,
matter
no.
how bad you are, it's about drinking the
Darts?
beer.
Yes.
That is one thing, though. Actually, darts. Watching that on the World Championships of darts, I love that. For some reason, it's always on in the pub or something.
Yeah, I know. It's like
And we've learned like all the people just from actually going out. Like I don't follow it outside of that, but we know all they got. Like everyone's got like crazy like mohawks and all this like weird like hair and stuff as well. We picked up on everyone. We're like, oh, dude, this guy's good.
95% of the guys weigh like 100 plus kilograms. Yeah.
Yeah.
So talking about athletes.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
yeah, I think Musiri is right. Can we talk about the markets? We can obviously, although the markets are moving a little bit slow today, thus we tend to be a little bit distracted. So bear with
Monday.
us, a bit. It's not like we don't want to tell you what to tell, what our opinion is about certain markets. Sometimes there is no opinion, sadly.
And also, if we do that for every minute of every hour, the entire time, we're gonna lose our minds at the same time. So
Yeah.
I've lost
You know.
mine already, so
yes. So better yet, can we talk about the markets? Tell us what you want to hear
Yeah,
from the
please.
markets. What do you want to see? What are you asking for? What questions do you have? Something like that. That helps because often we will have ran around the entire market in general prior, and then hence we're also trying to accommodate everyone else that has been watching for a while. We don't want to just rehash the same things over and over and over again, because then that's not, people get bored of that, not
As
engaging, that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's not helpful. It's not informative. So if there's something specific you would like, then tell us. And ideally, even if you label an asset, tell us what you want to hear about the asset, not just gold, not just euro dollar, not just pound. Like, what is your thoughts? What is your position? And then we can give the pros, cons, the plus minus of that position. And then hence that helps us to label out both sides of what kind of style of trading you're looking for. Because otherwise we could be talking about something with a scalp trade, intraday swing, multi-day swing, multi-week swing. Like there's heaps of different facets. So if you guys can help us label some of that, you'll get more for your buck as well.
Bang for your buck.
Bang for your buck. Yeah.
Before we move on, I'm biased to asking what is soccer, and then saying, LJ, just imagine Americans say cricket as baseball. Well, I mean, cricket, baseball, two distinctly different sports. Soccer and football, exactly the same. It's just, it depends on where you are. If you are in South Africa, you will refer to it as soccer. If you
I thought you
speak, if you're in Europe, it's known as football. So it's just where you live is just going to determine.
For a moment, I almost had a heart attack because I thought you were referring to American football as, like soccer.
No. Referring to regular football.
Don't worry, we understand the
Same.
definition of football here, right? We call everything football, but you know which football is which football.
Is which
Yeah,
football.
same here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, American football was
Pretty much-
derived from
pretty much-
Aussie rules rugby. They're actually very, very similar in terms of how they were conceived. So I can understand why it's
Except not. It's like they've done
it's
that,
like
but then
I understand
gone,
why, but I also don't
all the way apart.
clearly understand why.
Yeah.
See, not only me was scared.
Why were you scared?
Yeah, because it's it's
Oh no!
it's such a blasphemy.
Oh no! I
It's
almost
called
insulted
NFL,
someone.
right?
I almost insulted
That's
someone.
also. I mean, it's
that
also
term
the
doesn't
same reason-
exist in Germany. Either you insult, which is most of the time, or you don't.
Most of
Yeah,
the time.
that's why I
mean,
said I
most of the time.
almost.
Yeah, most of the time because we are so direct, I'm going to
I
tell
didn't
you.
insult you, but I almost could have.
I'm going to tell you if I don't like you, but it's okay. It's not your fault. If you change your ways, I'm going to like you.
That's all the time, Dirk. Right? That's the standard. Just like trying to say, sometime it's all the time.
True.
Top sport in Slovakia is ice hockey.
Oh,
Dude,
I like ice hockey as well.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And it makes sense.
One of those sports where Australia is especially sucking.
Dude, funny thing enough, my partner went to ice hockey thing the other day. Which ice hockey not great, but things like other snow events were actually not bad at. Weirdly enough,
Such as?
so ice hockey, like obviously there's snowboarding we're banger, skiing as well, and especially on half pipe, all that kind of stuff. Ice hockey, there's just not enough people. But did actually go to a thing the other day. I can send you a photo of it, Dirk, from the other day.
Go for it, please.
Because kind of full scrap in the right in front. I didn't go, but my partner went, and she sent me the little video from it. I was like, dude, we should go sometime. And I was like, you know what? I might even jump on the ice. It would be fun.
Not
Right?
bad. Yeah,
Like,
Break the leg.
I'm not even
bad.
concerned about like playing the game. I just want to get in a fight with someone.
Guys, I have to make a move. My lunch is waiting for me. Good to see you
Alright.
again. Next, today's Monday, right? Yeah, next Wednesday.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Dirk. I'll say we'll hit further on dollar yen towards Wednesday. I think we've got time,
Yeah.
given NFP. That kind of
Let's see my
stuff. So
orders
we'll
in anyway.
hash
You
that
know,
out. Yeah,
let's see how it plays out.
we'll hash it out then.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Take care.
All right.
Bye bye,
Thanks,
everybody.
Dirk.
Peace, Dirk.
We don't have Will today. Will is struggling with his internet. I
It's
saw
all
an e-
I'll hang around. Tim
okay.
Payne. Tim Payne will hang around. Yeah, guys.
Tim Payne will show face. Will show
Very
face.
nice.
You wanted to ask earlier about NAS because I hopped out and then I heard on the stream
Yes.
on the YouTube side that you wanted to know about NASDAQ. I'm a bit on the fence at the moment with NASDAQ because
Yeah, so first of all, before you go into Nats, like I've had this Aussie dollar trade, and this is what we had marked up before. I will just let you know, guys, I have actually drawn this down towards today's low.
underneath the open, yeah.
Yeah, so this was a half position because, like I was saying, I had this split between the euro, the pound, a bunch of other stuff. So I do have a good amount of space to actually draw this down, and now I'm considering whether to add to this, and then obviously that goes in amongst the direction for the NASDAQ. And just in general, obviously, yourself, Rich, I'm always curious of your NASDAQ trades and ideas and position because you do very well. So I do want to hear that on top of my own, of course.
Okay.
So it's not just a selfish, do I
It's not
my
just
trade
for
right
me.
now, or do I hold on to it? Do I double down? Help me, Rich. Yeah, let me
NASDAQ
know.
for me is in a
What are you
strange place at the moment. If I bring up my chart, you'll notice that I am no longer on the white chart. I now have a more like, I don't know if this is like a gray blue, but it's to be more in line with the futures chart, which I really like. I really like this
So
color
you're trying to
scheme.
match it up?
Yeah. So
See, I
this is
try to have them different so I know what account I'm on each time.
well, I mean, I do know which account I'm on because they don't look entirely the same here on the side. And I don't have, as you've noticed, I don't have any indicators on here. Okay,
yeah,
right,
of
that
course, but
press control
I
again.
often use like Alt Tab, and I've got
yeah.
all the little micro screens up.
Yeah,
I'm
so for
trying to-
you need to tap between them. So it makes sense. You're the same as my brother, MGN, where he also has different pairs as different colorings as well. So he'll have his bullish and bearish candles on UJ one set and then EU be completely different. Just so that when he's jumping between them, he can be like, okay, this is EU, this is U. But I just like it. I think it's just aesthetically pleasing to my eyes, this color scheme. So, and anyway, I just wanted to say that. So, if we go on to the daily on NAS, we've had quite the run yet again of bullish days. Even though if you go down onto the lower time frames, you will have times where you have these long ass wicks where it does end bullish, but during, let's say, either Tokyo or London session, we have general downward movement or flat sideways movement. So generally, going down to the hourly, and we just look at what we've had since, let's just go here from the 20th. From the 20th, effectively flat during Tokyo. The beginning of London is flat as well, and only once we get to New York do we actually get some semblance of like real movement. We come back into Tokyo the next day, there's some bullish movement, we sweep the high, but London then is slightly bearish, and then New York is again bullish. Again, next day, Tokyo is flat, a little bit of a pullback on London, and then bullish leading into New York as well. Then New York has a bit of a pullback. This was Friday. Come into Monday, bullish, flat the whole day on Monday, but that makes sense because that was a bank holiday. We come into Tuesday. Tuesday, Tokyo session is flat, and then just absolute bullish run. The opening of New York is a little bit slowed, a bit of a pullback, but then a continuation. Tokyo flat again, bullish action, and then a reversal. So, to me, NASDAQ is in a strange place right now. This morning, Tokyo was flat, or at least rollover was sharply bullish, but then it eventually ended in this flattish attempt for the majority of Tokyo. So it's almost as if the Australian session, the Sydney session, was the one that was driving most of the upward movement. Maybe some of the Asian markets. But the whole Tokyo session itself was kind of uninspiring. We are slowly but surely moving up higher, but it's not volumetric. It's not with conviction. It's very, very, very slowed. When we had the open for London, it was a nice bearish attempt. And since then, we have not really proven any which way where we want to go. I am feeling a little bit more bearish on NASDAQ as we're speaking. We did have this low area right now, but we're generally staying lower than this 50 EMA. We are lower than what we were on last week, Friday as well. The highs of Friday, the section here, is effectively where we came back into and is kind of jumping off of it. It's kind of looks like we want to attempt to push lower. Because where's the upside? The upside is so uninspiring. It's so flat. So for me, I'm looking at this as a potential pullback to roughly, let's say, 30 to 75 on CFD, this area. And it kind of like aligns with the highs of Thursday. The Tokyo session and London session overlap on Friday, the section here. And then when we did actually move out of this area on Friday with the New York session, we kind of respected this zone. We came back into it, just wicked below it, tried to push back up again, came back into it, and then only eventually after that did we start seeing a little bit of reaction now this morning. So I feel like this area down here is a potential area for us to come and test, bar we break through this area where we are right now effectively. So this bottom section, which we wicked in the London session, if we can break through this and start pushing lower, that's generally what I would be looking for right now, is something that resembles that. If we continue this downward action that we've had. However, I can see us, when we get closer to the New York session, having absolutely failed to break past this point and just slow down and then maybe pick up. That's one. Or we're just going to absolutely start piling lower. New York opens up and New York tries to go higher, fails, and then we start pushing even lower, coming down to potentially 31.48, maybe even lower to 29,900 on CFDs. Because I don't know, like NASDAQ on a Monday to me is not the most tradable. Mondays tend to be up, down, up, down, up, down. It really struggles to gain some sort of momentum. It's almost as if we're gauging what the week is going to be ahead. Then you start getting real good movements Tuesdays, Wednesdays, maybe Thursdays. Fridays has a bit of a pullback. Then we wait for the end of the weekend. For me, I'm slightly on the lower time frame, more bearish on NASDAQ. Higher time frame, obviously, we're still very bullish. So for now, it's just I'm looking a little bit more at sells. I wanted to be in on a sell. I probably would still be in that sell if I got in when I wanted to, but I missed it. However, we did have this base area that we broke through, retested, and started pushing lower. I would have gotten in here for something like this. I mean, would it have reached TP1? No, it wouldn't have. TP1 would have been the lows of the London session so far. But it does look like right now we are starting to gain a little bit more momentum here. And I mean, it's slightly lower highs though no lower lows as yet. So I do think that there is a potential for us to start looking for a bit more downward price action now. I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to, on my futures account, I'm going to look for a sell right where we are right now.
Can't, dude. I can't. Mine's still not active. It's so annoying. I've seen so many good trades. Like, I'm like,
So I would have preferred if we came back like into this section here and then going lower. However, I think if we're going to break now, it's going to be a little bit stronger because we've been struggling to move past this point.
So since we're already starting to move below this low, I'll just quickly say, yes, I do believe we are actually going lower on the NASDAQ. I think we're a bit, mate, we've been fully priced for some time, right? We've had it dislocate from every other market and we've ran away. And typically we've had that same correlation with FX, gold, with, the S&P, that kind of stuff. They've all been highly correlated. S&P and the NASDAQ, or stocks in general, have definitely broken away. Same with oil, natural gas, all the rest. I think we're now starting to potentially turn down. The other interesting thing is that I was looking at stats from the zero DTE options that I watch all the time. They've become a ridiculous portion. I forget what it was, but it's almost approaching 50% of daily volume just from that.
Yeah.
Right? Or more. I think
you
it
can
was
see
actually
it.
touch above, like 60% now, which is hence why I started looking at them and why I've been talking about. Don't quote me on the number. I got to look up the actual stats again. I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head because otherwise I'll say something. Someone will be like, no, it's this. It's 62, not 58.5.
Actually, LJ, it is... Anyway, yeah.
Yeah. But we've seen the interesting thing is that the market itself has been pulling away from those. So very much more heavily institutional players. There is a very heavy dominant retail portion in that zero DTE section. Now, in things like stocks and stuff, that actually does make up a much larger portion versus things like FX. FX definitely does, but through certain periods of the day, it's more periodic. And it's very jurisdictional. So things like Japan makes up a massive portion in retail trades, that kind of thing, and et cetera, et cetera. Now, since we've had that dislocation, I think this will start to come back in line. And also the fact that hence institutions in general are very much underpositioned for puts. So puts in the options market are basically sells, right?
Put and call.
Yeah, put and call. So if you're wondering what a put is you're putting it on the table to sell. A call, you can imagine, is like you're calling for someone to buy.
The person lifting up their hand at a auction or whatnot, they're calling.
Yeah, so it's kind of inverse. So put has 3 letters, which means sell, which is 4 letters. A call has 4 letters, which is buy, which is 3 letters. So it's the opposite of the letters per se. At least that's how I've always remembered it.
Well, I've viewed
trying
it as
to ingrain
put it up.
So
if you are going to sell something, you put it up.
Put it up for sale, and if you're trying to call it, you're trying to call someone to like, can I buy? Give me the sale. Like you're putting your hand up for auction, like a same deal. But I was just trying to give different ways for some people.
No, like I like yours because it's like it's inverse, but mine is like it's always been that you put it up. I put it up for sale.
And there's like language barriers, that kind of thing. So
little differences here and there and whatnot. But
But anyway, so there's definitely under positioning right now for the downside. Now we're at such peak positioning that naturally comes in even just out of a hedging spectrum, right?
Yeah.
Even if people aren't exactly expecting it, like we're pretty neutral. People go because we're now neutral from like pushing bullish and hard bullish, like full momentum. If momentum starts to drop, people go, okay, there's now an increased chance that we hit the downside. Thus,
Yeah.
people start buying those kind of options, that kind of stuff on the downside. Thus, it actually pulls stuff to the downside because market makers have to shift and adjust for that, and then you get a natural flow lower. So
Yeah.
I would say, yes, we do get that flow to the downside. Now, I think FX could move slightly adjacent to that. I think we'll have that same tilt,
I did
but a little
see
bit off-centered, which
GU.
makes FX to stock comparison very difficult. Same with
Yeah.
gold. We've even seen the gold correlation start to break down with the dollar. So everything is gradually defragmenting, and we're kind of gradually breaking apart into typical market dynamics.
I
If that
had
makes sense.
this.
Away from the war premium.
Yeah. I had this zone marked up on the daily as more of a bearish channel, not taking into account this massive like wick down here, basically, but just a little bit of a downward channel that we've had, and then just looking at the reactionary points where we've closed. And when I went down, I think it was on the hourly, it made a lot more sense. Where we had these, the lowest point down here, and then when price came back up again, it kind of consolidated and then started producing its new upward reaction out of this zone. So just coming back down into this area over here, this reaction that we had here on Thursday last week was probably one of the stronger reactions that we've had out of this area most recently, trying to push up. So in my eyes,
Do you know what else that was?
Was that
200-day moving average.
Okay, daily 200. Oh yeah,
Dead on.
very, 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 very nice reaction. Very nice reaction there.
So again, that perfect bull bear inline market support, absolute support. Yeah.
Yeah, and then so for me, it was we needed to either respect this whole area and potentially start producing a new bullish momentum from this point on the higher time frame, daily, 4 hourly, and whatnot. Or we needed to come back down to test it and see whether or not it's actually an area of interest for gold. If we're going to break through, then there's a base. I said base, but there's an area down here which.
So go on to weekly
just,
now. With that. Do you have the 50 on there?
Yeah, this is the 50 weekly.
That is the 50?
The green one, yeah.
Yeah. So hence, that's where my ultimate drawdown cluster, like true value area is.
Yeah.
And I think we do eventually reach that. So it's between that 50-week moving average, that kind of base that you have off that week, and the 200-day moving average. Like that produces like raw value. Now, obviously, if we trade below that on a consistent basis, like I was talking with Dirk, we potentially go back lower into that high 3000s. So I don't know what you think on that, but
so if we're going to continue this downward trend that we have here, this is much slower than obviously these, like, let's say the initiation of the altercation between Iran and the US, reaching all-time highs in January, like typical sell-off that we have. All of this stuff that's here is like high input, strong movements, and then you have this slowdown. But this, to me, feels to me like this is what the market wants. It wants to continue potentially coming back lower. So I'm not opposed to us coming back down to this area. If anything, I would love for it to come back down to this point. I just don't know when that's going to be, and then how deep of a reaction is it going to be. I do like this area down here on this whole segment here, basically. So previous resistance point became a support point after breaking through and volumetrically reacted. Strong wick. Obviously, we did break through, but when we came back to it now, it seems as though there was a bit of reaction. If you go down to the 5 minute, This area that I had marked up here this morning, I already said that this looked to me like a good breakpoint, as a good area potentially for price to react off of and see what it wants to do. And that was the 44932 to 4484 zone. And the idea was if we were going to break through this area and start pushing lower, then we were going to start looking at potentially 4466 to 4454, and below that we'd get back into that breakpoint, that much lower breakpoint, which is 4440 to 4420 ish. That was what I was looking for. However, if I go back to the daily, if we just look at that channel again that I drew, we reacted so nicely off of that 0.75 percentile portion of this whole channel. And we came back down to the bottom portion, so the 0 point, through the middle, the 50% to the 7.5, and now is reacting again off of it. I want to see if where we are right now, because we're smack bang in the middle of this downward channel. I want to see whether or not we can rebound up to try and test the upper edges here again. Maybe potentially come and test this cluster down here. The 50 in this case would be great. And then from there on, maybe try again to continue lower. And in that way, retest the 200 in this case on the daily. And then see if we want to break through. Because then if we do break through from there, then it's clear. Then it's clear that we don't want to be going bullish.
So that's what Dirk and I were saying. Like we both came to the same conclusion. We were both saying the same thing, that we've moved from a macro-driven type element for gold, which was very heavily dominant. It was central banks, it was governments, it was curbing some potential slowdown or a crash. We had the tariffs, that kind of stuff going on with that spike inflation. Everything falls apart, that kind of thing, right? Plus, there was all the geopolitics with like sanctions, that kind of stuff, energy complex, all the rest. We moved from that to a very technical structure. It's moving right now, gold purely technical. So ignore the fundamentals for now. Just trade technical, right? The only fundamental element that is still holding is that inverse to the Middle East portion. So if dollar goes up, gold goes down. That's the only fundamental part right now that is holding, and that is related to short-term and long-term yields, right? In the yield curve for the bond market, right? So basically, you can pretty much ignore that because you'll see it through the technicals, essentially. If you want to do that extra scope, you can go into that. But just trade it technically. And I would say, yes, we do move lower. This feels very much the same as that post-GFC section, where we hit those highs, traded sideways, kind of like this, and then we hit like the wall with the Mario Draghi thing with the with Europe saying we'll do whatever it takes, and then eventually gold just shelved off, right? And that was where I made the majority of my early profits back in the day. So it's the same repeat thing. And we saw that in COVID as well. Gold goes through these kind of cycles. And if you go through like historic stuff, go back to 2000 dot-com bubble and 1998 with the Russian default, and you go to the 90s, 87, back to 78 to 80, blah, 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 keep going back, you'll see the same repeat thing. So gold comes in and out of favor.
Yeah, it's. I
like
think you've
that.
mentioned it before. It's the ebb and flow of a non-interest bearing asset that people need to, or that people think, oh, it's going to go up indefinitely, until they realize that it becomes more expensive for you to hold this asset.
Yeah.
Then it's just like, well, in that case, you're going to have to get rid of it at some point because it's not interest bearing.
And so there's the same thing. I then after we finished this analysis, I don't know if you're watching, Rich, but I said like, okay, silver end of year, $50 range, right?
I wasn't watching.
So I said 50s easy, and potentially on the worst lower outcome 40s, but we're definitely in the 50s. And Dirk was immediately like, yep. Didn't say anything. He just said yes. So again, quite a lot. And you can see where silver is right now, 75.
Yeah.
I think that
mean-
goes way down to the 50s. So if you're looking for a short,
yeah.
be shorting silver. Gold, I think we've got more downside. Gold has a better standing to hold up overall because it eventually will be bought up at appropriate premium levels, right? Kind of like we saw with
Definitely more liquid, I think.
all the tech players in the recent times. Once they come down low enough, we saw the massive buying, right?
Yeah.
Through the Middle East situation. And just like I highlighted, like they're in the lowest, cheapest bottom third that they've ever been. Natural buying position. Then it will come in. So the thing is with gold, we're not quite there. It's had such a run. Buying here, you're still buying at a premium. So you want to buy as a smart investor a bit lower. So that's what people are looking at, especially when the rest of the market is already running. You're not going to be focusing on gold anymore. It had its time in the sun. Now we're looking at the NASDAQ, looking at other players. So,
I mean, this is silver, and this was that previous, like, let's say, strong range where. Come on, where's that? Okay, so I'm just going to return it back so I can actually adjust it properly. Yeah, let's do this. So this was that previous attempt at, let's call it resistance. This was all the way back in November of 2025. So if we pull this all the way back to the previous time that we were in this area, that 50 makes a lot of sense.
back to the GFC. Yeah.
The
Post
50,
GFC.
50 makes a lot of sense. Now, obviously, I go into, like, when I talk about an area, it's going to be a range. It's going to be a top point and a bottom point. For me, this is like 54 to 45. And then obviously 50 being that midpoint for the two. This makes the most sense for a target point. Was once resistance, became support, yet to test said support. So I think if you come down, your 50 area is bang on, mate. I think it's bang on.
And the other thing you have to recall is back then we didn't have the whole EV situation going on. So back then silver was more of a precious metal. Now it's become even less of a precious metal. It's far more industrial than it used to be, right?
Yeah.
So it went through like a precious metal rally in terms of it having that characteristic. Sorry.
Characteristic. Die.
Having that characteristic. Then we did get further industrialization, having it used in electronics, that kind of stuff. That portion kicked in, but then it kind of leveled out, of course. It came down. It carried more of that precious metal characteristic. Then as we've gone on, that's lowered significantly. And it's definitely more industrial now than precious metal. I would not at all put it in that category. Right? So that will ultimately come down. So yeah, we're basically playing the same game as this time last year, where I was pricing out a year forward.
On
just
gold.
like with with gold, with the S&P, with the NASDAQ, that kind of stuff, and smash them, right? So we'll see how this goes. This time, I think we'll be saying, at least for now, 6 months, right? But at least so far for silver, I think it's in the 50s. And potentially lower 50s. So my majority confidence level is in the lower 50s. So 50 to 55, but at least in the 50s. So it could be 59. Now, that's going to depend on, obviously, other Trump stuff of exactly where we end up. and so hence that lower band could also be into the high 40s. But I definitely think we crash back down there. So
NASDAQ has rejected off of that zone that I marked up earlier. The breakpoint, it's not really breaking through. The hourly so far has swept the previous hourly low. So swept it. We could see a continuation pushing up from here again, maybe to come and test the all-time, or not all-time, well, in this case, all-time highs, yeah. The 4-hourly is the more interesting point to me in the sense that we had the previous 4-hourly candle being quite bearish, and now for the last hour and 40 minutes or so, we've had pretty much only bullish price action so far. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure what we want to do as of right now.
I gotta say neither, to be honest.
Yeah, I took this trade just for the shits and giggles of it, because I probably have no intention of passing this specific account, because I've been playing around with it too much. Yeah, this is the 25. So if I end up losing this account, that is fine. I'm gonna be getting myself a larger account to trade with.
No, dude, you're still positive. Like, you're fine.
Yeah, no, I am. I'm just saying
Where'd
that
you start today?
there's other reasons. There's other reasons as well, which yeah, we can talk about outside of the stream. Sure. So, but you would know. You would know.
I would understand.
You would understand. There we go.
Yeah, okay.
So in this case, not too bothered by this in any way. What it does here. The intention for that was to just get used to the platform. So I've got that one sorted out now. So I understand the platform quite well. I mean, it just took stop loss now, which is fine. Now I'm going to start definitely looking at buys, because it needs to now start showing a higher propensity to pick up rather than dropping off.
All right, I'll say 30,500. That's on CFD, so the same read should be
35.80
points higher.
Should be about 35.80. 35.50. No, wait.
We're just right a touch lower, just to be conservative.
So with
futures,
430 now on CFD, and we're 490. So it's a 40 point difference. No, it's slightly more.
Yeah.
It's 60, 70 point difference between the two. So that would then be 56, 57-ish here.
Yeah, you know what? I'm that convinced I'm going to hedge out my Aussie trades right now across the board.
Yeah. But anyway, this is just the same price action that we were seeing last week, Monday, where Tokyo is showing some propensity of going up, and then we have a bit of a push lower, and then we're just seeing sideways action. So, yeah, I'm going to now wait for a potential rally-based rally. So, established zone down here. Struggling to break through. Start rallying. We need to start breaking previous highs, or in this case, the consolidation itself. Sorry. Start breaking highs. And then from there on, try to come back down again and then start picking up. So you're saying you're hedging Aussie. Oh, so you're selling Oz even more.
Yeah, so I'm hedging it. So I was long. We were starting to pick up before, but now we're pushing those lows.
Yeah, you drew it all the way down here, yeah? Just stop loss.
Yes. So hang on. I can go back to my chart. Right. Let's go to Aussie. Yeah, so I've got them set down here. So I'm looking for a bit of a pike down to here, then potentially some kind of pickup.
I see you're still using the GEX R.
I look at it occasionally just because it seems right.
It makes sense.
Apologies.
Was
We
the
were talking
GEXR
before,
also
like
showing like
I
bullish
picked up
price action?
I picked up the flu from my partner, just by the way, Rich,
Oh,
just so you know. So yeah, my
is that why
throat
you're
and
barking
my
at me every now and
nasal.
then?
Yeah. What was that? Sorry, though. What were you saying?
It is was the GEXR also showing bullish price action on the higher time frames as well?
Yeah, hang on. We'll go up through here. So I mean, it's still bullish, right? But that also comes through with the gap.
Yeah.
So this is the Aussie. So it's still incrementally saying yes, bullish, but it's in contention. So hence you have the red highlighting
Outline.
around the green candles.
Yeah, which means that it's opposite of the trend.
Yeah, it's in contention. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's concern portion. So similar deal with NASDAQ here. We've got some of that coming through right now as well. This is the 1 hour on both. I mean, if you go to the 4 hour, that looks pretty good. Right now, at least. So this would be a 15-minute short, but you'd get out on this bottom wave that comes through here. So let's go to the 5. Let's see what we're printing there. Okay. So as far as the NAS, I think we get this redraw up towards this like bottom section, the like neckline of the higher trading range, and then potentially come off.
What is this? Claire TLV saying, I recently bought the CMBM bot version 1 and it's now trading gold live on YouTube. So far the results look good. What do you think about it? I have never heard of CMBM bot. I don't trade bots at all. So I have zero input on it whatsoever. I have no idea what that is. CMBM.
Is that the same CMB I'm thinking of? Give me a sec.
I have no idea. I have no idea what this is.
Is this the same CMB I'm thinking of?
Well, what I can see here is that it's a
like the
$200.
CMB thing.
It's a $200 indicator, and then a crypto holder is $500, and then the full pack is $900. I have no idea what this is. I don't trade bots, so my opinion on this would not mean anything. I will say this, however. When it comes to bot trading, you're paying for something that generally has a life cycle. So bots in general go through the same cyclical nature as the market, and they're designed to follow a specific strategy at a specific time in the market. And
yeah,
generally speaking, they do fall out of favor and maybe come back into favor at some point. But you need to, if you're going to be trading with bots, you need to be super conscious of your risk management. Because if you're going to allow that bot... Is that me or is that LJ? I think it's LJ. What was I saying? When it comes to trading with bots, generally, just because remember, you're not entirely in control. The bot is deciding when it's going to take a trade and so on. So you need to be very, very, very careful about your risk management. Richard Butler with 2 T's is a manual guy or conservative. When it comes to my risk management, I would say I'm a little bit more risk averse. So I would drop my risk allowance quite a bit if I feel that the market is not really giving me what I want, or is not really in the right phase. Like today, even though I've taken a trade on this one here and taken a loss, I don't really care much about this account, to be dead honest with you. So to me, this doesn't really matter. But I'm not taking any trade on my personal accounts. And if I am going to take a trade now, it's probably going to be 1/4 to 0.5% risk. So in that case, as I'm trading manually, and I can be a little bit more conservative depending on what the market is giving. I'm all about the longevity, being in it for a long time, not a good time. So I would much rather lower my risk and ensure that times like today, as an example, or periods like today, where it's just not really going the way that I generally want it to go, I'll make sure that I don't over-risk. I think that's the simplest. Unbiased trading. Bot trading is not allowed in prop firms due to copy/group trading rules. No? Yes. But it's not just that. It's... Okay, so on the one side, you're correct. Okay? It is about if you have a bot that's trading, there's hundreds of other people that could have bought the exact same bot and utilized it exactly the same way. So it might be seen as copy trading, but the biggest problem comes in, it's not your strategy. And that's the thing. Most prop firms, I know the 5ers for sure, have a rule saying that no EA bot trading unless you own, first and foremost, the script or the bot itself. You created it and you understand it. So if I'm going to go and buy something and I don't quite understand it and I then try and implement it, they're going to be like, well, you don't own this bot, you didn't create it, you don't know its shortfalls, all of that kind of like stuff. You're buying a product from someone else. That's a no-no with the 5ers. So you can trade with bots if it is your bot, not that you bought a copy and you have a license or a key to use it, not that kind of your bot. We're talking about you're the creator. You created the bot. You understand the bot. You know the ins and outs of the code that you're allowed to trade. But yeah, to one degree, to one side, it is the idea of you're not quite allowed to trade because of group and copy trading. But it's more to do with it's not your analysis. It's not your bot. You didn't design it. You didn't create it. You're following what someone else is doing. And I mean, you need to consider that in an evaluation account is literally that you, the trader, are being evaluated. There's an evaluation on you.
Yeah, so the trouble with
we want to make sure you
bots,
know how to trade. Yeah.
Yeah, the trouble with other bots, like they can't quantify it. Like if you don't know what it's doing or how it works, they can't quantify it. So if you have developed it and they have to ask you a question, you can respond, you can tell them, right? And then they'll know how to quantify that on the back end when it goes actually to market, right? If you don't have any idea, they don't know what it's going to do in adverse selection, right? Adverse times when there's like market extremes or market stress, they will have no idea, right? So that's the trouble where it then creates problems when they when you do get funded and they do actually, like, you're a good trader, they're trying to put you onto the back end, put you to market, they won't know how to profile you into what basket they put you in, right? Because then we've got a whole bunch of traders. They do have to profile you into a certain basket and determine how much they put to market, how they hedge that between other people in the basket. Like, if you guys research or learn about any kind of other institution or hedge fund or anything else, you'll have pools of traders. It won't just be one trader that gets capital. You'll have a pool, it might be 5-10 million, made up of a bunch of traders collectively. They'll all be trading their individual assets, but they're pooled together so that it's roughly hedged on certain styles and certain assets that they're trading. So one might be up, one might be down, but then they kind of gradually balance each other out over a single day. But over time, they'll all make money over time. But day to day, week to week, they balance each other out. So if you don't know how the actual bot works, they can't quantify that, and then they can't measure it. And if they can't measure it, they can't place you in some kind of position, right?
Yeah.
So that's why it's not great.
Yeah.
I think EV Mux is playing up. Sorry, Rich.
Yeah, I don't know, mate.
For me, you just dropped out again just then. So I don't know. Apologies if, yeah.
Dude, it's okay. It happens from time to time. Azrael Trades asking, Richard, I have doubt in the weekly competitions. They seem very fishy. Making 100% in one day, some people, how is it even possible? It is very possible in the sense that you full send, meaning you go absolutely full margin on every one of your trades. So consider this, a gambler. He's going to full send something. Let's say hypothetically we're talking about, I don't know, roulette. And they max bet every single hand or every single roll. They believe that they're going to hit that one number that's going to just absolutely run, and then they're going to make 36 or 35 times their initial bet. So they know that they can put in $1,000 for 35 times before they actually, lose, technically, because they just need to hit one of them. It's that same fallacy with this. People, when they come to trading...
Depending on how many zeros.
Yeah, I mean, obviously. People coming to do trading with these competitions, they have nothing on the line. It didn't cost them anything to participate. So there was no barrier for entry. It was literally just, I'm going to join up and I'm going to full send. They are incentivized to get to the top. And by getting to the top, you would be given an account. All right? So what they do is, every single trade that they take, they full send it. They'll put that 100% margin, they'll test that 100% margin to a 0.01 lot size, and they'll just ride it. Now, here's where the kicker comes in, and this is the kicker that a lot of people are so annoyed about. It's that person is going to be right some portion of the time when they take a trade. They're completely gambling. They're not analyzing the market. They're choosing either a buy or a sell, and then they just let it go. So what's going to happen is they're going to do a weekly competition. They're going to put a full margin buy in today. And if the market is going up, congratulations, they're going to make money, and their account is going to show that they've made good profits. Okay? But if that account goes into the negative, they're just going to lose it, and it costs them nothing to do so. So there's no actual downside for them to do this. And that's why people like that, you'll see at the top of the leaderboard 100%, 200%, 300% the account in 1 to 2 days. Now, this is the thing that I need for you to understand. That only works in a competition, and it only works when there's no barrier for entry. It stops losing its edge when you have a barrier for entry. They try and do that exact same thing by buying an account, buying another account, and buying another account. At some point, they're going to be like, this is not worth it. I'm losing hundreds of dollars trying to do this, and it's just not working. And then that's not even to talk about the fact that if you try and do that, the risk management team is going to look at you when you get too funded and be like, this person's gambling. So sorry, we're going to prevent you from participating with us. Not only did you lose money, but you're not going to get a funded account. And even if you did get a funded account, how are you going to manage that? So it's a net negative to trade like this. So here's what I'm going to tell you, Azrael Trades. Don't even bother thinking about the people that are trading like that. There's no upside for them at all. Okay. That's why you'll see with the competition that we're going to have now, that starts next week, Monday, the 8th, you'll notice that there are rules. And those rules are trying to curb people from full sending. You have a maximum single trade size allowed per account and per trade. So let's say it's 1%. You're only allowed to do a 1% trade. You can't full send, even if you wanted to. You can only do 1%. So you're going to have an end of day drawdown as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of people will get knocked out trying to gamble this. Yes, there's going to be a few of them that's going to be on the right side of it that's going to make their way through and stuff like that. But it's going to be a lot less than what you would have in your competitions, like the weekly competitions.
That's actually an interesting idea. So, Rich, just think about this now, because the trouble is, yes, it's the law of large numbers. So just like Rich was saying to you guys, like if we get 1,000 of you guys to play roulette at $100 a hand, and someone just goes 35 every time, at some point there's going to be someone in that distribution of law of large numbers that's going to hit 35, and will make 3.5k on that. And if they lose the rest, they'll end up ahead. But they got this massive 35x return versus everyone getting blown out, right?
Yeah.
I don't like consistency rules in general. It depends how it's distributed. It's very selective. I think, however, for the competitions, that would be something to combat that. That is not currently
putting
implemented.
A consistency rule, yeah.
Yeah, even like and something as low as like 10 or 15%.
I mean,
something like
yes.
that would, above that doesn't
would, yeah.
count. Whatever. Like that would actually give people the shot, and anyone that's trying to punch it, like anything above that, that's nixed. So that would allow people trading normally, and depending on what you flux that. Like if it's a 1 week comp, like that might be a bit higher because it's only 1 week. Of like a 1 month or something, that might be a bit lower, but that would curb some of those massive where you clean up 10-15% on a trade, especially some of the past ones that we've had where people have been riding on the whole Trump situation, and they know that the thing starts here. We've got the weekend, comes in on Tuesday, and I'm going to take the chance on there's a massive gap. If there is that gap, I'm going to close out here. Bang. I haven't really done anything. I'm not trading. I'm just gambling on, did Trump tweet on the weekend or not?
Yeah.
That's not trading, right?
No. That's
not
like
not
said,
for long
running
term.
on the
It is trading. I don't want to say it's not trading, because yes, that is actually you're applying some kind of thought, but it's not. You're gamifying the competition at the same time.
That's what
right?
it's about. It's the gamifying of it.
Yeah, which is not what you're meant to be doing. Okay.
Yeah,
but I think
10% is steep.
strict rule for that. Yeah, 10% is probably too steep.
But
20%,
20 to 30,
25 for a weekly,
Yeah.
35 for like a monthly.
Yeah.
Or even,
And on top of that, you curb
or even just flat
the-
25, 25. 25 for a weekly and 25 for a monthly as well. That's
And
probably
you-
the
you-
happy medium, because you shouldn't have 25 for a monthly either. Like that should be.
Yeah. And then you
Yeah.
have a flat curve for trade entry. So maximal percentage per trade, 1%. You can't full send even if you wanted to. And then on top of that, you also drop the margin as well. Oh, not the margin, the leverage as well. You drop
I
them
think
to a 1 to
2% is
10.
fine because you'll get some people that are swing trading, which you do need that up to 2%, just like the boot
Fair.
camp. I think that's
Yeah.
fair. I think that's still fair. And then you understand that, yes, this is a competition for a certain period. So I think that's reasonable enough.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it makes sense.
So
Makes sense. But
beyond
10%
2%?
is very tight. Whew.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
you have
probably,
to have.
yeah,
Yeah.
I was thinking longer duration, like the more
Yeah.
full month type things. But then again, it also harms people that do swing trade. So
Yeah. The thing is, you're never going to satisfy everyone. But what you're
yeah,
trying to do is
exactly,
you're
guys.
trying
Yeah.
to bring down the room for error. You're just kind of like trying to look. There's going to be people in this area that's going to do the same thing, but you're generally trying to cut out the majority of people that are doing this. There are going to be some that's going to find a way around it. But like I'm saying, like in general, you're trying to bring it down. 10%. You want drugs?
All right. So for unbiased trader, he gets 10%. Everyone else, 25%. There we go.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Thanks, Unbiased, for giving us that one. Yeah, that's good. I wanted to get to this question because there's a lot of people that I feel like don't understand the difference here. Doltier is asking, you guys, can you talk about A book and B book that prop firm use? How it works? People should know about it. I agree with you. I think people should
Definitely,
know.
I agree. People should know. Yeah, definitely.
But I'm going to blow your mind right now, Doltier. And that is, it doesn't stop with A and B book.
Yeah.
You get C book and D book and E book and all the way down to Z book if you so want it. But typically, A book, yeah, typically A and B book refers to the quality of the traders effectively. If you're A booked, then the prop firm, the broker and whatnot would generally have your orders be unedited and moved onto a exchange, like the CME as an example. That's generally how it works, okay? So unedited, meaning that the brokerage itself is not the liquidity provider. The liquidity provider is an outside force. They provide the extra liquidity and then you send it directly to the market. And they participate along with you in the market, the actual market, like the CME. B booking is generally the opposite. It's to say that your entry, so if I chose to put in a buy order right here, right now, and I have a 1 to 3 as an example, the brokerage or the prop firm can choose to do the inverse of this, and they can go ahead and alter it to make it a sell and then send it to the CME as an example. Or they can provide you with the liquidity in-house and say, okay, you've won a trade, there you go. But they've actually never sent your trade onto any exchange. So A booking, generally direct influx onto an exchange and is generally supported by an external liquidity provider. B book is generally not so. So internal liquidity, and they may or may not edit and alter and change your entry and your order, and sometimes not even send it to market. That's the difference. Now, you get also C booking and D booking and E booking and so on, and it can be blends where they say, okay, the company itself is A and B book. Yeah, is A and B book, but only certain people in the company is going to be A booked. Some is going to be a portion of their trades will be A booked. Some portion will be B booked. So there's different ways to look at it. But the general consensus, A and B, direct with liquidity outside providers. B, internal liquidity may or may not go to an exchange. Anything to add on to that, LJ?
Yeah, so part of the reason why people B-book, and this is the same with any broker that is, they have all the licensing, that kind of stuff. Now, it's not always it's not like they're trying to curb you or something. The thing is that they have certain clients right? Now, they might have certain clients that are long, say, let's just say Australian dollar, US dollar, like Aussie dollar, right? They might have certain people that are short Aussie dollar. They can match those two partners because essentially the market is just matching up two people in like an auction system of buys and sells, matching those two components to each other. So then they'll just match them internally and debook them between each other, and someone makes profit, someone doesn't, depending on when they exit, etc. And that reduces like the fees when they go to market, that kind of thing, which hence reduces fees for yourself when you trade with the broker. Now, other people that are maybe potentially more skilled or have a very high capital allocation, so hence when they're taking these certain positions, it dwarfs how many other people they might be trading against if they debook, because this guy will be in like a majority position, hence he's taking that majority position with a specific target. Even if you split that up amongst the other people that might be opposingly positioned, they might be like a lot of smaller positions. They could jump out here, there, here, there, here, there, here, there, all over. So it doesn't quite work. So they'll put them to market, to the broad market. They'll pay those fees. There's like a split cost distributed between everyone. But also yourself, you might be one of those people that trades very well and they expect you to make profits. So they want you to be put to the market. But part of your position might be A plus B booked. So part goes to market, part goes to the broker book covering other people's stuff, and part goes to covering this guy's trades. Right? And then so they part cover this guy's trades in the real market and part on the broker book. Hence, this is an entire like cost saving type structure, managing their own book. This is literally what market making is.
Yes.
Right. Essentially. So, and then the same thing you'll have with prop. That's the entire point of you guys as well, going through the evals, eventually getting to funded, then see how you trade after that. And at some point, depending on how you trade, you'll get put to market. You might even get hedged against other people within the prop as well. Same deal, which is B booked. And other people go to market. It's the same deal. This is a common practice across the board. That's basically how it works. But either way, the point is just managing the transactions. It doesn't matter where it goes to market or you have an internal market. Almost like when you're selling on eBay or you're selling in the town square at like a micro market where someone wants to sell their shoes, right? You didn't sell it on eBay internationally to the broad market. You sold it internally in the domestic market. So it's
Like
kind
a
of like
local one,
domestic and international. Yeah. So local, international. So yeah, that's in simple forms. That's how that works. And then there's a bunch of math that equates where everyone is and figures out how you balance everyone. That's basically how it works. So same deal, if you go down to your local market, you sell your Doc Martens. You bought them for X, you've worn them for a while, and then you want to sell them for $70. Someone buys them for $70. Or maybe you buy some Pokemon cards that you bought for $200 and you sell it for $400. That's your local market. You sell on eBay, that's the international, right? Similar as that. It's still a market, it's just different pockets along the way. Just like you have FX, you have futures, you have options. Like these are all independent markets, often of the same derivative, but in different components. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think when people look at A or B book, they think, oh, it has to be A book for it to be a legitimate prop firm, or it has to be A book for it to be a legitimate brokerage.
I would say it has to be a book in that is a intent and concern, but it's not always the primary directive. That's very different. Because if we had that, every single brokerage, prop firm, hedge fund, everything would be bankrupt. It wouldn't work.
That's kind of like what I was gonna like allude to. Is just like the whole. It's not to say it has to be the one and not the other. It's understanding how A booking and B booking is part of the ecosystem and how it interacts and interrelates to the industry itself. And I think that's the thing that people don't understand quite is that interaction, because they assume A booking good, B booking bad, and it's not entirely the case, at least in this specific the context of what we're talking about. In this case, it's not entirely that. NASDAQ is busy breaking lower. I did re-enter. I was a little early, you see, a little early on that sell of earlier. So I just wanted to show this. So if I had gotten in on one of the pullbacks, rather, maybe on the close of this candle, maybe plus a little bit of, let's say, just a little bit of spread or whatnot, this is generally where I would have been in on this downward move, as an example. So if you can imagine where my stop loss would have been, it would have been above this sweep here, had I been following a specific plan for selling this. So right direction, too early on the entry, as an example. So just wanted to make sure that is understood when I like entered. Like this was one of those, we're gonna break now, let's enter, when we still had one more retest in play. And that's why I think it's important for people to realize that when you enter, make sure you enter under the conditions that best simulate what you're trying to do, first and foremost. And secondly, even if you get knocked out, don't be afraid to get in again. Like in this case, you could have just been a little early. Rich? I don't know who. There's this guy who lives down under.
Just do it, mate. Just do it.
So just because you were taken out on a stop loss, this is basically what I'm saying. Just because your stop loss was hit doesn't mean you were wrong about the analysis, or doesn't mean you were wrong about the trade. It could be that you were either too early or too late. So you need to balance that to kind of like figure out when is the right time for you to enter. In my case, for this specific, the previous trade that I took on this one, that was a loss, too early. Right now, this one is showing that it wants to start pushing lower. So I'm happy to hold this one to a 1 to 2. If I had gone in more risk, which is something that LJ knows about this, I want to go with 2 contracts on a micro here for a total of $160. It's just not smart to do so on a 25K account. So that's one of the reasons why I would like to get a bigger account so that I can actually go to a 2 contract size on a micro with my specific strategy, which then equates to $80 per contract of stop loss, which is $160. And if you know, 160 is very close to $250, which is 1% of a futures account. And there's only 4% available to you in stop loss. So if you
on the 25K,
so that gives me less than 10 trades to, do something.
Oh, wait, are you talking about the 50K? The bigger one?
This 25K versus a 50K. On a 50K, 160 would be much closer to 0.25%. Instead
so
of,
what are you risking on the 25? Because it's $1,000.
So $80 right now, but remember this is the old futures account.
So with the 3%, right,
yes.
Okay,
sorry. That's what I'm saying.
So, hence, okay, that makes sense.
So that's why I don't really care too much about this account. And if it were to pass and get a payout of something, I'll just use that to buy another one. But even if it fails, I'll just go and buy a 50K, just so that I can have that, first and foremost, 4%. And secondly, let's say the room to do the 2 contracts like I would like to.
Yeah. I think you need that because that's also basically by the floor. You got 2 and 1.
It's the equivalent of trading 0.01s as an example. I can't go lower. I can't go lower on the lots. In this case, the contract size. And I can't take partials, and I want to take partials, you know. So the cool thing is, though, with this program or whatnot, is I can, if I wanted to, I'm not going to do it right now, but I can just move the stop loss to break even very easily, if I so wanted to. And then what I'll do is I'll have 2 contracts that enter. I'll have a TP1 and a TP2. TP1 will be, in this case, a 1-to-1, and the TP2 will be a 1-to-2. So if TP1 is hit, I will move it to break even and then let the rest of the trade run. So in that case, I can lock up 1 contract's worth of movement for a 1-to-1, knowing that I cover at least the next trade I takes. Stop loss should I go back to break even in this case. But the ones that do run will go to the 2 contract or the second contract's TP, which would be a 1-to-2. So you would then effectively have a 1.5 hour trade with 2 contracts, making $160 on the one and $80 on the other one for a total of $240, which is 1.5. The total 160, which is great, I think.
Yeah. That's good. I was gonna say, Rich. So from Azrael, like with this, I don't know if we can now. Maybe we can investigate some of the stuff we were talking about. For you guys to understand, there's a bunch that has to go in the background for all this to actually function and work. To actually deliver this stuff to you guys. So it's not so simple that we can just press a button and it changes it. But maybe we can look into it. We'll see. No promises, etc. But I will say what you guys do have. You guys will have competitions between myself and Will on stream that you can compete for, right? And just play us. So we no one else. So if you guys can beat us in that trading time frame, what are we doing now, Rich? Correct me if I'm wrong. 40 minutes to an hour.
It's a 30-minute competition.
30-minute.
30 minutes. So you have 30 minutes in which you can beat LJ or Will, and if things don't go your way, then you still have some time to potentially make your way back. But it's a 30-minute intervals.
But if you guys check the other stuff we have up there, you'll see what the prizes are. So we do have some good prizes up for grabs, even within that. Like if you guys are, I don't want to say not interested in that, definitely call that. And I would say if you're going in that manner, just play the same game as other people.
Yeah.
See what happens. That's all you can really do. We'll try and sculpt something that will fix that in the future. But for now, you guys can definitely ultimately sign up to play against myself and Will. So maybe that's where your take home is. And we've got some decent prizes for that as well. So
I'll say this. I'll say this.
Yeah, go on.
If you're entering in the competition that's starting on the 8th, the World Championship, the World Trading Championship, we've tried to curb that idea of, the very gambly people getting through. Okay. So unfortunately, there's always a caveat. There's always context to these kind of stuff that kind of falls to the wayside ever so slightly. But in general, we are trying to get every competition that you guys enter in to be a more fair representation of what potentially the market might be about. But understand this, that these kind of competitions is supposed to just be for fun in any way. It's generally they're not supposed to be taken all that seriously. However, like LJ was mentioning now, when it comes to the brand battles, which is happening on the 22nd till the 25th of June this month, you will be battling up against a pro. You're not battling against other people that are trying to win an account. You're going up against a person that's only job is to beat you. And they are going to give their all. So the expectancy is that you bring your best version. A gambler is not going to beat LJ. A gambler is not going to beat Will. Because they only have the one opportunity to do so. And you need, like LJ said, you need the rule of large numbers. You need a larger bracket of information for you to try and do that. So if you're going to go up against Will and LJ, you need to bring your A game. And if you beat them, and that's an if you beat them, what are you trying to make?
How do I do an A? I was trying to do A game. I was like, does that work?
You bring your A game, mate. Your A game.
The A game.
Yeah. If you do beat them, you will win one of two accounts, either a 50k or a 20k. So it's well worth your time. Because the thing is now, if you actually beat LJ and you beat Will, first and foremost, everybody gets to see how you trade. Because you're going to be doing it live. Your face will be here where my face is on the screen. And LJ's face will be where LJ's face is, but maybe on the other side. We'll see. And you guys will actually get to see what it's like. The viewers, let's put it like this, will actually get to see what it's like to see two people go head to head in a competition, and very little gambling is going to take place. Because here's another thing that we did not mention, but we intend to have penalties. Like an actual football match, if you get out of line, that's LJ and Will included. If they do something that I don't like, they get yellow carded, they get red carded. And you, as the participant as well, you'll get yellow card and red carded. Yellow card might mean that your last trades, you're not allowed to enter a new trade for 2 minutes or something like that. Or a red card might be that your last trade profits gets taken off of the table. Depends on how egregious you are. I mean, if you come up here and you start punching LJ in the face, though we might like the entertainment value of it, that's unsportsmanship-like. So we'll probably give you a red card for that. Not that they can punch you through the internet.
That's fine. I'd give them the benefit of the doubt. I'd be like, yeah, game on.
Yeah.
Right. This is exactly what I want. All right, let's go.
So if that is more towards you guys' flavor, we will be sending out a form very close to the event, the brands battle, which is on the 22nd, for you guys to fill in, and then you will get to potentially participate. Obviously, there is going to be a crap ton of you guys that's going to enter, and we're going to have you selected randomly. But we're going to try and keep it as fair as possible for everybody to participate.
And how many battles are we doing each between myself and Will?
There's a total of 8 battles. There's a total of 8 battles, 2 a day. So we have 1 against Will and 1 against LJ every day. So you each get to participate 4 times. So pretty good bunch of time for you guys to experience trading against Will and LJ. Yeah. It's going to be fun, dude. I'm the most psyched for that section because we're going to see whether or not LJ and Will can survive under the pressure of constant onslaught from the people in chat. So,
I will, Rich.
And then if you haven't already and you would like to, go to the link in the description box below for the World Championship, the World Trading Championship in this case. Go and register for yourself on the website, choose your team, and then participate in the competition. You never know, you might be one of the champs. Who is going to be the champ? Good damn question, Rick Robinson Skates. Very good question. Only time will tell. My money is always going to be on the pro. However, we've been surprised before.
No, that was more of a a background issue. Otherwise,
No. We're not talking about that now. We're not talking about how LJ is making excuses for losing out of a competition. No. LJ,
Yeah, we'll blame.
these
blame
guys are
Martin.
going to gun for you, mate. And unfortunately, I can't. I'm not going to sway things in anybody's favor. It's going to be an all no holds barred battle.
Regardless, I have the highest record. Either way, regardless of
What highest record of what? You also have the lowest record of passing. Like you beat someone. I think what was it? $1.50.
Yeah, but Rich, you went you went around. This was another. Talk to me later, and I'll explain. This was meant to be a.
No, I know what happened
bingo.
there. I know what happened there. You guys were jippoing in the background trying to get more competition, more. No, I'm obviously just pulling LJ's leg.
That was meant to be the point where, yeah. Anyway,
yeah. I will say this, however. I will say this. In terms of who has the upper hand, I actually think the people in chat have the upper hand.
you reckon?
Yes, and I'm going to explain.
You're not going to
why.
vote for me.
No.
Rich.
I vote for you. I vote for you and for Will every single time. However, I actually think you guys are the underdogs.
Could be. I like.
Okay.
Dude, no.
You like being
Rich.
the underdog. You like being the underdog.
I'm Australian, of course. We are the permanent underdogs.
But
at
here's
all
the
times,
reason
right?
why I think
This
you
is
guys are
perfect.
gonna are
Now I'm
gonna
amped
be
up.
the slight underdogs. Is this? The viewers get to see yourself and Will every single day with your analysis, your viewpoint of the market, how you approach it. You get to show
You're going to
historic
reverse
trades.
engineer.
Not necessarily reverse engineer, but you, LJ and Will, are going in blind against your opponent. The only thing that you can do is just follow your strategy, okay, as an example. Whereas the person that is going to join you on stream, they can come in with a strategy specifically built to beat your strategy. Now, I would not advise people to do that because it goes terribly wrong in the moment, but they at least know who they're going up against and what style of trading you're likely to bring to the table. So they can make micro adjustments. Whereas yourself, you have to adjust in the moment. So the pressure is on you more than on them for that specific reason. That's why I'm saying they have a slight
Rich,
advantage in that regard.
I will agree with you, actually. So putting myself in the opposing position, that is literally exactly what I would do.
Yeah.
I would go to the chalkboard, go into the drawing board, and create that calculation of how I'm going to beat this person XYZ and just nail them. It's going to be on this time. It's going to be this asset. Bang, 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 and you're done.
Yes.
And I know I would do very well at that.
Yeah.
So,
but unfortunately,
I
in this
agree.
case, you don't have prep time.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know who, I don't know whatever. It's just going to be yada yada. So I agree. There will be some people that will do that, and I can also agree that, like you're saying, we will be disadvantaged in that in that sense, and especially when we've been talking about XYZ, our positioning, our general ideas, the prior days.
Yes.
What we're looking for, so they already can build bias into that and then countervail.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh.
But like I said in the beginning,
it's gonna be tough.
I would never bet against either you or Will. I would never bet against you, but I can see where there's a slight disadvantage to the whole way that we've set things up. But here's the actual kicker. Here's the actual where I think it's going to matter. It's this. Yourself and Will, you're not afraid of making a fool of your name on stream.
We're not afraid to take risk risks. It, throw everything out, risk it for the biscuit, and just go full Phoenix mode, right?
And I think that
Yeah.
that is something that maybe some of the traders that's going to join us is going to feel a bit more pressure, and that's going to be the
Bit of a
pressure
wild card.
to, yeah. So in that sense, I feel like everything balances out quite perfectly. However, we don't know what bunch of traders we're going to get. We may just get the world's greatest trader that absolutely thrives under pressure and knows LJ's strategy off by heart and knows how to counter it, rock up on stream and absolutely destroy you, mate. I mean, kudos to that guy.
Yeah, I will say fair play. If anyone can do that right now, I'll say, yeah, fair play. Like I will shake your hand digitally, I guess.
Virtually.
Virtually. Yeah, like
Virtually.
we can't, whatever. But yes. So if you guys reckon you can do that, mate, go for it. There's big prizes on board. Yes, is scalping allowed? Definitely.
100%.
It's going to be much faster paced type activity, that kind of thing. So definitely scalping arguably is preferenced, right?
You can scalp, you can hedge, you can arbitrage, you can do whatever you want in that account. You need
Run
to
as
beat
many
this
assets, whatever, as long as you keep the drawdown perspective.
Yes.
And then are we still running the profit target, that first to the profit target wins?
Yes.
still doing
So
that?
there's three criterias for you to win. The first one is reach the target first. So typical, let's say 10%. If you reach 10% first, you beat your opponent. You're first to the goal line, you've beat them in this race. Great. The second way is your opponent ends with less profit than you do by the end of the whistle. So if you're up by $1 or up by $20 or $1,000, it doesn't matter. You need to either be more or hit the target first. And then the last way for you to win is basically by default. So you get a default win if you or your opponent, you get a default win if your opponent crashes out and burns the account. So there is a max drawdown, and if that max drawdown is hit, it is an auto loss. You can consider that sorry, mate, your account is dead. So that's the three ways that you can win. So, yeah. FX Darth Vader asking trade CFD or futures. Well, here on the stream, we will be doing CFD. So everybody will be supplied with an account to trade on that day. The accounts will have its limitations already built in. So you will be, when you apply to join the stream, there's information that's going to be presented to you if you are successful. We'll tell you the account size, the rules associated with the account, all of that stuff. And then you're going to come and join us and battle for the ages of champions against LJ and Will. And will you succeed or will you perish in the fiery pits of combat?
That's the other thing. Like, if you win against any of us, like, you get the other tag of not just winning the prizes that we have. Like, you get the tag of coming into the stream every single day and flaming either one of us. That
I beat LJ. I beat LJ.
Yeah, you lost. You're rubbish. You can just flame us every time. You get the glory of that on top of everything. And you can enter in the broader competition with the rest of the community as well. There's a bunch of prizes there, as well as cash prizes, which are quite large. They're very substantial. Yeah. So you guys should definitely enter into that.
And
jump into both.
There's random giveaways as well. Just random giveaways that we're going to do throughout the whole month. So you need to be registered with the 5ers. You need to be registered with the 5ers. So if you haven't already, go and register with the 5ers. It's free to do so. You don't have to purchase an account to be registered with the 5ers. So go and do that right now if you haven't already. And subscribe to all of our channels as well as all of the social media. That's the way to go. That's how we're going to do it. Get yourself in it.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Mate.
Rick Robinson Skates is saying, I have been developing a strategy for the last year and a half. Works great now. So are you going to use that one to try and beat Mr. Tim Payne LJ himself?
Let's go.
Maybe.
Oh.
Abdos, can we win again? Of course you can. So you can participate and you can be a part of this shenanigans. It's open to everybody. All you need to do is just register with the 5ers, go and select that little that button there at the bottom that says subscribe, follow, bell notification, all of that stuff. Yeah. And then get yourself into the competition. Link is in the description.
And also, just so you guys know, like this is separate to like the trivia and that kind of stuff we do.
Yeah.
Like, if you won the trivia, it's completely separate. So don't think if you won that or won some kind of portion or something else in the Discord or something else, this is completely separate. So yes, you are completely 100% in the draw to win in the competition. Don't worry.
Yeah. Naz is now busy pulling back again. It seems as though this one's probably going to hit stop loss as well. I'm going to adjust it to be just above that 500, like 3,500 mark, and we'll see if we can actually start getting a bit of a pullback. Otherwise, it is what it is. It's actually a stronger reaction than anticipated. Where are we reacting from? Not really reacting from an area of interest. Well, we are reacting from this.
Yeah, it's like a split open area from the today's open, the gap and the
Yes. So I have not yet taken a trade on any of my actual accounts. So far the futures account is acting as a bit of a just a test one. I think Samir will not come today. No, Samir is here.
You might be wrong.
He's literally in the background. Man, that was a lost opportunity. I should have said, are you sure about that?
Do you want to bet?
Do
you want to put that on the...
Hello, guys.
What's up, Samir?
Mr. Effect. Hello, guys. How is everything going?
Yeah. Not too shabby.
Hey,
Mr. FX Dart, I'm here now.
Yes.
How are you, LJ?
Doing
LJ,
well, man. Doing well. Doing very good.
Amazing.
Doing well yourself?
Amazing.
Samir?
Yes,
Doing good?
I'm good. Thank you.
I'm just getting ready for the World Cup. So.
Oh, yeah. Everybody's excited. Are you excited for the World Cup, Samir?
Yes, everyone is excited. I'm in the same lane, I should call it that way. But indices, have you guys taken any trade? I heard Rich was talking about NAS. Are you in long, short? Let me know.
I took a futures short,
Okay.
but it's been moving so slowly in this direction that I have very, very little confidence in it, in its current direction. Let's put it like this. It's a bit. It's not the way that I would normally trade on any of my accounts. So
I like this short idea, to be honest.
I
this is
still
EMA,
like
right?
shorts, Rich.
yeah, I do like shorts. It's just I don't know where we're going to rebound off of.
If you guys want to give me 1 sec, I'll be back. All right.
Are you gonna go blow your nose?
Yeah, pretty much. Actually.
All good, mate. What are you looking at, Samir, right now? I know you love your USDT.
Yes, this is the fresh look I'm giving to the charts. In the morning, actually, I was seeing gold. And I'm not going to lie, right at the open, I saw a very beautiful 1 minute pattern. And I tried to long it, and I just took 1-to-1. Let me delete it. So the idea was very simple. We was having gap here, and this was a consolidation pattern. Very beautiful, clean pattern. And I was like, we was having this liquidity, and I took some longs around here. My stop loss was somewhere around here. And I was just going for 1-to-1. Very quick trade. Of course, I don't trade gold, so that's why the risk here was very little, because I do want to put my main risk on the main pair that I trade, which is US30 or NAS 100 or NASDAQ. So if I show you, this is the fresh outlook. Let me go to the 15-minute time frame. Okay, we are right here. Supply is very decent. We are testing that. We shouldn't go above the this area if price has to travel to the downside.
Mhm.
Do we have any potential area? Let me go to the 1 minute time frame. I think the market opened right here and the gap was filled. So there is no gap. So okay, let me take a look at the daily candle. Let me delete everything. Daily candle took the high. This was some kind of dodgy candle. 4 hour. Okay, 4 hour close like bearish engulfing under this area.
1 hour left
Okay.
before 1 hour 15 before this 4 hourly candle closes as well.
Yes, exactly. 4 hour wise, we are below this area. Going to the 2 hour. 2 hour very beautiful rejection here. 1 hour consolidation broke out of the consolidation. Didn't really sustained here. 15 minute. So I think this can be the area. To be honest, if I was trading this, I would have shorted somewhere around here. Let me go to the 1 minute time frame. How I would have shorted here, I will wait for some kind of maybe head and shoulder. And if we see a breakout, I will love to take trade here. Stop loss can be somewhere here. And my target can be, let me see any unfilled area that I can target. 5 minute. I don't see any good target. 2 hour. Yeah, I don't see any good target, so maybe we have to
Yeah.
go for at least this low, which is 1 to 1.3, and I don't like the risk to reward. So let's just not look for trades around here. So the idea, I don't like to, I don't want to trade here. So maybe I will wait for some kind of future information so that I can get involved in this kind of, price action. So NAS 100 right now, tricky for me unless maybe we tap around these support areas, then I can talk about it. But let's just focus on US 30 because US 30 seems good to me today. So if you look at this wick, let me delete everything. I just want you guys to focus on this wick. And if you come to the stream daily, you have seen me talking about these kind of areas almost like every stream. So I want the price to pull back around here. I will go to the 1 minute time frame, look for some kind of consolidation, and I will like to go longs around this area. And in a meanwhile, I'll be just waiting. If price shorted up right, something like this, I think this is the all-time high right here. So I will not be able to capture any trade here. But for longs, yes, I can look for longs around this area. If this area failed, can we take a second trade? Yes, somewhere around here. This is also the similar candle price took out the liquidity, closed bullish. So this is also a good area for me. And if you noticed, like if you come to the stream again, I will say every day, I like to look at VWAP. If I go longs around here, then the VWAP will be also away from the current price action, which will also give me some kind of confluence. So this area looks good for longs. This area looks good for longs. Unless we do something like this, breakout. Let me delete everything. It looks very, um, tricky. Okay, if we break this, printed some kind of supply, then that can be a shorting scenario. So these are the three scenarios that I'm planning on US 30. Looking interesting. NAS is not looking that clean today. This area definitely is good for shorts, but only the problem is we do have many areas from where price, make and reject from. We don't know if price gonna take support here, support here. So when we are in the 50-50, or maybe I would say like I am in the 50-50 zone, then I just avoid trading. But here I do look, I'm looking for these kind of opportunities that I explained here. So let's see what we get today. We still have like 44 minutes left for the NYSE open. So let's see. I would like price to come here, wick, some kind of wick rejection maybe on the 1 minute I can see, and then I would like to get involved in trade. Looking good here. So yes, I would like to put some risk on the table around this area. And additionally, if you look at this candle also, this candle is also having a no wick area or no wick. So this is another confluence for me. Oh, actually, we have this candle is also, liquidity candle, and then again push up to the price push to the upside. So I would be open to take longs here also. If price liquidated slightly, it's okay. This area is also valid. I still can plan for longs entry.
So US 30
Yeah,
longs. That's what you're looking for.
yes, looking good. These two areas looking good. I think this may can get liquidated, so I will focus on this area a little bit more. Yes. US 30
Interesting.
longs for me, unless there is any huge momentum to the downside, or some kind of supply here, then maybe I will take shorts. But if price started to reject around these areas, I will see some kind of information on the 1 minute, and I can take advantage of that, and I can find the pattern to go longs here. But if on the 1 minute also we are seeing huge impulsive legs, then definitely its prices are this pair is giving me some kind of signs that the momentum is way too much. Maybe you should look for trades either here or maybe here, or we don't know if pull back, that can be a shorting opportunity. So we'll see how price prints or give new information. I can only make the plan, but if any new information is there, which I have seen before, so I will take decisions accordingly. For now, yes, this is a plan. So let's see. Let's take a
Nice.
look on
I
NAS.
like it.
Yeah.
I like your view on NASDAQ. I
Yeah.
obviously don't trade NASDAQ, so for me it's it's not a plan that I'm going to act upon. Let's put it like this. But I like the analysis.
Yes, again, this area is very good, but I don't know from where price can reject. Still, let me see. Do we have anything? Maybe this support area can be the target if anybody is involved in shorts, or maybe this area, because this area was also not tested. Yes, if I get involved here, let me go to the 1 minute again. The head and shoulder, that can be a good trade here. Stop loss can be above the VWAP, and you can look for maybe any psychological level. Maybe 400, 350. Okay, 300. 300 is making sense on this chart actually. If you have other broker, you will have some different price feed. Yes.
Give me one sec, guys. I'm just reading an article
Yeah, no problem.
just to confirm.
I think on Thursday, it was a very amazing trade live. Okay, I caught this momentum here. So it was also a good trade. I don't know if any if viewer was there. I'm seeing a lot of new names here. Thank you guys. Welcome here. Yes, I'm seeing
Welcome,
Unbiased Trader.
welcome.
Yes. You are the old one. I remember the
one.
names, Yeah.
Also, dude, Unbiased, dude, I swear, Unbiased trolls me so hard, dude, all the time. You always do. You always slam me, which I also applaud because that's great. Bring the banter. I love it. But god damn, dude, it's always so brutal. I'm ill. I've got the flu. I'm not on medication, right? Like, we don't have to go that far. Gee whiz.
Well, you are on medication, but it's not the kind of medication for the kind of ailment that he believes you may have, which is
Well, what are you trying to say, Rich? Maybe because I'm not on that.
I think is need. Yes, need. Yes, it's very interesting. So interesting. There we go.
President says we're doing short Japan ships passage by Hormuz. Let's ease. very interesting in terms of this entire situation coming down. Therefore, the Asian prospects, whether it's Japan, South Korea, China, the whole basket, obviously getting a boost from this whole ending of the Middle East situation. Now, potentially, if they get that like preference, even if everyone else is slowed down, and we have this kind of shuffling with the reverse of the carry trade. This also tells me that the only reason they would get something like that is because the US has played certain cards to try and purchase that because Japan needs it.
Yeah.
Of which the US needs Japan to put pressure on China.
To make sure that
which then tells me that this whole thing is actually still going forward and it's very much in place. Right? So
yes,
I think
not
that is
like
a very good sign.
but like it's like we're reaching like that end point of it, like that like last few hours.
It's in genuine
Talks.
genuine terms, like a good faith discussion rather than just this back and forth banter of potentialities and like, okay, let's do this deal, rah, no, yeah, cool, we'll think about it later, we'll come back to you, nothing happens. This is more of like a good faith deal, like a soft handshake that yes, we are actually coming to the next forefront.
Are we lagging again? I see there's people saying we were lagging now.
All right, guys. Can you hear me right now?
No, it's good. It's good. It's good. It is good.
It's good?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay.
So
yeah,
overview.
The point is, I would put that on that posture of potentially there is a forward deal coming at some point, right? This is definitely an outlier per the recent more relevant counterparts within the Middle East discussions, and hence it's directly from Iran, like saying that yes, we've got these outside counterparts which are tangential to things. That tells me that yes, there is definitely something going on and it should be settled at some point. Right, just like we were talking about last week, Trump's also apparently scrapped all the other people that are very hawkish and want to keep pushing on with the aggressive talk, and literally told them to leave the room. And Dirk and I were talking about this. That seems to be the current state, and that's stayed and stacked. So yeah, I guess in terms of the current positioning, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a risk-on element potentially coming through here. Coming into Monday, we had that slight risk-off per se that we perceived a potential deal coming through that was almost baked in, that got wound back. Now it might actually come through today, tomorrow, the next day. So just don't get caught out. Now, I also wouldn't be surprised potentially, Bank of Japan has been intervening, and we do have non-farm payroll, and they've got this. And if they know the deal is ultimately coming through, which will reverse the dollar, plus they hit that back the other way, plus we got non-farm payroll.
I can see that, yes. I can see that.
This is a pretty good measure to potentially smack dollar yen much lower. I'll just say that. Right?
I mean, what are we seeing right now?
Dirk and I were going to talk about on Wednesday, just when you jumped in.
Yeah.
Yeah. But might be coming a little bit earlier than Wednesday. We'll see.
Yeah, it's entirely plausible. I mean, if we're looking at the UJ right now, I mean, we came back. Oh, why can I not remove Samir?
yeah, it happens.
There we go. Sorry to everybody in chat. Our streaming platform has been a little, I don't know, on the fritz today. It's causing all kinds of strange things. It's from lagging to kicking people out of the stream to just crashing the PCs and stuff like that. So there's like a general little weirdness going on. So Samir will be back just now. His PC has just crashed. He will be back momentarily. So what I wanted to say was this: if we go into the daily on the dollar yen, I mean,
I think this is prime. This is looking so prime. Depending what
look how
structure you take.
slow it
This
is.
is why I was so before Dirk left, I was going to say to Dirk, take the trade now. Take the trade now. And just if it fails,
A
you
buy
can
or
blame
the
it on
sell?
me. Sell.
Ah,
Now, hence I was trying to ask him, is he taking on like an options trade or an outright? Now, the thing is, everyone's looking for this in options. So hence, like he was saying, the vol, it changes the options contract premia, that kind of thing. It's a little bit different. Not to go into that big spiel around that, but it makes it more expensive than typically when we've in the past looked to short the downside.
yeah.
Because now it's very active with the intervention, right? So people are looking at it. You're almost better taking on a spot trade, that kind of thing. Like if you took a swing, and even if you went 100, what's the current spot now? 159.50.
Yeah, let's say 159.50.
If you took a 120 point stop from spot,
Sell
and
or
you
buy?
look down, even at sell, of course.
So
Even at
120 points.
least, yeah. So be just up by those highs, but just a touch above the body closes, right?
Yeah.
Now you look down to even by the dips that we had from intervention, which they spent 73.6 billion on so far.
So somewhere down here or even lower.
Yeah, which is a drop in terms of what they often will go and spend for this. This is just a teaser, essentially. That would be your like TP1 type situation. Yeah, and then hence those next levels that you're lining out is like TP2, TP3. So even if you run that 120 point stop, you've got a couple hundred points drawdown.
So would you say that is TP1 then?
So personally, I'd go up to a bit above, like 156.50 would be TP1. So basically, same deal. The those candle body
Somewhere over
closes.
Here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would be TP1. The next section you have is like TP2.
So
But
TP1
to be honest, if we got TP2, I'd carry that all the way to TP3, which would be your next portion after that. So hence, if we actually crack that and we got a close, right, a daily close below those bodies, you just hold it. So that TP3
a daily close below this one. So here, a daily close in this area.
below the second one.
So below this one here.
Yeah. So at least within that area.
Yeah,
I guess.
in this whole cluster.
Yeah, so you might tap into there, but yeah, sorry, a daily close below the TP1, I should say.
So daily close here, okay.
Yeah. So you're right the first time. Yep.
And then
so hence
what would you expect then? What would you then expect
then we go to where the third piece is. Your third.
So maybe a bit of this and then, or do you think it's going to, if we close here, it's just gonna keep on riding lower?
I think we would have something like that. I think it could potentially be within the same day / couple hours though. this
So like
time
boom,
round.
boom, 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 done.
Yeah, because if we get that now, like we've already had the past intervention, there's clearly further intervention. People have kicked out on the situation, potentially with the data incoming throughout the week. People traverse that, run things backwards. Maybe we're not getting so much of a rate hike, that kind of thing, and you just smash everything lower.
So, just wanted to get back to this one quickly because I see it's already back into a little bit of profit. I did enter at a higher point, and then LJ, we were talking about this last week, Friday. What happens to the entry if you have another entry that you add on? It basically averages the entries of the two trades, and it provides you with two new take profits points that I have now combined. So the stop losses are the same, and then it has the two profit points now as well. So just wanted to say that I've entered on a second dairy trade a little bit higher. I think it was somewhere here. I can't exactly remember the price entry, but it was somewhere over here when this candle closed bearishly. So entered, and if you remember, the first entry I would think was somewhere down here. It now evens it out ever so slightly. So yeah. Anyway, back to this.
Yeah. So I was going to say, even with that, that's the only thing I don't like. Like, I like to know where the original was and the
Yes.
the next entry, like, because I would still enter and exit them individually.
Yeah. It seems like it brackets them.
Yeah, it does. Which,
look, the bracketing is great
Anyway.
for ease of entry, but like you say, there's going to be management of trades that's going to be a little bit annoying. Yeah,
it's better for when you're doing longer term trading or multiple days or swing trading.
when you're trying to ease out of an entry.
Yeah, not as great for intraday stuff, which obviously the futures is very aligned to. So that would be my criticism. Anyway, yeah. So hence that middle band that you have, if we actually break that area and get like a confirmed break, I would just scrap that. So the third one over would become TP2.
Oh, okay. So then this middle one, you would then forego this as a TP point.
Yeah. So I'd be looking for that momentum.
TP2.
So long as we get So that TP1 would be only if somehow we manage to not close below that area, which on this next portion.
Where would your next one be?
And then roughly where your cursor is now.
So this
basically closing the gap. Yeah, but lower. Not even take the head off of that. Like, yeah.
So even lower than this, like maybe somewhere in.
Yeah, like right by pretty much where. The bottom of those with and then up to the top of where that gap.
Oh, okay. I like that. So this becomes TP2. So this was going to be TP3. You will then have a TP2.
So that would now be TP2?
This would then be TP2. And then obviously the same, this would have been in anyway the same entry. I shouldn't have gone and deleted that middle one. I should have just extended it. Right. You'd look for something like this.
Basically, exactly. Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
I do like that.
And
now
so
here's
the
question.
upside is obviously very limited. You got the entire government against it. You got the US government talking about it. You got the central bank talking against it. You have your other portion is the market that is seeing the other version.
Walk me through how you would manage the trade itself. Like we've got the TP side. Obviously, we know that if this area here gets if this area here we get a break and close below on the daily, you would forego of this as a TP point, make TP2, extend TP2 where TP3 would have been, and then you extend TP3 down to here. How would you manage the risk itself, the stop loss side of things?
So with that, it would depend on what's currently going on as far as the cross correlation with the euro dollar, pound dollar, Aussie dollar, the dollar index in general. And then general risk sentiment. So risk sentiment will come down to how the dollar index is moving currently, given the current risk profile, oil, and then gold. So gold obviously has that inverse profile, right?
Okay.
So I'll observe those, and then also you can see how much, if the dollar yen is pushing up, but very sluggishly, right, versus the other majors, right, and they're pushing much further given the current risk on or risk off profile. If it's very sluggish, that means people are not really wanting to jump into that same trade. So as soon as that risk on or risk off profile swaps, you'll see dollar yen switch very quickly. So the same thing, we're kind of seeing that now. If you have to aggregate them or divide them by the relative ATR. So the dollar yen is definitely moving further in total pips right now, but it's a different calculation per the other majors. And so if you do it in like percentage terms, it's very different.
Yeah.
So that's what I would look for. And then obviously look at those same heads to the left, just as typical price action technical analysis, if you want to call that. I don't really like calling it that, or like you can take that in, but you also have to combine the macro environment and fundamentals at that time of the technicals. Really, otherwise, to be honest, anyone that is saying something else is, I don't know, just doesn't
Sorry,
understand
guys.
how
The PC crashed.
people invest. That's
Yo,
right,
Samir.
me. All good.
All good, mate. Don't worry.
Now I'm on my laptop. I don't know what happened. Probably it's broken. It just froze. I don't know. I have to get it checked.
No, I think it's I think it might be the platform, the streaming platform. I've had that a couple of times today. We had other problems before. It was lagging out and that kind of stuff. So it's probably not you.
No, I restarted it. It was not able to turn on. So I have to switch to the laptop. So I think it's a PC issue. I don't know what is the issue now. So I'll figure it out later on.
Let's hope that it's not a permanent issue. Let's hope that it can be resolved quite quickly. Yeah.
Yes, I'll have to figure it out later on.
But yeah, Rich, so that's
not Nell's
pretty much what I do. So I'd run that dynamically. So long as everything else is aligning with that, then I keep either the same static drawdown from where we are at spot, because we're already positioned pretty high. And given that 160 kind of barrier, now I would potentially go, do I want to take a little bit more risk to position that that stop a bit higher? And then just honestly, at this point, let it run. And once we start dropping below TP1, TP2, that kind of stuff, I'd potentially add. So we get stacked and just run.
Yeah, that's the thing that I was going to ask as a follow-up. Is just like, would you then consider start adding to not just having your original 3 entries? I do. Okay, so on one side, I do like the fact that you are keeping your stop loss static, because you are still allowing yourself major movement. Okay, so I just got stopped out now. Oh no, TP1 just got taken. Sorry. I didn't get stopped out. TP1 got taken.
I was going to say, yeah, you're at TP1. Don't worry. I hedged the Aussie. Like I was saying, I'm glad I did.
Yeah, I just saw it now. And the thing is, it doesn't always, when it pops up, even Samir, you would know this, when it pops up your bar at the bottom, I'm going to close this one right here.
You always assume the worst.
Yeah, just to show you. It says order filled.
Yeah.
That's all it does. So I just closed it to show you this. It just shows order filled. And it's just like, so which one is it? Is it a buy? Is it a sell? You know?
Yep.
So it's like, oh, crap. And then you go and look, oh, no, it's actually good. So,
Pretty good.
yeah, so I just closed that one there to show you there at the bottom exactly what it does. That's a little confusing sometimes, but other than that, I like the platform. I really do. Like just hovering here, and you already have your bracket ready for an entry. Like if I wanted to, I could have doubled up my size just by clicking.
I think that's a good idea. So we can get back to the dollar yen thing on the larger pullbacks, but I think this is a good example right now to show people like how you can bracket that and create profiles to trade. You know, you can have a set thing and just slap it on the chart, and it goes.
So if you click on trade here and you go all the way down to trading bracket OCO. So OCO stands for one cancels other. So you're bracketing your stop loss, your entry, and your take profit. So ensure Japan ships passage via Hormuz with greater ease. Yeah, that was news that came out probably 20
There was
minutes
another one
already.
that just came out. Iran stops message
Exchange with
exchange
US.
with the US in protest against Zionist crimes.
Oh, that could be why we started dropping so suddenly.
Yeah, we did.
Well, yay me. It wasn't my favor.
Beneficial.
Anyway. Oh, it's an unofficial release, that one. So
Yeah.
I
was going to say.
If you click on trade and you go to trading bracket, it opens up this editor. All right. Now you'll see that there's already OCO brackets down here to create. So if I wanted to create a bracket, a trade as an example, I'm going to create one now. Let's say, in this case, create a bracket. I'm going to call it LJ is a Muppet. This is the LJ is a Muppet strategy. So make sure that you select that one. How are we going to trade LJ is a Muppet? So LJ is a Muppet is a percentile based one. We're going to do 1% gain and a 1% loss for a 1-to-1. Nah, I don't like that. Let's do a 4% gain and a 1% loss. So what I then do is, if I say save in this case, and I say okay, here on the right hand side where it says bracketing, I can click on that and I can look for LJ as a Muppet. Now I have LJ as a Muppet. Based on the account size, if I were to press Alt now, it's going to visually place without entering a trade. It'll just visually show you how the trade would be. If I hold Alt, there's the sell limit. Okay, I'm going to have to zoom out for this. There we go. So there it shows what 1% on this account would look like versus the 4% take profit. Now, I just want to preface this. 1% on this account is not $600. Okay, 1% on this account is $250. Okay, so there seems to be a bit of a, let's call it a calculation issue in terms of percentage with this. However, if I were to take exactly his bracket and I change it from percentile to cash, and I say, you know what, I'm going to risk $240 and I'm trying to make $720 of profit. And I say okay, and say yes, save the notification, or save it. LJ is a Muppet. Now, if I hover, it gives me $240 of stop loss and $720 of take profit. This is with just one contract. If I wanted to do it with 3 contracts, it'll bring it even closer. It'll make it a lot smaller, because remember, you're looking at points in risk. You're looking at dollars in risk. So now you're using more contracts to receive the same amount of risk. So obviously it can do it a lot faster. So here's what I would recommend. Same idea, but use it for ticks in this case. So then I'll say, okay, that same $240 of risk, let's make that, I don't know, 200 ticks as an example. And then the gain will make it 600 ticks. Or, well, something close to that regard. Let's make it 1,000 versus 2,000 or 3,000. Just for the sake of shits and giggles, yes. And now if I alt, you'll see we're now at $1,500 versus $4,500 on 3, but on 1 we remain the same distance in ticks, but now the dollar value changes. So I like the bracketing, and if I wanted to, I could add take profit points. So I can say add 2 take profit points, and that's the percentages that they need to remove.
Yeah.
So in this case, it's going to be for 3 contracts is a minimum. Say yes, I go to 3 contracts, and there it shows all of the entry points that it needs to have for LJ is a Muppet.
Yeah.
If I go down to 2, it's only going to take 2 entries, as an example. So I do like their bracketing thing. I think it's pretty good. And I think if you wanted to, you should go and test it for yourself if you have the futures platform to experience the bracketing, because I think the bracketing is great. I really do. I wish that we could have bracketing on...
You can, Rich.
Yeah, but without EAs and without like the how quickly. Yeah, I mean, like you can do a.
No,
button
just
entry
get
and
one.
stuff like that.
Just get one of these,
Yeah.
dude. It does the same thing. I was gonna basically reference this the same time when we were talking previously, but that is why
Yeah.
I have it now. These days, I don't use it so much, but or at least not right now. But
Yeah.
it depends on what account. So I go back and forth. I do still use it on occasion, but not for every account.
Yeah.
It's very helpful. It's very helpful.
It is.
Like, you slap something there, bang
I'm starting
in,
to come
that's it.
around to
Done.
the one button entry stuff. You know, the using shortcuts.
Golden. Yeah, and then
Starting
that's the
to get
thing.
around
When
to
you
it.
can get that set up and you can just go do. And that's where I started to use this stuff between various accounts. For some of them that were different but similar, and also might have been the same general construction, but I'd be looking for that TP1, TP2, TP3, TP4, but potentially some I might allow it to run, and others I would be doing something completely separate on, which I'd have a completely different profile. So with this one, I go bang, 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 swap profile, goes to that one, bang, bang, bang.
Rick, it's not a chalkboard. It is
You got the koi fish.
a koi painted by my wife. It's one of my favorite art pieces of hers.
It's very good. I like it.
I like it. I
like
still
it.
need to. She still needs to send you one, mate.
Yeah, definitely. I'm waiting for it. Don't worry. Just want to say, hey, Raph,
Oh,
how we doing, mate?
It's you. It's LJ.
Wait, what?
LG. He's asking you about your screen behind you with all of the writing on it.
Oh, this one. Yeah. It's just like a kickback to when I used to do a lot more physics, math, whatever stuff. That's basically my background. This is basically I've like a very much a science background. So physics, chemistry, that kind of stuff. And then eventually originally I decided to defer at uni. And at the time, whilst I was deciding what exact profession I wanted to go into, whether it be med or going to research, whether it be chemistry, physics, that kind of stuff, or directly into med or into surgery, or there's also law on the other hand. This is a throwback, right? I took a deferral, had a couple of dollars in my back pocket at the time, decided to go, okay, what do I do with that in the meantime? Started investing and trading, that kind of thing. And then jumped into that whilst I deferred, and it kicked off. And then never stopped. So I kind of deferred, and then it became a permanent deferral, aka dropping out, I guess. But I went on to make, I don't know, 6 figures.
LJ is a college dropout, is a uni dropout.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So there you go. But it's
just went to uni for a
essentially
week.
throwback because
I just
do
went to
this
uni
stuff,
for a week.
every day still. So
You went to uni for a week? What did you do there?
Yeah, I
Did
was
you just-
profitable actually. I was profitable back in the days. So I was like, let me do something with my free time. And those teachers was really, traumatizing me. they was putting a lot of, I don't know, things in my head. So I was like, I'm profitable. Why I'm doing this thing? So I just, after like 4 or 5 days, I never went to the uni. So that was
You
my
never went
story.
back.
Yeah, I
5
never
So
went
days,
back.
a
if you
week.
guys want to become
God damn.
profitable, drop out of uni.
No, I wouldn't
That's not what
suggest
we're
I
that.
saying.
don't recommend that
That's
necessarily.
not what we're saying. That's not what we're saying. That was a joke. That was comedy.
Yeah. I think
I will
if I
say
was
I would recommend
doing
that
job on
more
the side,
so these days.
yeah.
I think globally, like, has become far less of a proposition.
We still need
cost
our
input and
engineers, mate.
time
We
input.
still need our doctors. We still need all of
Yeah,
them.
unless you're going for that high, like if you're doing business or arts or some rubbish thing, just go and start a business. Go and start an art business. Like, don't study to do it. Just watch YouTube. Do your own thing.
Yes.
Engineering, architecture, medicine, law, that kind of stuff. Yeah, definitely. That's very different. It's very different.
Unk Trader, sir, if I go to somewhere from home and trade from there, is there any IP address problems or any other rules violation? Please explain. By the way, I'm in a cell in gold. No, it is
that's a fair
perfectly
question.
fine. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. The problem comes in with IP trading or differences in IP trading is when there's a pattern. There is I'm trading during the day via this IP address and during night via this IP address, and it becomes a pattern. So nothing is a problem unless it becomes a pattern. Let's put it like that. So you can think of it like that.
Yeah, so if you guys, especially a bunch of people use like a VPN or something, like that will change your IP.
Yeah.
But it's more about your trading practices, the time,
Yes.
that kind of thing. Now, you swap IP, suddenly you're trading a different time, different way, that kind of thing from somewhere else. That'll be flagged. So if you've just gone from maybe you have a home office, you work there for a bit, and then I don't know, 3 days a week you go into actual office, and you have like a second screen and you're doing your trading on the side, that's completely fine. But yeah, beyond that, yeah, it'll show a pattern. Like there's a bunch of algos to track all this. So you guys, one, it'll track if you're doing the right thing. Two, it will definitely track if you're doing the wrong thing. So
Yeah.
believe me on that.
We live in a technological age.
Yeah.
Samir, we are now about how long are we from
Yes. In 5 minutes, NYSE is
yeah.
gonna be there. So we already are on my screen. So what can be the game plan for today? If I go to the 1 hour, so this candle is not having a wick. So, and we are also kind of on the trend line. The trend is also kind of, bullish. To me, we are just retesting this area. Of course, we are trying to go below, but US30 likes to do these kind of liquidity moves. So I am planning for buys still. So I have this line here. We are already on a significant area going to the 1 hour. That wick area, that support area, trend line is there. If we break this out and close above the VWAP, I think that can be a sign for US30 to go to the upside. Or if we even continue to the downside, this can be the area where I'll be eyeing on some kind of buys. Okay, this can be the area. So this is a support area, some kind of wick which was never tested. So this will be my buying area here. So that's what I will eye on. And the analogy is very simple. We are away from the VWAP. Here we will be more away from the VWAP. So that will be also an added confluence. Right now, if we bounce back, that will be good. But if we break below, I'm open for buys around this area also. And if we break this area, then I will not be looking for buys anymore because this is the last area for me. So from where this impulsive leg started, so right here, so this is the last area for me. So let's see, we have 3 minutes left for the market to open. If we break this, that'd be good. If we break down, I'll be looking for buys around here. NAS 100. Okay, we are really going to the downside, but we don't have
we are
any
selling.
areas where, maybe this area. Okay, this demand area going to the 4 hour. 2 hour. Okay, 2 hour. We have a good area here. 30 minute. Yes, 30 minute is making sense. So this can be a buying area on NAS, but it is way too big of an area. Stop loss placement can be tricky here. So I will wait price to go even lower so that I can have a good stop loss. But I am eyeing more on US 30. Okay, we have just tested it in about 3 minutes. Market is gonna open. So I think we can test this area. So I'll be eyeing on buys around this area.
If
Something
you
like
think that
this.
it can be tested, would you not consider selling into that area?
That I don't have experience doing that thing. I have experience, taking these kind of trades where we are away from the VWAP. If I can get the continuation move somewhere around here, that is also fine. To me, that will be a continuation trade. But taking this kind of impulsive move here, trying to catch that, I don't have experience in that, and my confidence is not that high when it comes to trading these type of moves. So yeah, I have traded that kind of move that I'm trying to explain here. Trading these kind of areas. Earlier, I was trading 200 EMA, but as I tried to trade futures, so I found out VWAP is also kind of same. But I tried to add a little bit more confidence. So I found out this thing is working fine. So I back tested this thing for a day or two. Then I live tested this thing, and it worked good in live account. So now I'm kind of looking at the similar thing on my funded accounts also. I'm trying to follow the same plan that I created. So now we are just 1 minute away, going to the 1 minute. If we're gonna break to the upside, I think we're gonna go higher. But if we saw momentum to the downside, this can be a good area from where I can take some longs. And we will
I
all
want.
we will also be like, yeah.
Sorry, I wanted to ask you. When you do your VWAP, do you anchor the VWAP to a specific area, or do you just take the default one on the futures and, in this case, the trading view one?
On the trading view, it is default. I use the trading view one only, so it is default. I have paired this with the strategy, so it is working good. The pattern recognition that I have built around this, so the confidence level around this thing is decent, so I can execute the trades with confidence, and my decisions are good this way because I have looked at the market like a lot of times following these kind of patterns. Okay, we are breaking to the downside.
You're
Um,
open.
I'm trying to take some buys around here. So let's see if we reject, that'd be good. Okay, this is a good sign. We are getting away from the VWAP. And on the RSI also, you will see some kind of divergence here. I don't have to look at RSI because, I have trained my eyes that way. So I don't have to look at RSI every time. But yes, that can be a added confluence.
It's the
15
same with the
minute,
MACD. Like I
yeah.
don't need to look at the MACD to know if there's volume at all.
Actually, this is also area 2 hour, but we have good wick area
I mean,
here. So I will.
MACD is so lagging, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I have never traded MACD.
two MAs. This is all it is. It's just a 12 and a 16.
Yeah, but it's too
Or
much.
12 and a 26, sorry. Yeah.
Stochastic and RSI, I'll accept. Like, yeah, fair. MACD.
It's
I use
once
moving
again,
averages all the time myself, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the MACD
I mean,
doesn't.
you can take a MACD's information and you can plot it exactly like that just on your screen by having a 12 MA and a 26 MA.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's just another EMA.
Yeah.
Just another moving average, I mean. Yeah.
Probably the most garbo of the. You always have that triplet of the stochastic, MACD, RSI, right?
Yeah.
Run those three and you can do anything. No. RSI is very good over longer time periods, like 1 hour, 4 hour daily, right? Stochastic is better on the lower time frames. If
Yeah, I
you can
agree.
use it right between 5, 15, and 30 minutes. Not 1 minute. 5, 15,
I don't think
30.
like 1 minute has
An
not
hour.
enough
Yeah,
candles for you to
it's too
do
much noise. It's too much noise.
it's too
That's
much.
the thing. It better measures noise, but it's like too much noise within trading. Right?
Get
For you to
confused
get in,
very
get
quickly.
out, consider
I just took
commissions,
a.
spread, that kind of stuff. It doesn't work. and then
You took your buy.
it is decent on like the 1 hour and 4 hour on those longer pieces in combination with something like RSI and block levels, that kind of thing. But
Yeah.
hence it's very much a confluence piece. It's not useless, but you have to realize that indicators are just translating existing information into another format
Another
for
format,
you to
yeah.
look at, right?
I 100% agree with you in that. And that's why I think it's kind of silly for people to base a trading strategy around what an indicator is indicating to them.
And both either basing it around that, or also there's a popularity to say delete all indicators and just have a chart. And have
Are you taking a swipe
you
at Will at this
insane?
point in time?
Are you insane? Like, that is insane. That is a very ICT like mentality. Like, the entire point of indicators are they're taking prior price data, chart data. It's just input data, and you're trying to compile it into something that is useful to give you
It's a
some
reference
kind of
point.
input
Yeah.
of where you should move next, right? So the same thing if you look at options data or futures, and you look at the whatever trade levels like volume, that kind of stuff. You're just getting inputs. The point is to combine them all together and then make a substantiated, thoughtful trade within all of that information. So even those old school indicators that are now dead and gone and been arbitraged out and there's no alpha in it, right? They're still useful within the piece of the larger spectrum. Just like we've seen, we were talking about gold before and bounced off the 200-day moving average, right?
I mean,
200-day moving average, once again, is a
it's
static thing that there's some pieces that people use again and again, institutional or otherwise, because we're all human.
Yeah, there is still that human factor.
And humans still orchestrate the algorithms, right? And they have to orchestrate the algorithms within how people work and within how distribution of capital, investment funds, all that kind of stuff work as well. So yeah, you can't ignore it. You can't just like hyper optimize something. It'll come out wrong. So anyway.
Samir, you're in this trade right now. Looks good so
Yes,
far.
I just took a trade. My job is done for the day. I just waited for my area. Saw a rejection candle. That candle was having no wick. We are away from the VWAP. You know, these kind of areas do act as a liquidity area where my TP is. So I'm trading against the trend. But as I said, I have watched this pattern again and again. So I am comfortable taking these kind of trades. To someone, it can be I'm trading against the trend. But to me, I found, confidence in this kind of setup. So yes, I'm in the trade. And it is going to be the second and last trade for me for the day. TP or SL, I'll just move on. Let's see if we test this area. We can even test this supply area. But I'll just keep this TP here. It is the safest in my opinion, even if we will be also close to the VWAP. So let's see. Yeah, I'm in this trade. So don't copy this, guys. I took this trade on my 5ers account also. So it can be, yeah, on my. So we can get flagged here. So if you try to copy the trades, so maybe I should remove the risk to reward tool, and I can, I can leave the trade
it might
like
be a little
this.
late for them to try and get in on it now, unless they wait for a pullback. So
yeah, exactly. So yeah, let's see what the price is gonna do. 5 minute has closed with a wick, which is decent to me. Let's see. I'm just gonna keep this chart like this. NAS is okay, starting to reject from that support area. I'm trying to look at the charts like this on PC. I'm in a straight. The laptop is just really a little bit down. So you guys might be wondering, I'm just very glued to the screen, but my laptop is a little bit down. Okay, I'm just gonna keep this chart like this. And
it sucks when you're used to one thing and then all of a sudden you have to be forced to do something completely different and you're like,
Yeah, it is very tricky. I don't know what is wrong. The lights are running off my CPU, but the screen is not there. I don't know.
Um,
There you go.
what did I
I'll
want
try
to?
to fix it. By the way, let's take a look at
Oh,
gold
that's fine.
because I know many people trade gold. Gold analogy is also same. We are away from the VWAP. Can we get some kind of momentum to the upside and catch that small momentum? Of course, the trend is to the downside, but can we catch that momentum right now? I'm not seeing any decent pattern, but of course, if there is a consolidation, then a breakout, that can be a solid trade. You can easily secure 1 to 1 or 1 to 1.5. At least to that VWAP you can plan. US 30 still kind of hovering around this area. I don't know, it can break to the downside also, but as I know, these kind of patterns do play out over time. So I am, comfortable while being in this trade. NAS is really doing nothing. We can take some shots around this area, to be honest. This area. Going to the 1 minute.
I just wanted
Yep.
to mention that before we opened up the New York session, NASDAQ came back into that area exactly where Alja and I was talking about, where we
Okay.
expect.
Mm. Yeah, this was some kind of area,
Off of
rejection
that
area.
Yeah. So we're getting a very, very strong-ish reaction from there, but now the question is if whether or not there's going to be follow-through with this. And if there's follow-through, I'm buying. If there's no follow-through, I'm not going to jump in.
Daily
Which
daily
I think
candle
is
is
that's like a good lead into this. So LJ for me, I trade structures and channels. Rarely I check any indicator. Most of the time I find EMA there. It all depends with what you are using as confluence. So exactly right. So the confluence, you got to understand what confluence you're using. How much does it lag? Even price yourself. You're seeing price on the chart. That is technically lagging.
Yeah.
Right? You view the past 10, 15 minutes. That's lagging. It's old. It's old data, right? So everything is also lagging. So because people obviously often slander other indicators or something as lagging, but the point is it's a price feed which is inherently up till now and showing you prior data lagging. The only relevant right now piece that is not lagging is the exact spot price. That's it. Everything else is lagging. Okay. So I agree. So the point is to run those kind of checks, right? Get that confluence from the past prior data, and hence you're trying to measure momentum and that kind of thing. And then yes, the structures and channels and that kind of stuff, I will tend to run more of them. The active structures, active channels of the current shoulders, or literally like the current channel structure through like a 5 or 15-minute channel throughout the session or throughout the day, that will tend to have more influence overall versus the prior, I don't know, moving averages or anything else, right? But those are the key when you're thinking about risk management. That's where that comes in. So whenever you take a trade, you want to think about, okay, I'm going to take this trade. Where am I looking for this to come out? What can I potentially gain? That's cool, but that's the last thing you want to think about. What can I potentially lose, first and foremost? And you work backwards from there. Okay? So if you view this stuff a bit lower, and you go, okay, yeah, it looks like we're trending higher, but yada yada, you got these shoulders, that kind of thing. You see this massive vacuum down here. You could potentially just snap through that, hit orders, drop the whole way through. Right? That's where you have to do that like risk management type
Analysis.
portion, especially analysis, observance, that kind of thing. Especially if you're day trading versus just slapping trades on, right? Because day trading, you're going to stick in that kind of relative range, so you can take more of that on board and have a higher confidence in that in general. But as the time frame goes out, you're going to a couple hours into the next trading session. So you go from end of Asia into Europe into New York. You're going to have to take a much larger degree of variance within your expectations, right? So that's the difficulty. But it comes first and foremost, the point is from a risk management standpoint and trying to find that crossover of those kind of lower bands to see where is the max risk and then argue whether I'm taking this much risk, but potentially I've got this much upside. And therefore, you go for it. If you have also a greater than, say, 50% confidence in the trade, maybe you need less depending on how much that return is. Yeah. But there you go.
How's your trade currently running, Samir?
On my futures platform, it is giving me like 0.5 hour right now. On my CFD platform, my entry was a little bit off, so right at break even. If I talk about CFD platform, so something like this trade is looking. Okay, I took a trade around here because this was 1 to 2 exactly. Stop loss might have been something like this. Okay. So right at break even, hovering around break even, we are consolidating here, which actually is a plus point for me because I do like to trade these kind of natures when it comes to price, reacting from the area that I've drawn. We are not really breaking this area. If I was not involved here, 110% I would have taken a trade around this area because to me it is consolidating around that area, and these kind of trades I take on a day-to-day basis when it comes to US 30. I'm not really confident on NAS, but when it comes to US 30, I know these kind of things happen over time, so I'm comfortable while being in this position. As I mentioned, again, I will say, if I was not involved here, I definitely would have taken a trade somewhere around here, assuming that we are holding that level, placing a stop loss here, targeting these kind of areas. Actually, my target is here on the CFD platform, but futures I'll be out here. So let's see. We are still in the trade. Market is moving. All
How
I
is
can
your
do is
futures
wait.
platform going?
That's right. I like
Futures,
this, by the way, before you go on. I like it.
Futures, I was in drawdown a little bit, so I'm trying to cover that thing. Firstly, I got in profit. As I was in profit, the drawdown also became trailed.
It
The drawdown got
starts
trailed.
trailing.
So
Yeah,
that is a tricky thing. In my mind, I was like, I have so much buffer now. But then I just saw my dashboard. I was like, oh, then I was, cutting down the risk. So yeah, that's the only way how I can manage futures. I think when you take a loss, I think reducing the risk in the next position, that's how you can survive in futures. Of course, in CFD side, if you're up, you can still keep your risk static, which will not really put you in huge drawdown. But in future side, I found out this is a very tricky thing. So yeah, I have to make my trading plan around the rules. So that is the thing that you have to do when it comes to CFD prop firm, future prop firm, even if you're trading live money. So some kind of parameters you have to set according to the platform or according to the rules. Of course, in live account you don't have any rules, but still you you
Well,
you need to have some
not to
rules.
say you don't have rules. You have different rules.
Yeah.
I mean, you can also lose your personal account if you go into deep drawdown because you also get what is called margin calling. So you can get margin called.
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
yeah.
As I'm new to futures, I inverted my chart on my phone. So I don't know how to, fix this thing. I'm just looking at the position, but I don't know how to make my chart back like in a normal way.
Why did you
I've
invert the
inverted it.
chart?
I don't know how on my phone. I don't know how it is. It has done. Of course, on TradingView, you just press Alt plus I. But on the phone, I don't know what kind of option it is, but I'll figure it out later on.
What phone have you got? Let me
So
ask for you. Let me ask the almighty
What,
Google.
the-
it is the iPhone.
Oh yes, yes.
So
The
you
iPhone.
are
Nice.
iOS gang or Android gang?
iOS gang. iOS. Apple.
Rich, are you
Apple
iOS
gang.
or the Android one?
I'm Android.
Terrible.
Android. Nice.
I think the
All right.
future platform is definitely more positioned to like a PC. Obviously, it's much more institutional, that kind of thing. Like,
Yeah,
you
exactly.
can't really use it so much on a phone.
Okay.
It's very different. Yeah.
Samir,
Yeah. So
are you using TradingView on your phone?
No, I'm using different platform. So it's not
Is it
Black
is it
Arrow.
MetaTrader?
It is Trade C. I like it. So yeah, Black Arrow is very sleek. I use it on PC only. And Tradeovate is very tricky. I'm still not able to figure that thing out.
oh, were you saying? So I missed what you guys were talking about. For were you saying you're using C Trader on iOS?
C Trader, I have tested it, but again, MT5 is the sweet spot for me.
Yeah, C
So yeah,
Trader on phone, Android or iOS sucks. Just sucks. Definitely. So yeah, just use that
It's
on PC.
okay. Somebody's asking unbiased. There is a study showing people who trade on inverted charts make more money. Oh wow, I'm seeing this thing for the first time. Maybe I'll do some research on it. So I'll start to use inverted charts.
That's fair. I
it's
think we've talked about this before. Like
we have and Rich
yeah, back
Wells
in the
as well has
past.
spoken about it. Yeah.
Yeah, depending on some people have like a more of like a bias for things like they feel more comfortable when something is moving upward rather than
Okay.
down, right? You get like a cognitive bias in yourself, your personal self, that
Yeah.
it skews your thinking because you think like negative, it's bad, that kind of thing. Obviously, in FX, it's not bad. Like it's just a direction. But
Yeah.
you flip the chart and you're like, oh, I can see the trade right now, and you just do
Yeah.
it. But if it's going
Like
down,
some people
being
struggle to
shorted, you're like,
recognize patterns if it's going a negative pattern or a bearish pattern. They struggle to
yeah.
see that.
And
So
some people the opposite. When it's bearish,
Yeah.
they're like, I'll smash that, I'll hammer that, right?
Yeah.
Same deal. So definitely fair.
See, like we're literally saying it, and there's somebody in chat that is saying it. I use inverted charts to look for buy setup, as I find it easy to look for sell setups. I recognize a sell setup better on the charts. So it's exactly this, and I believe that it's even Griff has spoken about it as well before, where
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
he would invert his charts if he struggled to see a sell signal busy building up, because he was also trained to kind of like look at the market as being a bullish centered market. But agreed.
I think it's a good idea when you have a trade, you've kind of tried to identify a trade and maybe you're thinking about it. And then you're like, okay, well, you're at that like 50-50, like, I think I want to do this, but somehow it's stopping you. Flip it. And when you flip it, and if this was long, would you take the trade?
Yeah, I used to do this practice back in the days. I think I was comfortable shorting the market, but I was not having confidence in longs. So I
Yeah.
have done this practice back in the days. But once find the confidence in your setup, I think yes, it really doesn't matter. But yes, it helps. I agree with that.
Yeah, definitely.
LJ, question
Yeah,
very,
sorry.
very quickly. Sells
Okay.
NASDAQ?
Interesting.
Yes, for
I
me,
was
yes.
thinking this as well. So I
Do
to
you
be
think
honest,
this is a fake out?
I would say yes, but I feel like we've already met the target I'll be looking for today. So
Fair.
as far as the overall measure, I think we've got potential to run right back to 30,450 and then potentially come down. So on a lower time frame, I think we've already hit the measure we're looking for. So early before New York today. So I would say right now we're in the neutral area. I would not sell. I'd wait for either that high kick up or somehow we break the lows of today with a confirmed impulsive break, as you like to call it. Arguably I'd actually like to go long from here for that recovery to that higher spot and then come down.
Interesting. I mean, if I look at the higher time frame, there's 6 minutes left, and then this hourly candle closes. We came into that
30,440 is what I'm looking at. Somewhere around there.
30,440.
Just a touch above the wick highs that we already had on the current 15-minute bar.
So back into the base. All right.
Yeah, it's in that cluster. I think we're going to aggregate around there before then coming down. And then potentially I see 30,180 at least.
30,180. Okay.
And then 30,100. Then I've got 30,020 after that.
Okay. All right.
Pretty much where this stuff's marked out.
So I'd say we've got another 5 minutes before this hourly candle closes, and we've slowed down significantly in this area after reacting bullishly so far in the New York session. We've been bullish so far. But we're respecting the 50 EMA. We're respecting that base. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to carry on from here. I think we're going down.
I agree we could, but I just don't want to enter from here, right, at this point. Unless you captured those tops within the 5. That's the trouble. I'd like to short from here, something like that.
Yeah.
Or I'd say we wait for... I agree. When I go to lower time frame, I don't know if we'll get that. I think so. It might now be this, right?
Yeah, it's so difficult to say. I am going to wait for this hourly candle to close, maybe a bit of a pullback, and then potentially try and push lower, maybe 31.48. That would be a groovy place to test, I think. Well, not 30.48. Let's say...
No,
31.80.
That's kind of the midpoint of what I was drawing out. I think that's pretty fair, to be honest. This is also a prior piece that I drew out, not just for this local area, that goes back to some of the prior stuff. So
I just closed my trade on my futures platform.
I think that's pretty fair.
You closed a US 31, yeah?
Yeah, I just took 1 to 1.5 on my futures platform. CFD side, I will be holding this trade to the VWAP.
Nice.
As I mentioned. So let's see how it goes.
I'm not surprised.
I do like the... yeah. Nas, I do like the idea of shorts, but right now we are late. I would have gotten involved around that supply area. Very beautiful breakout to the downside. VWAP bearish. Daily candle not swept the lows. To me, sales make sense, but the entry pattern now, we are way too late now. US 30 is also slowing down, so maybe I should close this trade on my Okay, now it is showing some kind of momentum. Let's see.
So yeah, I'm gonna look for potential sells on NASDAQ. If we continue pushing lower, I'm gonna look for a drop-based drop entry point on the 5 minute if it allows, and if it doesn't, then that's okay. I've made some profits in the futures account, so
Yeah.
that's fine. But I have yet to take a trade on any of my other accounts, so I'll just wait, be patient for everything to align, and then start trading them again.
All right.
Okay,
That's
we
I would say
have
wait.
about
I'd say wait.
we have about 2 minutes left, basically, before the end of the stream. Is there anything from yourself, Samir, that you would like to mention before we go ahead and sign off?
I would like to say one thing, that as I was having the conversation with you and our viewers, so I want to share this thing. Once you find the confidence in a setup, I think that can be the game changing thing for you. So you are comfortable, being in the position. Once you are there, I think then it can be the breakthrough for some of you guys, or it can be some kind of, if you are stuck somewhere in trading, it can be a game changing thing for you. So, guys, make sure you are finding that confidence in your setup. You should not copy anyone. You should maybe you can take advice from us. So try to see a pattern that you can recognize on a day-to-day basis, that is resonating with you, and you find confidence in that setup. You are not afraid to lose in that particular setup. I think then it's gonna be a game-changing thing for you. So that's it from my side. And yeah, thank you so much to you guys for coming here. USRT trade, I'm still holding. Let's see what it is gonna do.
Beautiful.
Awesome. Yourself, LJ, anything from you before we go ahead and say goodbye to everybody?
Not too much else from myself. Pretty much just get ready for the Fighters World Cup, you guys. So we're gonna have this stuff rolling out going forward. So you guys will have a chance to go against myself and Will. Plus, you've got a broader, I don't know, Fivers World Cup in general within the community. So definitely check in with that, and some pretty good prizes. I gotta say, this is probably the largest prize that I can think that we've actually had across the board.
It is a pretty good
for everyone. Yeah, I'm
spread
pretty sure
out
this
price
is
pool.
the yeah. So you guys definitely tune into that. Keep up with everything. We'll send you some more updates in general, how you can jump into certain bits and pieces over time for the next couple of weeks. And yeah, that's it. Nothing else from me. There
Awesome.
You got something,
All right.
Rich?
If you guys haven't already, drop us a like, drop us a subscribe, hit that notification bell, and then in the description box below, you will see all of our links. It is a link to register yourself with the hub for the 5ers. If you ever do want to go and purchase a evaluation account, you can do that via that link. You can see the Discord link is there as well, even though the Discord will only be active to you if you've already purchased an account. And then you will see the link to the Trading World Cup, the Trading World Championship, which is a 5ers exclusive event. All of the details are in that link. Go and get yourself registered for the initial qualifications phase, which starts on the 8th, which is next week, Monday. But if you can go and register now, you don't have to worry about getting in late. So all of the details will be in there, and there's more prizes across the board. There's going to be a 1v1 battle. There's going to be a prediction model that you can predict on the Football World Cup. All of that stuff will be in that that link. So please go ahead, go and do that. It is free of charge. It costs you nothing. You can just participate and go and show everybody that you are the great trader. And you might be one of the lucky few that goes ahead and wins themselves cash money, actual cash, or an account or some hub credits. All right, guys, that's everything from me. Everybody else, thank you very much for joining us. Have a great day. We'll see you all tomorrow for another Tuesday edition of the 5ers live stream. LJ and Samir, cheers.
See you guys tomorrow.